they did.
Say what you will about Kamala, she is hot. Like, she does have like a serious like MILF energy. I know this isn't a very Catholic thing to say, but she does have this like crazy MILF energy.
Ha! Gay!
Good evening, my fellow Americans.
Over the past few days, there has been a lot of speculation that I was dead. I'm here to say in no uncertain terms that is totally retarded. I just needed a few days at my Delaware beach house to eat, sleep, good, repeat. One last thing. I want to wish a very, very special fuck you to George Clooney. Worst fucking Batman ever. George looked disgusting, nipples protruding in his bat suit. Very, very disrespectful. Miss me with that gay shit. Bye now.
This program contains material which some viewers may find offensive.
You're full of shit today.
Yes.
Hot.
Yes, yes. She has MILF energy, that's for fucking sure. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. How you all doing this week?
Yeah.
Everyone having a good week?
Pretty good. Yeah. Mostly, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Now, if
Tim's not having a good week.
Captain
Snake says, bring on Sean. Isn't Sean doing his show right now?
Where is so mean?
Most likely. Spot. If Addresses to the Nation were actually like that, yeah, I might actually get some votes.
Yeah.
He'd let me too. Popular.
Captain Snake says, 2 viewers, how sad. Yes.
Yeah, dropped off.
No, that's our reality.
Anyway, we were as we were talking before.
What happens when I'm gone a couple weeks? You know,
this is what I was talking about.
And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time.
America.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got.
Did he just say, I'm not Christian?
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm not Christian. Wait,
Christians, I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out.
I'm a Christian. I'm
a Christian. God.
Well, I'm not. It sounds like I'm not.
It sounds like I'm not. God. Donald, Jesus.
Beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years.
It's this year's Yanni and what is it? Yanni. Laurel and Yanni. Laurel, Yanni. Democrats will be like, he said he's not a Christian.
Well, I mean, funny thing is, there'll be
shot in the face.
Some Democrats are going to be like, but no, he didn't. And then they'll be arguing about themselves whether it's a blue dress or a gold dress.
But yeah, this was Harris's response to the Harris campaign's response to.
That's what you get.
To this bullshit. I guess we should just jump straight into the Biden Kamala news instead of beating around the bush, so to speak.
I agree with Tim. Biden's dead.
Biden's dead. Well, that means you agree with Laura Loomer.
64.
Laura Loomer says Joe Biden is dying and final preparations are being made for him. He was supposed to hang on. I have to fix my audio.
He's been dead for fucking
myself through the fucking.
Yeah, I was going to say Biden's been dead for at least 6 months.
Yeah. Weekend at Bernie's out here.
No, they just
he was supposed to leave Delaware today. So this is from the 23rd. So 23rd my time. So that was Monday US time. He was supposed to leave Delaware today, but his health has deteriorated due to his accelerated decline. Joe Biden has cancelled 9 trips that were scheduled for the next 2 weeks. Biden is expected to leave his beach home in how do you say that? Rehoboth?
Can't read it. Or something like
Hoboth. Rehoboth. Maybe that's what it is. Rehoboth.
Rehab.
Delaware on Tuesday afternoon and arrived back at the White House at 2:30. Although that could be changed to Wednesday, July 24. It all depends on how much he continues to decline. Biden has been dying, and he's dying rather quickly. That's why Kamala flew to Delaware today and where Biden's
It's taken him 82 years to die. What are you talking about?
Jetson's called for an emergency meeting and called to the White House today. Tax haven, Delaware.
True.
Tombola says, I'm Kamala late. Kamala late. Biden lives in our hearts. He died like a dog.
Down?
No, he's not dead. He is no longer running for president, though. So he says, over the past 3 years, we've made great progress as a nation. Wait a minute. I thought the signature didn't have an underline. Has this changed?
Therein lies the theory.
There's also no letterhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might as well say from the desk of Joseph Biden.
It's so weird, like, to not have a presidential fucking
no,
record.
look,
Like,
I guess it makes sense because he's like to me he's not in the White House. He was in Delaware at his house. B, he's doing it from his personal account, like the Joe Biden account, and not the POTUS account. So, and he's doing it as a candidate, not as president. He's doing it. He's doing it as candidate Biden, not President Biden.
There's no way if I'm president, I'm putting president seal on every fucking thing I do. And
if I'm president, I'm doing a fucking public address. I don't care if I have COVID. I get the fucking film crew out to Delaware.
Yeah, well,
how we go live at 6 o'clock?
Hey, hey.
You can do that if you're dead. Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, but
if he were dead, Kamala would be president. She'd prefer that.
She is president right now.
But why would you
explain what the dumbest
why would you hide the ball?
Biden
Why
made.
would you? Because there's literally Republicans out there who are like, well, if he's not up to run for office, then he's not up to run the office.
She doesn't have the guts to actually 25th it. The Democrats don't
run anything.
They do not want Kamala to take
deep
office
state.
through the.
It is.
The Dems don't want Kamala to take office through the 25th. They want her.
No, they want her to be elected.
Yeah. They don't. Yeah. It's
that smugness on her face was all like, "I'm already the president."
Functionally, she's basically the president. Although he hasn't transferred power to her. So,
well, the interesting thing is,
she's calling the shots. Really, we all know this, but
she's not. No, she isn't. There's some. No.
The
most
executive
telling thing about this letter
Joe,
for me was the fact that he thanks Kamala.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, he doesn't actually endorse her in the letter. Like, he waits like 40 minutes and then goes, oh, yeah, by the way.
Yeah, I endorse her vice.
By the way, I fully endorse Kamala to be the nominee.
Someone else.
Oh, shit. Somebody's got to replace me, right? Damn it.
Yeah. How about you have a primary first?
That's not going to happen. They're not even going to have a floor fight.
check the signature inside chat. Private
The
chat.
signature in private chat.
Aren't they? They're already doing a brokered convention, though, aren't they? Isn't that organized?
It's been pre-brokered.
Of course. I mean, we know the result's going to be Kamala.
So here's Joe's signature.
Yeah, there's no underline on that signature.
Oh, there's no underline on that one versus there's an underline on that one.
That's not a very close signature.
Preacher.
Although
correction.
I'm really bad at my own signature too, and I'm not.
Preacher,
I don't even have dementia. I don't think.
Preacher, I got to correct you. Kamala's not she's not half black. She's a quarter black. She's a quarterback. Obama is more black.
She's a quarterback?
Yeah.
She's a quarterback. Yes, she's a quarterback.
She's 1/4 black. She's not
dropping
black.
dimes on us.
The paternal grandmother is white. That's where she gets her quarter Irish from. Yeah. Everyone falls for it. Everyone calls her half black. She's not. She's not.
Well, the Tariq Nasheed wing of the party is not happy with her, so.
No, she's not. Judge.
They're like, she ain't black. Stop calling her the fourth black anything.
She's literally not black, like culturally black either. She's not. Her dad's from half Jamaican.
She's not even spiritually black. She's never even done crime.
She was raised.
Wait,
Indian.
no, investment's a crime.
She was raised in with Indian culture at home. She's not black. Even Judge Joe Brown, who is a Democrat, says this shit. Like it's
he
very
doesn't
well
sound
known.
like a Democrat. Everything I heard.
No, not again.
I know. I thought Judge Joe Brown was Republican, but I googled him, and apparently he's a Democrat.
I don't think so. It doesn't sound like it. Anyway,
He doesn't sound like it, but
Well,
he's a Democrat.
Getting kind of knocked off track because I wanted to do the Biden stuff first, but I'll just jump around. It's fine. So Tariq Nasheed says this desperate attempt to manufacture a culturally black background for Kamala is laughable. Quick note: many foundational Black American families already have had these type of records for years, so having to purchase them now says a lot.
She's a cute crypto neighbor. Oh my god.
Okay, so first of all, Charlie Mingus, really one of the greatest jazz performers ever.
How do you do, Philip?
One of my favorite albums.
That's basically it.
Everybody Loves Sunshine. You know this one?
do you know
Bridge
this
says
famous
Tariq is the
song?
buck broken guy, right? I'm not sure.
The one they make fun of for it. Yeah.
I don't know whose side he's on. I don't really care.
He's a black racist, so he's a black supremacist.
Yes.
Oh,
he's also
the black. Yeah.
He's also the artist behind a fantastic album called "Wash Yo Ass."
Yeah. Oh. So when the black supremacists are disavowing Kamala, you know she's not black.
So good.
Oh.
It's a classic. And then Porgy Best.
So Tariq for Trump.
Porgy.
Blacks for Trump. He's doing it blacks for Trump.
So, there you go. What'd you get?
I'm gonna buy some vinyls.
You know what the problem is, and it'll come across in the campaign.
Everything
once it starts in earnest, that she's fake at, like she makes Hillary Clinton look authentic.
Yeah.
Like, well, the thing is, you could see Hillary's evilness through that. This
Like
bitch is just all fucking facade. Like Hillary Clinton's evil came through. Like she's like, yeah, but I'll actually kill you though. I'm like, we can, like, you can see it. He was there.
Hillary Clinton have you murdered? Yes.
She got experience.
All right, let's watch Biden's address. I haven't actually
I'll get
watched
in
any
trouble.
of this,
You know what happens.
Well, sorry. Let's watch. According to Tam, the duplicate that replaced Biden.
Who's that guy? That's not Joe Biden. Who the fuck is this guy?
This again, the first
That's
time
a
he
file
was speaking
photo of Joe
publicly
Biden.
since ending his re-election campaign just 3 days ago. Let's go live to the president.
It's not even
My
close.
fellow Americans,
That's Trump.
I'm
What are you talking
speaking
about? That's
tonight
Trump. That's orange.
behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of
How's your eyes
extraordinary American presidents. Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this
Normally,
nation.
fuck your
George
interns on such
Washington
a sacred space.
showed us presidents are not kings.
I mean, yeah.
Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures.
Your tax cuts.
It's about we, the people.
How long did
We
this
can
take?
never forget that.
To
And I
write
never
or to,
have.
or to edit.
Film.
I've made it clear that I believe America is
seen
at
any
an
edits
inflection
yet.
point.
Well, you can hear him swallow, so that microphone gain is cranked.
One of those rare moments in history
Yeah.
when the decisions we make
He's
now
talking really quietly.
will determine
Yeah, his voice is very weak.
Yeah. So,
our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward. Between
Backwards.
hope and
True to
hate.
tradition.
Between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect,
Well, you
freedom,
run
justice,
that
and
by us again,
democracy?
So vote
In
Republican.
this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that?
For enemies.
No.
Does character in public
For
life
fellow
still matter?
Americans.
No, we can't.
I believe I
Not
know the
anymore.
answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I
You
know
don't.
this. We are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office,
You talking about the whites?
I promised to always level with you,
Yeah, the whites.
to tell you the truth,
Like him.
And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us.
What was that?
Those of us who cherish that cause cherish it so much.
Sure.
The cause of American democracy
Go for a cherry coke.
must unite to protect it.
Yeah.
You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party.
Full and Princess is backwards to affordable homes, lower inflation, less crime, better standards of living, and a trustable media. Yeah, that last one's never going to happen, my guy. We had a trustable media for about 5 minutes, and they decided once Biden dropped out, they decided that he's an American hero and not a doddering old fool.
The media hasn't been trustworthy since Walter Cronkite outed himself as a fucking commie.
Yeah,
since before I was born.
Early 90s.
My record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided...
You're 102 years old. You have no ambition. You're going to die.
His desire to save democracy, kicked in, I don't know, maybe 8 months ago.
Started this year.
Well, in 2022.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
not
pictures
announcing
behind his ass? I've never seen this before. How come Jill Biden isn't showing more cleavage in this one picture on the right?
The best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation. There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
Damn, what
and that time and place.
You're literally the oldest president. Everyone is.
It's time. It's time to pass the torch to younger voices, like yet another fucking baby boomer.
Now,
there's not really any
for the
shape.
next 6 months,
Kind of impressive.
I'll be focused on doing my job as president.
Yeah, Kamala's 1 year shy
I'll
of being
continue
Gen
to lower
X.
costs for hardworking families.
Oh yeah.
Grow our economy.
Yeah, she's born in '64.
I'll keep.
Oh yeah.
She's a boomer.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like she's
our
1 year.
personal
Yeah,
freedoms
she's
and our civil
like
rights.
the very late
to the
Joe
right to
Biden.
vote, to the right to choose.
Oh yeah.
She's almost Gen
I'll
X.
keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence.
How come they didn't
any
give them
violence ever?
debate?
Period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence.
When are you going to do
The
that?
climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot, so we can end cancer as we know it. Because
That's right. Does everybody remember when he said he was going to cure cancer?
Bro, where's my moonshot?
do it. I remember. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform.
I thought that was the
This
name of
is
his racing
critical to our
horse.
democracy.
Cancer Moonshot.
Cancer moonshot.
I will keep working to ensure America remains strong and secure and the leader of the free world.
We are.
I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin
2020.
from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history.
Sounds horrible.
I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza.
Yeah. Why is that? Why is that, Joe? You think it might have something to do with COVID?
Bring home all the hostages. And bring peace and security to the Middle East and
Are
end
there
this
any
war.
hostages left? Really?
We're also working
in Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought they were for sure dead.
They'd be dead by now.
No,
They've remember the chick that was taken out of the back of the SUV and she had blood on her and she got thrown back in the other side or in the boot. Apparently she just got released.
The one that was murder raped to death?
Not murder raped to death.
No, the one that had the bloody pants that could clearly seen gone through some shit.
Oh, murder rate, but still alive.
Well, she was alive when they were putting her in the car, and so.
Because everyone was like, "Yeah, no, she did."
She was released.
Yeah,
I think she was rescued more than released.
I had no issue with the Israelis. We could just be like, yeah, they're all going to die, whether or not it's a false flag or not. Like, no, they're all dead.
Yeah, glass region.
When are we going to get the press release when the man gets
Around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration.
Yeah.
On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities.
And death.
Peril and possibilities.
That's not what you said.
We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
What?
We came together.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We got through it.
We
emerged
like
stronger,
everything,
more prosperous.
everything with these guys, like they must have done polling a while back that said January 6th like really resonates with people. You need to fucking keep hammering that. It like mention it all the time. January 6th, January 6th, January 6th. It's like, dude, if this was actually a plan, there would be a lot more dead people, and it would be on the other side.
There is no. It's actually a lot of
more secure.
A lot of deaths.
Today we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years.
Bullshit.
We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing's come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation.
No, you are. Where?
Not yet. Like, the CHIPS Act hasn't built a single chip yet.
Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And
they pay more for it.
Helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know?
Do it.
Most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our
not.
Your laws.
It's literally not.
Costs are lower today
Violence
than
went
the previous
up under
administration left
Biden's
office.
presidency.
I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Down.
Yeah,
I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and be a president for all Americans.
You don't charge a murderer.
That's what I've done.
70% white? I don't see that.
I ran for president 4 years ago.
More like 60% black.
Because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case.
Make it happen.
America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world.
So it's more powerful than
that idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights.
I don't know. This guy
life, liberty,
president.
Happiness.
He's fine.
We've never fully lived up to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I've made my views known. I would like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable.
She's
a great border czar.
Partner to me and a leader for our country.
He's not experienced or capable.
Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office.
My God, you're hanging Benjamin Franklin on your
wall.
wall.
Of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it.
That's
A republic,
markedly different
if
from
you can keep it.
democracy.
Also, not a
Whether
democracy.
we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings,
You've never had a stutter
Pennsylvania,
before in your
climb
entire
up Delaware,
fucking life.
one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities.
Rich white guy.
Of dreamers and doers.
White guy stuff.
Of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things.
Yeah, you too can fail up to the presidency.
Yeah, all you have to do is start with a fucking assload of money.
Wait, don't they get to change? Don't they get to choose which desk they use?
Yeah, they can.
Can't they? But they all.
They
use
don't
the
have to use
Resolute desk.
most of them opt for the Resolute desk.
You remember when he was using the tiny desk for a minute until he realized he was criticizing Trump for using the same desk that he's currently using, and then didn't use it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we hang
I've
this?
given my heart and my soul to our nation.
Minecraft.
Like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands.
How much baby
The power is in your hands.
pumping through him right
The
now?
idea of America lies in your hands. You just have to keep faith, keep the faith, and remember who we are. We're the United
You,
States
Billy
of America.
Joel.
And there's simply nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's act together. Preserve our democracy. God bless you all.
So we had a Republican.
God protect our troops.
Get off the stage.
End of speech.
Don't forget the troops.
Hey, Dr. Perks, how you doing, man?
The Resolute.
Oh, he
desk
says,
is,
tiny desk is only for signatures, silly Tim.
Yeah, I know.
No, Bridge says, I hope he doesn't end up in assisted care being punched in the face by coloured felons tired of his racist tirades and Tourette's. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
terrible.
Oh, no.
He's dead already, so we don't have to worry about this.
Sean Parnell says, it's interesting that in his own letter, Biden says he's dropping out because it's in the best interests of his party. America comes second.
That is true.
Let's see. Some totally reasonable and rational responses from Gen Z.
He's gonna cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, cry, little bitch.
He dropped out!
You can hit hard to bitch.
He dropped out!
What's up?
They cry for me, baby.
Oh, he's got fucking nail polish too.
Yeah.
Nobody believes!
He spent like.
He's got autistic face too.
Yes.
Gen Z, we need to band together. Please. He was for Gen Z's first president.
No, just autistic books. He's a young man growing up in the United States.
Is it possible to be both?
Gay and retarded? Yes.
It is possible,
Yeah,
but
right
I think
now.
this is. I think he's just autistic.
Oh, that's cancer.
Yeah,
He's
he's
not
autistic,
that was just
and he's
bullshit.
like, this is how I get recognition.
Yeah, that's how you
It
get
is
it.
It's
It is
both
TikTok,
autistic
I
and
guess. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it is.
TikTok.
Just-
TikTok's the cancer.
It's TikTok, yeah.
Like, because you can see it in his eyes. He's looking at the screen, going, "How does this look?" In the middle of his,
Yep.
his
Yep.
craziness, he's looking at it, going, "What do I do now?" I'm looking at the screen, and okay, now I'll do the next thing.
Do you know how fucked we'd be if it was AOC and not Kamala Harris? Those big tits would just ruin like.
Oh yeah, that'd be game over.
Fucked.
Yeah, but
Fuck.
the booty though. You'd have
Don't
AOC's,
cares.
AOC's booty.
White old men do not care. They care about tits. That's what I care
That's
about.
right. That's right. We do.
Trained.
But AOC's
in the old ways.
We've seen the college video of AOC though.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you imagine?
She got titties. She got titties.
What do you mean?
Can you imagine AOC sitting across the table?
You never seen the old video of AOC dancing on the rooftop?
Putin be distracted.
She got some decent titties. Yeah.
Brooklyn Dad Defiant says, "Hold the line. We got this."
Answer.
Followed by, "Damn."
We don't got this.
So much for hold the line. But yes, let's look at some Kamala stuff. So this was the proof of life that Joe did with potential criminal says, "You guys really aren't looking at all the Chris Tyson Discord dumps." I have the Chris Tyson. I have the Mr. Beast stuff.
Who's
in
Chris Tyson?
the show? Sean, you know how long this fucking show goes. Looks like Mr. Beast was involved in some fucked up shit as well.
Oh, that's the tranny?
Yeah, the tranny.
Well, Chris Tyson.
Do you want a link, Sean?
Chris Tyson is the tranny. Yeah.
Send him the link. How does he not have the link?
We thought you were streaming, Sean.
Yeah, I thought he was streaming.
Yeah, he can do two at once. He's
anyway.
He's very skilled.
Oh, it's gonna script. He's gonna.
I've tried that. They don't let me do it.
On the
though.
call, and we've been
Heard
talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We
Show's just
love
gonna
Joe
watch.
and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do. Everybody here does.
Who's Joe?
It's neutral.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe.
And of course, the retards were like, "This is AI. This is AI." Like, oh my god, I ran it through like an AI testing tool, and it's AI.
Ran through 11 labs.
Fucking Christ!
Did you-
Absolute retards.
Did you see the one where she almost called it a recording?
That's in this one. That's at the start of this one.
Oh, it is at the start of that one.
It is so good to hear our president's voice, Joe. I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day.
On the recall.
Probably you guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill.
Doug.
We really do.
Yeah, on the recall. I don't actually. It's not a recall. Like, it's not a recall.
She was stacked. She showed off. Like, this is. How did she ever get where she is?
DEI, my friend. DEI. Biden's. No, look. Does nobody fucking remember? Biden said he would pick a black woman. He picked a black woman.
Yeah, he had 4 of them lined up.
Like,
And he picked Kamala. Yeah.
he went to the rack of black women in the Democratic Party that were eligible to be president and went, you.
She sucks dicks.
Take the one with the name I can remember. Kamala.
Do you have to be eligible to be president to be vice president?
To be vice president, the only requirement for vice president is that you are eligible to be president.
Oh.
Which is why Obama can't be vice president, because he's not eligible to be president.
Why not?
Because he's already served 2 terms.
I thought you could do that. I thought, is that not? You can't do that?
No. In order to be vice president, you have to be eligible to be president.
Would I be vice president?
Yes, I assume so, Tim. There's
Like,
there's
it's no longer a gentleman agreement. It actually is law.
the only requirement for being president is being a natural born citizen over the age of 35.
And not charged.
And it's over the age of 35 at the time, like January 20, at the time you're sworn in.
And as long
so
as
you
you're
can
not
have your
convicted of
35th,
insurrection.
like Taylor Swift. You can have your 35th birthday in December, and then be sworn in as president in January.
Yeah, so by the time you take office, you got to be 35.
As long as by the time you take office, you're the correct age.
And then there's the pesky little.
I am 35 when I'm like, can I do that?
Yes, you're over 35, Tim. That's. I just assume. Act Blue update. As of 9 p.m, grassroots supporters have raised $46.7 million through Act Blue following Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign launch. This has been the biggest fundraising day of the 2024 cycle. Small dollar donors are fired up and ready to take this election fire.
They know about it, though?
Yeah, how many of them actually know they?
Are you not going to segue this?
So that 46 million was 1.1 million donors. So,
are you not going to segue into the fucking James O'Keefe exposing this shit? Or are you not gonna?
What was that?
Did
anybody post it?
No, I may not have. So anyway, James O'Keefe.
I can't be across everything.
Yeah, I know. He was going around literally knocking on Dems' doors like, hey, did you donate $240,000 through Act Blue? They're like, what? No, like $1,000.
I did see something about that.
Yeah, so it's money laundering.
I'm sure.
Here.
Oh, totally.
You know who doesn't support Kamala, though? Black Lives Matter. The official Black Lives Matter campaign says Black Lives Matter calls on the DNC to host a virtual snap primary.
I like that. Yeah, do that.
So must immediately host an informal virtual snap primary across the country prior to the DNC convention. In August, we call for the Rules Committee to create a process that allows for public participation in the nomination process, not just a nomination by party delegates. The current political landscape is unprecedented, with President Biden stepping aside in a manner never seen before. This moment calls for decisive action to protect the integrity of our democracy and the voices of black voters. I just want to point out, can you imagine like the absolute fucking like hair on fire cope from the Democrats if Republicans did the same thing? But Trump's like, I can't do this. I don't want to get shot. I don't want to die. I'm dropping out, and it's gonna be Donald Trump Jr. So we don't have to update anything on the paperwork. He's gonna be the candidate. Like they set their hair on fire. This is an attack on democracy. This is Trump building a fucking like it's fucking retarded shit.
Republicans would probably do the same thing though. Like they'd be like, "Yep, sure, fine, like whatever." Like they'd probably do the same thing
because she ain't black.
Yeah, she is not black. She is literally not black. She is 1/4 Jamaican. She's half Indian and 1/4 white. Obama is more black than...
So the Associated Press in 2016 says California's Kamala Harris becomes first Indian American U.S. senator. In 2020, Biden picks Kamala Harris as running mate, first black woman.
Yeah.
In a surprise to 0 people, Nikki Haley voters PAC announces support for Kamala Harris. Now, obviously, this isn't Nikki Haley specifically. This is Nikki Haley voters.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of the PAC? It's Haley voters for Biden. Is the name of the PAC?
Democrat bucks for
so it's more than likely Nikki Haley. Yeah. So it's not affiliated with Stand for America or Nikki Haley for President PACs. So
who cares?
Democrat astroturfing, I'm sure.
Democrats, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Just like
no one drop rule. No, the one drop rule is racist.
Abjectly racist.
I've been told that's racist.
Well, that's how she gets to claim that she's black, even though she.
Well, you don't get to have it both fucking ways.
That's what I mean.
Well, you do if you're a Democrat.
I'm black. Why can't I be black? I'm a person of color. I'm Slavic.
As an Italian, I am black. So.
Yeah.
Trump is Clandestine says Trump's meeting with world leaders already negotiating for peace deals in the Middle East and Ukraine. He has to be careful of that because if he's performing foreign policy foreign policy actions.
Is it Logan Act?
Yes, the Logan Act. I think it's the Logan Act.
One of them.
Yeah,
he's not allowed to. He's not allowed.
I think the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act is the campaigning as a federal employee on federal grounds.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to make deals. He can't conduct business.
He can conduct business. He just can't.
That's what the word.
Can't conduct foreign policy negotiations.
That's the word. That's the word.
We are all in this together, and your vote is your power. So please make sure your voice is heard this November and register to vote at vote.gov.
Can I get an amen?
Amen. Now on.
So that's a lovely preview of the next 4 years if you
wait for it. Keep it playing.
I can't see how this happens.
With the show.
And remember, you better vote.
Doesn't even have a sign up the right way.
Upside down.
Oh, that's right.
Isn't that?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for sure. I'll make sure bloody stuff.
That's Leslie Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the woman that Milo Yiannopoulos called a gorilla.
Yeah.
She was in Ghostbusters.
Yeah, she was in
right?
Throwback.
Hang on, but doesn't Google agree though?
It seems very accurate.
Ooh.
I remember
that.
I remember that. Yeah. Let's look at this totally natural and not staged at all interaction between Barack Obama and his wife
Barack is
and
more
Kamala.
black than
Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Hello.
Kamala.
Hey there. Oh, hi.
Herder.
Together. Oh, it's good to hear
They're
you.
married.
I can't have this phone call without saying to my girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This
Why is the screen
is
still on?
going to be
Because it's on speaker.
That's because she's not actually talking to them.
couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything
It's 'cause
we
it's
can
all
to
fucking
get you
staged.
through this election and,
Yeah,
and
but
into the
the
Oval
speaker
Office.
button like
It's on
that?
speaker.
On
Ever
speaker.
seen
The
that?
phone screen still turns off though when you put it to
Not if you're on speaker.
Is that true?
It does.
Pretty
But,
sure it doesn't turn off.
No, it does.
After a while, it does, but it turns on when you move it away from your head.
The
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a
And
proximity.
that, but it's half, so like it's moving away from a head. Like
I have never held mine.
I guess the point of
mouth.
I guess the point of the matter is it's on speaker. Why she got it next to her ear?
Yeah.
so that the speaker at the bottom is pointed at her lapel mic.
That's true.
Much to me. I am looking forward to doing
What?
this with the two of you.
You
Doug
could
and I
just hold
both.
it out and then point it at the mic anyway. Like,
With the two of you.
the point is that it's on speaker. We can all hear
Dr.
it.
Pook says, "I thought Obama held back on his endorsement. Yes, he did. This was like 3 days after Joe dropped out. So
Well, I just want to tell you
Exactly,
She
Tom.
held the
It's
phone-
a
she held the
pre-recorded
phone
emergency. It's just
Yeah.
bullshit.
If she held the phone out, it wouldn't look like she was
Who
on the
holds
phone.
a phone like that? It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my
We're gonna
life.
have some fun with this too, aren't we?
How are you?
She's not black.
there
She's
was a
racist.
cut in there. I just want to
Modern
not
day
to zap
slavery.
her to film the
Get
shit
you
out of
through
this. But
election and into the Oval Office.
Oh my goodness.
I just made up bullshit.
Oh my God.
All made up bullshit so the Democrats in LA
No,
will
stop
get tricked
it.
into voting for her.
Nobody can
anyway,
hold a
yes,
phone.
Trump's campaign has filed a complaint with the FEC accusing Biden and Kamala Harris of violating campaign finance laws by rolling over funds. That's going to go absolutely nowhere because it's already been established that that's perfectly legal.
Nope, gay stuff.
So,
I refuse to believe your reality, and I substitute my own.
I reject your reality and I
That's the law.
substitute it with my own. Sam Stone says Trump camp says he's backing out of the debates. People says, presidential nominee ever agreed to a debate and then pulled out? Remarkable show of weakness here. Does he realize his boss just did the same? Did the thing with the whole fucking election?
Your candidate backed out of the
Because
fucking race.
last
because
I
he wasn't gonna
checked, Joe
win.
Biden agreed to 2 debates and then dropped out. So
Last I checked, Trump never agreed to debate Kamala.
that's exactly right.
He agreed to
And
debate
last
Biden.
time, well, does that mean? Well, no, she agreed to debate fucking JD Vance. Does that mean she's dropping out of that?
Yeah,
It's even more dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, fucking skin her alive. Everybody will. Anybody. I would. Just drunken on an asshole on the internet. I'll fucking cut her up.
Yeah,
Come
this
on.
is, people have forgotten that she dropped out of the primaries in 2020. Oh, she dropped out before the primary, before the convention.
Yeah, she dropped out before. I think she dropped out before Ohio.
Where did she
before
race
Iowa.
their home,
She
state?
dropped out in 2019.
I'm pretty sure she came last in her. Like she came
Fourth.
very like
fourth
in her home state.
Yeah, she didn't even get to the convention. She dropped out after Tulsi beat the shit out of her.
I watched that video the other day.
It's great.
So good. Anyway, I've seen a lot of like, calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire is racist, and it's like
she's literally DEI.
Literally says to me the value. So this is from White House Gov. To me, the values of diversity, equity, inclusion are literally, and this is not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history that taps into the full talents of our country, and it starts at the top with the vice president. Okay, so she's a DEI hire. Biden's happy to say that. Why is it racist now? Is it because DEI is not popular anymore?
The values of DEI starts at the top with vice president.
Yeah.
I don't.
Billboard Chris says mosaic of Kamala Harris made out of the black men she kept in prison beyond their sentences to use as free labor for the state of California.
Oof.
Fucking great. This is throwback to when Kamala Harris was just a side hoe.
Long before she met Doug Emhoff, she dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host
Montel Williams.
Back then, he was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi. Now,
the community note is perfect. Montel Williams and Kamala Harris dated in 2001. The other woman pictured in blue is Williams' daughter. In this sense, and the OP using the OP's vernacular, Harris was not his side hoe, but was his main hoe.
She's still a hoe.
Yep, still a hoe.
So, chat warning: this includes 2 minutes of RFK Jr. speaking.
He's just.
I know some people can't handle the man's voice.
That tie is more offensive than his voice.
Skinny tie.
It's not even straight.
I don't even have time to get into
I
it.
think, Kamala Harris is the party of war. She is, she's a war hawk. The Democratic Party was always the peace party.
Endorse Trump, bro. Get on the
fucking. A war hawk on Ukraine. She's a war hawk on China. I think that we should be figuring out ways to coexist with the rest of the world as best we can. Of course, we need.
No, we should dominate and destroy them.
Peace through strength, motherfucker.
She's not going to do anything about the national deficit.
Big stick philosophy.
I've never heard her speak.
Do not make peace with evil.
Destroy it. I think she's a product of the corporate control of our democracy, and she's one of the authors of, in terms of civil rights, she has one of the worst civil rights record of any public official. She's the author of one of the primary authors of the school to prison pipeline. She kept 5,000 people.
We'll give him props for having 4% vote, though, with a voice like that.
Prisoners
we'll give him props.
And of nonviolent drug crimes who were illegally in California jails. She kept them in there saying that we needed them for firefighting and for other public work services.
Who set the fires?
And that's just a modern version of indentured servitude, a modern version of slavery. She was one of the two leading public officials in California, which now has the worst education system, 49th in education outcomes in the country.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there.
Only to Baltimore.
Yes, she was the senator from California.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, she was the attorney general. Doesn't have a lot of fucking oversight of the education system in California.
Don't care. They're all complicit. Fuck them all.
Homeless people in our country are in California, and she was behind those policies. I don't think she has a good. I don't think, in terms of the traditional.
Cheryl Hines is hot as fuck, though.
I don't think
was she
a
California senator or a senator from California?
She was the senator from California. She was a senator from California.
They must have more than one senator from California.
Okay.
Yeah, there's two senators from California.
Was she in the
Same as every state.
Senate, or was she?
No, she's
delegate too.
No, she was the district attorney for San Francisco, and then she was the attorney general for the state of California, and then she was the senator from California.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
Daisy says, I found an actor named Arthur Roberts, age 85, who also played the cop who pulled Cheech and Chong over in Up at Smoke. He's who's playing Biden's double in IMO. So here's the thing I loaded when I saw that chat. This is who Daisy thinks is playing Biden.
How long ago was that photo?
No idea. I guess I could see.
They'd have to smooth his ass out. I could see that though. They'd have to smooth him out a lot.
He's busy though. He's in a TV miniseries called Billionaire's Baby Bargain.
Oh, did anyone never watch it?
Hang on, what one of these up and coming thinks is Joe Biden? Nah.
From 2020 to 2024. Huh.
Blood Star. Damn. That sounds like a good show.
No, see, they wouldn't list him directly for working for the White House. It'd be something like CIA or DHS.
They wouldn't list any of that shit.
Federal government.
They wouldn't list. I've never seen.
I do love the Dave theory, though. This is a great film. For those who may not be aware, there's a film called Dave with Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver. Kevin Kline plays the president and also a guy a florist, I think, who just happens to look very much like the president. No, he's not a florist. He's like a job agent. Like he finds people jobs. He's a recruiter, for want of a better term.
Related lists from IMDb users: Crazy Times and President Clinton.
Oh no! Confirmed.
What is that list? That's what I want to know. What that list is.
Happening.
This is how this show takes 6 hours. Crazy Times, politicians. Oh yeah, Joe's got a credit in Parks and Rec.
1 and 2 and 4.
Yeah. Where did he do a voice in Carmen Sandiego or something?
Where's Barack at? I feel like he should be higher on the list. Mr. Obama
He must have done a voice in Carmen Sandiego.
The State of the Union rate's pretty poorly, 4.3.
I hate IMDb for this. Every televised
Vice presidential debates, 4.0.
You get to he acted in the
previous President's fine address after dropping out. Boom.
Don't make me look up Nick Recator. He's got an IMDb page. So
I know he does.
Hang on. What did Trump score on that? If Biden got a 4 on
just about everybody.
No, that's the broadcast. The broadcast was got a 4.
I hate how IMDb does this. Like everything's got a this makes you an actor because you were in something on IMDb.
Well, yeah. No, well, if you've got a credit, played himself. Joseph Bolden. Confirmed.
Alternative names.
Oh, these are all misspellings of his name that have appeared in credits. That's why most of IMDb, like a lot of IMDb stuff, is
Gavin
automatic.
Newsom's is misspelled.
Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been credited as Governor Gavin Newsom.
Oof.
I would never.
Oh, brutal.
No, there's no Hunter.
Children. Just Bo Biden. He's brutal.
Rip.
Yeah.
Who's Naomi Biden? Oh, his daughter who died. Sorry. Yeah.
That's why she doesn't have a credit.
Oof. Because she's dead.
God, that's what's fucking harsh.
Damn.
What's Ashley Biden's bio?
They said you should have just ran with the grift. You've made you at least 500 more subs.
That's not as fun.
I don't like to do that. Like, I like conspiracy theories. I find them funny.
Bro,
I find them entertaining.
538. God damn.
I don't mind entertaining them, but look, he hasn't been replaced.
Can we get Alex Jones on? Or like, how can we do? I'm gonna send him a message.
Okay, you do that, Tim.
Hey, I'm good at this.
I got your message, Tim, and I'm sorry. I'm unavailable. I am at work right now fighting the deep state.
His work is gone. Like everything's been taken from this man.
No, that's not true. That's not true. The globalists have not taken over InfoWars.
I'll message him.
They just
InfoWars.com.
Anybody got the DM for Alex Jones?
Isn't he broadcasting from his backyard these days?
Yeah, from fucking his car, probably, and his iPhone. Like,
yeah, I'm broadcasting from Thermo's basement.
Yo, basement.
Come to your house.
In Australia?
I've basically got a basement.
Yeah. Either way, Judge Joe Brown.
In there. You know who M. is?
No.
Yes, you do.
Who?
Mrs. Imhoff, Vice President of the United States.
Daisy, no.
Miss Kamala?
Camilla Harris.
Thought we all friends with fucking, what's her name? Aaron.
Farron has
got two
departed
Jewish
from
children.
this world of the
Married
internet.
Jewish
Blocked you on everything.
I'm scared to talk about Kamala Harris. I'll let you have that one.
No, she's a witch, and she is a corrupt witch. She's been corrupt her whole life, and she fucked her way to the top. They used to detail this witch in the LA Times with her sexual escapades. She fucked damn near everybody trying to get up. She used to be a frat hoe when she was
Megan
in
Fox
Howard.
like shit.
And she ain't black.
Damn.
You know
I ain't
what
got
she
to do with this,
black?
Miss Harris.
She ain't black.
I mean, well, don't, but she's
I'm just, I don't know. I'm just listening.
Well, here's the thing.
Is that
I actually
Kwame
met
Brown?
her father
I
in
think so.
Jamaica. I was the guest, said it to governor.
So yes,
Is
according to
Judge
Judge
Brown's
Joe Brown.
at-
There's a long. Oh, sorry. There's a
Is
long.
his at really I'm meme zero? Is that really his at?
No,
No, that's someone who's
Okay.
That's
okay.
just tagged the
Come
clip.
Queen Love.
He said there's a longer one.
He goes on to. There's a longer clip. I don't know.
What's this attempted community note? Is a former judge was disbarred for making inappropriate comments.
Yeah, that
Okay,
doesn't
that's
mean
irrelevant.
Now I want to know.
Okay.
Now I want to see more of it.
Opinion? No.
I find
I
it.
can't. Yeah,
I don't-
he
also-
goes on to
These
detail the
just
fact
keep
that she's
irrelevant.
like she got about her Indian caste and how she was raised Indian and shit.
He's a TV judge.
Well, I hope she doesn't want too many Xennials.
I hope when
Zoomers.
the war kicks off between Russia and America that we nuke India first.
Yeah, get them out of the way.
Yep.
Out of the way.
Not the giant thumb actress, but the
Oh, that
Megan Fox is looking tasty after losing weight. Not the giant thumb
No.
actress, but the one Rakita talks to.
No, I haven't
What's
seen.
Oh,
the other
no.
thing we know about this
No.
population?
No,
And
no,
it's a specific phase of life. Remember, age is more than a chronological fact. What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
Gay and retarded. Based. Very based.
I would honestly, I would be smothering social media with that.
I would just be plastering that.
Yeah, that would be all over TikTok
Yep.
right now.
Makes me want
They are stupid.
As I said, she ain't wrong.
So there's talk about who will be her vice president. The front runner is Josh Shapiro, the
Doug
current
Burnham.
governor of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, Shapiro is Jewish.
Did you?
Yeah, funny that.
Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro is being
alienate
discussed as one
the
of
fucking
Harris's
Democrats
potential
then.
running mates. He also endorsed her tonight. In your view, what are the pros and cons?
So this is the list of running mates. It's not going to be Whitmer. A double estrogen ticket is not going to happen.
Yeah, she's too dangerous.
Well, what if it does happen?
If it does happen, then holy shit,
It won't. I'd bet my life on it. I'll kill myself on air if that happens.
Don't you shut your fucking mouth?
It won't happen. I'm very confident.
Putting him on the
You're not taking us down with you.
Well, he's certainly under consideration. I know that from key Harris allies. He's a first-term governor. He's Jewish. There could be some risks in putting him on the ticket, but certainly some of our.
Oh, really? What risks? What risks might there be putting him on the ticket?
You'll lose
Very
the black
Jewish risks.
You'll lose the black vote.
Why would you lose the black vote?
I wonder why.
Well,
He's
if
not
Kamala's
Asian.
black,
Like he's fine.
She's not black.
She
Even
still got the black vote. Her husband's Jewish.
Does she?
She has the vote because she's a Democrat. That's why, not because she's black. Because she's not
I
black.
find it fucking hilarious that CNN is not hiding the ball on how anti-Semitic these fucking people are.
Again, you fell for the 5 minutes of truth. You
5
you think
minutes.
that the 5 minutes of truth
truth.
where they threw Biden under the bus and then went back
like
to
10 to
just
15
gaslighting everybody. They were never trustworthy. Again, the whole shit about Biden was a fucking approved narrative, and this proves it because they're not capable of telling the truth about Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At least Nancy Pelosi was a
it's-
candidate.
Well, they're running cover hardcore.
They're running cover for cover. They're back to their old ways. Nothing actually changed. They just couldn't hide Biden anymore.
He's a threat to democracy, so you have
It's
to.
true. Yeah.
You mean the
He
Republic?
was the threat to democracy.
They're not allowed to tell the
To
truth
their
about
democracy.
Kamala. It's so
What happened to the
Pennsylvania said, "Hey, we like Governor
Smear the-
Shapiro. Give him a look."
Yeah. Go full anti-Semite, basically.
I know that from key Harris allies. He's a first-term governor. He's Jewish. There could be some risks in putting him on the ticket, but certainly some of our voters here in Pennsylvania said, hey, we like Governor Shapiro. Give him a look. Also told Anderson that some other governors, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, are on the list of the Harris team. One Harris ally.
Why is it that we're not allowed to mispronounce her name, but all CNN does is mispronounce this bitch's name? We can't call her Kamala. Kamala. They just.
Oh, sure. Jesus.
Of the Harris team. One Harris ally told me today they hope to get her within a few days, assuming her path to the nomination continues to look good, and it does tonight, but we still have some question marks. They hope to get her a list, they say within several days to a week, of 4 or 5 names for her to pick from.
Look, at this point, look, I think I think whoever she's going to pick, it's going to come down to electoral math. Who can deliver an important state. And that, like, I think Josh Shapiro is would be the person to pick. Like, if you can deliver Pennsylvania, which, look, Josh Shapiro could probably do that. Like, he was elected, like, 2 years ago. Like, only just elected. So,
also, he has the same amount of political experience as J.D. Vance then.
Yeah, that's right.
10 times more than Kamala Harris. Right.
Well, except, look, 2 years as a governor is more executive experience than 10 years as a senator.
Yeah, but
because
got all her
AD's only had 2 as a
any time as a fucking senator is no executive experience. You're running an office.
Yeah.
If you're a governor, you're running a fucking state.
Yeah. I mean, Shapiro was
the natural step is governor president.
Yeah. Well, Shapiro was the AG of Pennsylvania, so maybe they'll run with that. Who knows?
Well, he was the governor. So
yeah, but he was prior to that. He was
also the AG.
Prior to that, he was also AG. So
there'll be lots of these Kamala-isms.
Cheap fakes,
bro. We have 1,000 million.
I know.
I'll start with immediately.
Look, Kamala is the Veep. Like she's literally the Veep.
She's retarded.
Tombola says Josh Chaparoo would sound more Australian.
Why are these helicopters so sad?
Because they're deflated and because they're not taking off.
I would kill myself.
Like what do you mean sad?
They're just sad.
What droopy they are.
The rotors are all floppy.
It's hot outside. That's why.
So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. And it is an alliance that is strong and enduring.
At least if she's elected, there will be just as many gaffes as there were with Biden.
Yeah, but the media won't report on them.
She's a fuck. No,
they don't have any Kamala clones ready.
Doesn't matter.
They don't have anything. They can't wheel out a Kamala clone. They don't have any.
No. Like it's like she's only 60. Like she's not exactly super.
She's 59. Yeah, she's not even the fun age.
She will be when she turns
80. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided.
No.
Wait, what's tantamount?
Never mind. See, she's not even the fun age. 69.
Age. It's the end state age. It's not.
God, this is so autistic.
How old is Nancy Pelosi though?
90. She's close to it.
And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided
no, she's 84.
I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
Okay. Are they black?
This was a little controversial in San Francisco.
San Francisco black, yes.
Just
frankly,
a tiny.
My staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election.
You can't win. She can't win.
I believe a child going with.
I don't know. I honestly don't know about that. Like,
Everybody who's going to vote Democrat is going to still vote Democrat. There was nothing change here.
Nothing's moved.
Look, everybody who is going to vote for Biden is going to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Again, vote blue no matter who. Like that rule does not change.
Like, yep.
Gun violence has terrorized and traumatized so many of our communities in this country. And let us be clear, It does
Right
not
now,
have to be this
RCP
way,
is still pretty close.
as our friends in Australia have demonstrated.
Wait, what the fuck did we do? What the fuck did we do?
We banned the guns.
We took your guns.
Oh, the stuff that happened when I was a kid. Yep.
I just
Not
wanna-
all of them.
I just wanna
No,
find
but
it.
we brought in all the extra restrictions and licensing.
Yeah.
All that shit.
Made it as nearly impossible to get a gun unless you actually have a purpose.
Like gun club. Yeah. Like it's not
Yeah.
too, it's not too hard to get handguns, but you're not getting AR-15s in Australia.
So
you can.
Unless you're a color, you're not getting one.
Look at the number of fucking flags. Like
And
I
that's
can't can't tell
Not
what
enough.
country she represents.
Well, that's a good
I
thing.
don't
Like-
understand. Is she giving this? Is she giving this speech from the flag storage room? Like
No,
one,
mate, she's
two,
not that-
3,
no.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flags.
You need more flags.
Needs
Yeah,
more flags. Jesus.
Look, that's actually
Christ.
fine. That's more American flags than the Australian flags that we fly because we have 3
To be
fucking
fair,
flags.
we're pointing it out because they pointed it out with Trump.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I get the point they're making. It looks like she's.
Michael, it's the flag. It's the flag closet. Yes.
Oof.
Sean says, "Not with that kind of attitude, you won't, Tim." Michael Schellenberger says Kamala Harris is running for president as an effective prosecutor, but California's violent crime rate rose 26% during and after she was Attorney General, and her policies on crime and migration increased border crossings 5 times, putting vulnerable women and children in grave danger.
Yeah, the facts they're not in her favor, but they don't care about facts.
Oh, and apparently Kamala faces a greater security risk because she's a woman and a person of color. And the Secret Service is almost certainly taking that into account, said retired agent Jeff James.
What?
Well, she can have all
To be
the
fair,
women to protect
a Democrat would probably take a shot.
Some of you may not. Some of you may
Yeah.
not know the vice president's stepdaughter. Her name's Ella Emhoff. She's America's next first daughter. Ella Emhoff loves her unibrow and armpit hair, modeled topless, and is pro-trans. And this is why she's called stepmom Kamala Harris's marriage vomit-inducing.
Is she an actual female or?
Yeah, no, she's an actual female.
She got her tits out by accident.
She's with her tits out.
By accident. Why don't we not have a fucking?
There is footage of it.
Yes, there is
Where?
footage of it. Just in
the
DGen
Discord.
chat. In the DGen camp.
Disgusting. Where is this footage?
It's on YouTube. Anybody can watch it.
Disgusting. Where is it?
I just tagged you in
Potentially criminal.
Discord, Tim.
Potentially
There
criminal
you
says
go.
yes. The left is now cheering for someone who jailed minorities and increased the carceral rate.
Yes.
Is
But they
that
didn't
is that the word carceral rate? Carceral state.
Incarceration, carceral
I
state.
feel like it's an accident, but it's fine.
Yeah, they're not impressive. I agree, Sean.
They're fine.
Let's talk about gaslighting from the media, shall we? And the sheer volume. See, I thought other Democrats were against gas.
We're going to talk about America.
So, but they seem to use a lot of it to gaslight the public. Axios says the Trump campaign and Republicans have tagged Harris repeatedly with the border czar title, which she never actually had. Readers added context that they thought people might want to know. Axios themselves used the word border czar in 2021, referring to VP Kamala Harris. Quote, Harris, appointed by Biden as border czar, said she would be looking at the root causes that drive migration.
Oops.
Look inwards.
Whoopsie
And the term border czar was used in a House resolution.
Yeah.
I can't remember which number it was, but yeah.
Everybody
this is the House resolution. It's
remembers.
It's House Resolution 253, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that Vice President Kamala Harris should be removed from her position as the head of the Biden administration's strategy to address the root causes of migration. It doesn't actually refer to her as border czar in the well, actually maybe it does in the text.
Yeah, it's
it does in the text, and it's in quotes because
that's what I mean. That's what they're referring to Axios. Yes.
Yeah. Whereas March 24, 2021, Vice President Kamala Harris was named border czar, in charge of leading efforts. Blah blah blah. So, of course, there has been a concerted effort to memory hole this fact. The media are already working hard to mislead about VP Kamala Harris. The latest effort is an effort to memory hole Harris's role in leading the disastrous immigration policy as a border czar. Who's up for some side-by-side lest we forget?
Anybody who's paying attention remembers border czar Kamala Harris. Like, why the fuck isn't she doing anything? When is she going to go to the border?
Appointed by Biden as border czar. They added a note. They've updated the article, though. They added a note that says this article has been updated and clarified to note that Axios was among the news outlets that incorrectly labeled Harris a border czar.
Did they call themselves fake news?
That's the problem. Like, this is the problem with digital media. They can go back and change it. They can. If they wanted to, they could stealth edit every fucking page, and nobody'd know.
Most people are not smart enough to archive.
Wasn't
they are
doing
that.
a project where they like archived all the news articles? And you
most people now, when they see something like that, they archive the page.
Yeah.
No, I mean this was a website that you could like a specific website that would go through and show you the differences and stuff.
I think the New York Times has there's a bot that scrapes the New York Times for edits, and you can see stealth edits.
Editing the Grey Lady on Twitter.
Yeah, editing the Grey Lady. Yeah. That is the Twitter account. Yeah, I remember that.
Which I don't understand how they even. How is that even a thing? Like how does that work? I've always been very confused about that.
So it'll read the page and then compare what it was 5 minutes ago to what it is now.
Why would they even? Never mind.
It's to catch that stuff.
Yes, I know, but why would they ever go live when they edit it like 3-4 times the same fucking?
Because they're retarded. They'll put something up that's complete bullshit.
You're right.
Like,
the leftists are retarded. I give them way too much credit.
Well, no, just people in general are retarded.
A couple of people that would actually pay attention to this. The mass don't pay attention to the self-edits.
Yep.
But yes, Axios' headline says Biden put Harris in charge of border crisis. Which I guess they lied.
Literally,
does this mean you lied then or you're lying now?
Yeah, exactly.
The gasp.
Like, we know the truth is that you're lying now. Because when at the time, you're like, oh, yeah, she's going to be great at this. And then, no, she wasn't. It was a fucking disaster.
She fucked it up.
She literally refused to do her job.
It wasn't just Axios. One of my favorites was the New York Times, who tried to explain why Republicans were misleading in tying Harris to Biden's immigration policies. In 2021, they called Harris the face of President Biden's plans to boost the region and deter migration.
What? That's the opposite of what happened.
Well, yeah, because it's Kamala.
Yeah.
So, and
real shame she's not.
This is where the media does its tricks, does its sneaky. She wasn't officially appointed as border czar because that is a position for someone outside the administration. So you bring someone in. And their role is, border czar, special assistant to the president on the border, and they're nicknamed the border czar because there's no position called border czar. There's a Wikipedia page that has all the former czars of things, like the drug czar, like back in the Clinton administration, who was like, the war on drugs czar, or the counterterrorism czar.
Who's the drugs czar though?
The position's gone. Now? Position's gone. It's not a legislative. It's not a position established by law. It's the president can appoint someone to do whatever. If I were President Tem, we would all be really fucking surprised as to how that happened. But I could appoint you as special assistant to the president on cupcakes, and you could be the cupcake czar. It doesn't have to the executive branch has the power to appoint.
I feel like my
people to the executive
on that kind of sort of thing. Like I feel like I need more than that.
All right, the fucking special assistant to the president on drywall or snowplows.
Not good either. Not good either.
He's the official Mr.
Not good either.
Yes, he would be. We wouldn't call you the border czar. We'd call you the plow czar, or aka Mr.
Plow czar.
200.
Because he says, laughing my ass off, I always thought Tim was a cupcake guy.
Fuck, you better be careful. Fuck, you better be careful.
New York Times even said the old border czar.
Do that to me? Man.
Dude, that's great. The New York Times even said the old border czar stepped down because Harris's new role as one of the administration's top border officials had eclipsed the position. So they had a border czar, appointed Kamala to this role that totally wasn't the border czar, and the border czar stepped down because he was superfluous. He was excess to requirements. Like, come on. Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a victim is manipulated into doubting their own memory, perception, or sanity.
That's how I feel all the time.
Just it has been so whiplash inducing between the Biden's not old. What are you talking about? Yeah. He's the smartest and clearest he's ever been, to no, actually he needs to go. And now Harris has never border czar. What are you talking about? Like, come on, man. Like,
yeah.
Surely the media has to realize that they're stretching the fucking what little credibility, which is basically nothing at this point. What little credibility they have left among surely normies are going, hang on a minute, what the hell?
No, they really believe the normies that that's stupid.
If normies
and maybe they are.
It's all over.
Yeah, because look at the lockdowns. Like, yeah, I can't say that like the normies are smart enough to pick this up because we just went through a whole bunch of lockdowns, especially in the liberal areas.
Tom Bolo says, but not entirely. Jack Smith wasn't a legal appointee because the position was not created by Congress. Wasn't an attorney. Oh, wasn't an attorney. A U.S. attorney. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of different because that was him prosecuting Trump
on behalf of the.
Tem would just be in charge of cupcake policy. Daisy says that Bitcoin speech Trump made today was fire. Trump said he was even going to make the government give all the Bitcoin bake they had took from Bitcoin back they took from
back.
People.
Yeah.
Well,
that would be nice.
Ross Ulbricht becomes instant multi-billionaire.
You got to get out of jail.
Not that it'd help him because he's in a fucking federal prison.
Motherfucker shouldn't be in prison at all.
What, his commissary would be
yes, Jack, what are you thinking about baking? Yeah.
I like
all the cupcake talk. It's making me hungry.
I like baking. Baking is good.
You said today Harris will lead U.S. effort to stem migration. Yeah, like this was only 2 years ago. 3 years ago. Like, come on.
Democrats have a memory of like literally 3 months. It's like basically it.
Like
everything that happened before 3 months
during that period.
No,
look, Trump did the same thing with Trump does the same thing with I didn't do that. I didn't do that during COVID. I didn't say that. Dude, I never said that. Fucking said it. I was there.
COVID, though.
Yeah, like the COVID gaslighting was bad enough. This is a whole other fucking level.
Mm-hmm. He needs to just be like,
literally baking right now.
Damn it! He needs to do what he's not going to do it.
To be clear, the idea that Harris is in charge of the border isn't some figment of your imagination. Look at these headlines from 2021. The facts were so damning that CNN reported that Harris was trying to distance herself from the mess at the border. Now, why would that be? Yes. Biden tasked Harris with stemming the migration on the southern border. Biden taps VP Harris to lead response to border challenges. Kamala Harris tapped to fix the immigration crisis. Then the problem shifted. Vice President Harris's team tries to this is fucking look. So he tapped her in March 2020, end of March 2021.
Yeah.
By fucking June 1st of the same year, she's like, "Oh, this shit ain't on me." She was running away from it less than 4 months later. Jesus fucking Christ. Mostly false. Fuck you. Fuck you, PolitiFact, you absolute scumbags, man. Mostly false. Was never a border czar, expert says, despite Republican claims. The myth of Kamala Harris's border czar. Kamala Harris and the border. Myths and the facts. No, Kamala Harris is not a border czar, but that doesn't matter to Republicans. This is even before. This is from fucking like July 18, 2024. Before Biden dropped out.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting on time to be honest, but come on, guys. Yeah. Remarks by President Biden and Vice President Harris in a meeting on immigration. In addition, there's about 5 other major things she's handling, but I've asked her, the VP, today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and the countries that help are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks stemming the migration to our southern border. So this new surge we're dealing with now started with the last administration. You fucking prick. You know, when the man who literally stood on stage and said, I'm asking you all to surge to the border.
Yeah.
Fucking Christ. To do with humanely. And so this increase has been consequential, but the vice president has agreed, among the multiple other things I have her leading, and I appreciate it. I agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. I suspect the media's at the pay. Yeah, look, they're going to run full fucking defense.
Already are.
And it's going to be like this the whole fucking time. Yeah. Here's Hakeem Jeffries trying to fucking do the same thing.
She was never assigned the position of border czar. They're making that up.
And that's how they get around it. They go, oh, she was never assigned the position of border czar. Like, come on, man.
It's not an official role.
Like, it can be an official role. But you got rid of the border czar after the previous border czar after you appointed her. That's pretty fucking damning.
There's no government title or position called border czar. It's a colloquialism.
To lead our efforts
is the point.
With Mexico and the Northern Triangle.
That's how they gaslight.
And the countries that help us, we're going to need help in stemming the movement of so many.
She's not the border czar. She was just put in charge of a task force.
She's just been in charge of the border. And
yeah,
look,
exactly.
and here's the entry.
Yes.
Like she's there. 27 minutes later, she's not there anymore.
Yeah.
She's not there now, unless since I last refreshed the page. So these are executive branch czars.
Yeah.
So there was an AIDS czar all the way up to 2016. Anti-poverty czar under Johnson. A bank bailout czar under Obama.
Why do I take czar? Border czar.
Border czar. There we go. She's back again. She's back again.
Up, but yeah.
Before the show, I checked. She wasn't there. She's back again.
Okay.
So, Trump had a border czar. Thomas Homan.
What are with all those brackets around?
All those brackets. It's a formatting issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's literally a Twitter, like a fucking Wikipedia war over this fucking entry.
Yeah, I bet if you were looking at the talk section.
Yeah, I had a look at the talk, and it's
like crazy.
So what's the?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
So this has been untouched for 14 years.
And all of a sudden,
not untouched, but there's been nothing to complain about for 7 years, and then this week, fucking edit request, protect from edits. Should Kamala Harris be listed as border czar? It's like, just fucking.
Did we call her Sarina instead?
Yeah, should the females be called Sarina? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, that's the correct name.
Yeah, if you're going to use the Russian term, whatever.
Peter Ducey confronts KJP on now infamous talking points card that tells reporters to deny Kamala Harris was ever appointed border czar.
Don't anachronize her like that. She's
deny everything.
Anachronize? What?
Acronize.
Kareem Jean-Pierre. No, you have to. That's too fucking long a name.
Don't call her KJP.
KJP's fine.
Democrats on Capitol Hill are being handed this card with talking points.
about the vice president and the border? Do you know who's handing this out?
I have no idea. You probably should ask her campaign.
So the first one says Vice President Harris was never appointed border czar. There's never been such a position. It doesn't exist. Why are Democrats so sensitive about the vice president and the border?
Why are Republicans so sensitive about actually not owning up to them getting in the way of a border deal? Why?
She dodged that question like Trump dodges bullets.
Why won't they own up to that? Why won't they own up to the last president told them not to move forward? It was a bipartisan deal on just right there, available to them, and they voted twice against it. Twice against it. Why are they so sensitive to moving forward and actually dealing on an issue that majority of Americans care about, is dealing with what's going on at the border?
Do you think that the border would be less of a talking point now if there was less migration to the border?
Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
Here's the handout. Vice President Harris was never appointed border czar. There has never been such a position. It doesn't exist. Border czar title invented by Republicans, and press repeats. Was not asked to lead on the admin's immigration border or border enforcement policies. Was tasked to lead admin's diplomatic root causes strategy in Central America, not border policy. They wouldn't be running away from this so fucking hard if it wasn't a total fucking disaster.
True.
Dr. Pooh says, what's the point of a White House press secretary? To lie for the president.
Yeah,
more or less.
They're the voice of the president.
Yeah, Dr. Pooh says, Harris being border czar spawned the "don't come, I'm going to come" meme. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yep.
She's literally talking to migrants saying, do not come, do not come, do not come. I think I have the clip ready.
Then Trump comes in at left center.
I'm going to come. I'm totally going to come. I'm going to come all over it.
Love those two clips.
Yes. Role focus on changing conditions in other countries, not the US border. Whatever. Gaslighting. This is a nice cut.
Quote unquote border czar. Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People are going to have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris, especially in her role as border czar.
Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record, calling her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris. You know, she was the border czar.
Calling her sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking obvious.
Yeah.
Like, insane.
Doesn't matter. Dems will vote for her.
Well, even Brave
she'll win the primary.
It's so fucking weird, Pooks. Like, it's so weird. Like, yeah.
My guess is the
black
weave
women
doesn't
are
stick to their
weird.
head. It just doesn't work. So
Or they have really, really short hair, and you're like, oh god, what are you doing?
Yeah, and they just can't get it. They just can't attach. They just can't get a good seal on the weave.
Tumblr says the press secretary's job is to give the press lies. The press gets plausible deniability by repeating what the press secretary says rather than directly lying themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah.
Bald women equals diseased women / cancer / dying. That's probably why. It's probably a signal. It's probably a signal to some people's brains that, like, danger, stay away, stay away. Let's talk about Trump's shooting. There's more news. There was some testimony. But yes, Secret Service is encouraging Trump campaign to stop outdoor rallies. Look, we understand you got shot and we totally fucked up. But we'd like you to stop I'd like you to stop doing outdoor rallies.
We just can't.
Please.
Let's be real. We just can't protect you. We don't have the people or the skill.
So yes, the director of the Secret Service was subpoenaed to testify, in front of House Oversight. So Senator Ron Johnson put this out. Preliminary findings. Former President Trump survived an assassination attempt. I feel like this is a nothing. Secret Service did not attend security briefing provided to local special weapons and tactics and sniper teams on the morning of July 13th. Local law enforcement said communications were siloed and they were not in frequent radio contact directly with Secret Service. Following the shooting, Secret Service was seen on the roof of the AGR building with local law enforcement. Photos of the shooter were sent to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, because it's not just the fucking ATF, for facial recognition. Why is the ATF the ones who do facial recognition? Oh, I watched that with my brother the other day because we were talking about the Trump shooting, and I said, you know what we should do? We should watch In the Line of Fire.
Which one's that?
It's the one where Clint Eastwood is a 60-year-old Secret Service agent who was on Kennedy's detail in Dallas.
Well, he failed at his job.
Well, yeah, and so he's a washed up grizzled old man who didn't save Kennedy's life, and has to uncover and thwart a plot against the current boilerplate president. Like there's no indication of what party he's from or even who he's modeled after. It's just a generic president. But with the wonders of feminism, stress from overworking is causing women to go bald too, which is sad too. Since I found Schuan Head as tasty after her news were leaked, but she pulls out her hair like that secretary on The Boys. Yes.
Ooh.
She's there's a fucking term for it. Tim, do you remember the term for they obsessively pull out their hair and eat it? It's like it's a philia.
Trichotillomania.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, something
TTM.
like that.
Yeah, I just googled it.
Secret Service was initially not going to send snipers to the rally, according to local law enforcement. Holy shit.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Josh Hawley says, new whistleblowers tell me law enforcement personnel were in fact stationed on the roof the day of Trump's rally, but abandoned it, citing the heat. They also say law enforcement was supposed to be patrolling the building, but opted to stay inside instead. There's this unhinged madness from the Heritage Project, which bought, what's it called? GPS tracking data from like commercial GPS tracking data from like the Hooks house, and they found that someone who visited the Hooks property has gone went to the like FBI building in fucking Gallery Place, but not the building, but an area near the building. It's like, oh, dude, this is nonsense. Like, you need far more data points to track. You can use this to track an individual person. So if you see someone travel from there, like if you see some GPS data that shows anonymized person travel from location A to location B every day at around the same time and then return at around the same time, you can surmise that that person is someone who lives there and works there, like lives at place A and works at place B. But you can't specifically identify them. Like, you could if you knew that who owned the property and worked at the company. You could line them up, and then you could say, okay, it's this person. But yeah, it's fucking Charlie with the fucking string on the walls nonsense. So, believe me, there will be so many detailed reports into this fucking thing. The House and the Senate will release reports. The fucking The Secret Service will have their own report. The fucking FBI will have theirs. There'll be independent investigator reports. There'll probably end up being a fucking 9/11 style commission report. So there's going to be so many fucking reports. Let's watch some questions during the insanity of her hearing. But anyway.
My wife.
In my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances. And so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff. And if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you. And
it's a good thing that the Secret Service doesn't protect Congress, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected. And we are one of the strongest countries in the world, so you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it. As a result of that, I'm asking you to formally step down. I share my same opinions as my Democrat colleagues. And I also think that your efforts to bring forward a full investigation and report in 60 days.
I think the point is that if they can't protect
and
the former
as a result
president,
of that, I'm going
they
to
can't
do
really protect
everything in my
anyone
legislative
effectively.
toolkit
So
to ensure that that happens sooner rather than later. And I'm sure
Secret
that
Service
you know
obviously doesn't
that
protect
we
Congress,
brought
but
a vote on inherent
they just can't do their
Garland
job
for
under it.
essentially
But
blocking a congressional
I agree with that
investigation,
point.
and I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you are probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the
Oh my God, Merrick Garland. She doesn't work for Merrick Garland. She works for Mayorkas.
Flushing
Sorry, what
that
did
we
she
need
say?
to get out of Washington, and I would be.
She says Merrick Garland told her not to testify. It's like, dude, she doesn't work for Merrick Garland. She works for fucking Mayorkas. She works for, like, shit. Her direct report is the fucking the Homeland Security.
Can you run that back again? Sorry, I missed what she said.
And for essentially blocking a congressional investigation, and I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But
She's
again,
gone back to
that
the
is part
impeachment
of
of Garland, not Garland, not Garland
No,
personally.
Mayorkas was impeached. Garland wasn't Garland wasn't impeached.
The sub said impeachment of Garland. They were
What?
trying to impeach. They were trying to impeach Merrick Garland.
Yeah, but her not testifying has nothing to do. Garland has nothing to do with that.
I get that you don't like Anna Luna Thermo, but
No, I'm saying it doesn't have anything to fucking do with it. The Attorney General can't go to the fucking director of the Secret Service and say, you don't get to testify. Her boss can, who is not the fucking Attorney General.
I know she works for DHS. That's not what fucking Luna's saying.
No, that is what she's saying. He's literally
She's saying
saying
the Democrats are telling her not to
Forward
fucking
a
testify,
full,
and that's all coming from
investigation and
the whole,
report in 60 days is
their failure to
unacceptable.
cooperate
And
with
as
the
a result
impeachment
of that,
process
I'm going
against
to do
Garland.
everything in my
It's not that
legislative toolkit to
Garland
ensure
himself
that
is
that
telling the
happens
Secret
sooner rather
Service
than
person
later, and
not
I'm
to
sure that
testify
you know
because
that
obviously
we
he
brought
can't
a vote
do
on
that.
inherent contempt
He's
against
just
Garland
saying,
for
yeah.
inherent contempt. They didn't
Yeah.
try to. They didn't try to fucking impeach him. The contempt thing goes back to the fucking Garland refusing to release the recording of Biden's interview.
That's her point.
But
That's
that
her
has
point, is
nothing to do with this.
She's basically saying she's doing the same thing. That's what she's saying. You're refusing to testify, just like every other fucking Democrat has tried to do. That we've tried to
No,
do
because she's literally there testifying.
And then refusing
It's
to
the
answer
opposite.
questions, refusing to provide subpoenaed material, refusing to provide answers, refusing to comply with the subpoena. You can show up and still defy a subpoena.
I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the flushing that we need to get out of Washington, and I would be happy to assist in that process. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Yeah. Democrats don't testify when Republicans subpoena them. That's just a fucking fact. They don't fully comply with subpoenas. They just don't do it, and they get away with it every fucking single time. And that's Anna's point.
Part of the area. Drone over the area, period. Any part of the area.
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job.
How do you have a timeline that doesn't have specifics? It all just has all the events that happened on that day, and that's it.
This happens bullet points.
The only
at some point.
That's the only bullet point. Yeah.
Trump got hit by something.
Yeah,
that's all it says.
We're still investigating what that was.
Stumbled on stage.
Yeah.
Let's hear AOC's decent question.
Yeah. You established earlier that the building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now,
yes, Fallon's found the timeline. Number 1, day started. 2, stuff happened. 3, Trump got shot at.
No, it's not even that. That's too complicated. It's literally just number 3. It's just Trump got shot at this time, and we don't know anything else.
Yeah. Individual used an AR-15.
My favorite big booty Latina.
In order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards.
Shut up, AOC. You hate it because
my question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter? Why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
She described it accurately. Damn.
There are a number of weapons out there with a number of ranges. Again, an advance was completed. The determination of the perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account when we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
And so what I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
Should have stopped at just common weapon.
Yeah.
I just think it's hilarious that she just bolstered the Second
my favorite
Amendment
gun expert, AOC.
My favorite big booty gun expert.
Look at that big ass. Look at that big juicy booty.
No, not saying that it's a common weapon for mass shooting. That it is in fact a common weapon in America, which bolsters the Supreme Court's arguments that you can't.
It's a common weapon owned. Common weapon held in two hands, which makes it fall under the definition of arms. Sean, did I get that right? I think I did.
Full Bridges says, "Am I sexist or does Ocasio sound like a sixth grader playing dress up student UN when she's at these hearings?" Yeah,
she's a pretty old sixth grader though.
Yeah.
Now she had a decent run with this line of questioning.
A perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building. There were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
Overwatch that wasn't actually
some of these
able
buildings.
to see all of it, all of the building. When your Overwatch has to turn around to take a sniper shot, then you fucked up.
Yeah. Well, we'll go through
Christ.
that later because I've modeled it. I I've pulled together positions and footage, and I've modeled it in Google Earth, and we'll go through it.
Chair now recognizes
A lot of my assumptions from the actual day of the shooting have actually borne out.
This is Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old
Jimmy Fallon
with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop a trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
You can.
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have.
I know the question.
Yes, those are questions.
Yes, those are questions.
But the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my question.
And the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president
So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, a full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you have the ability.
See, I prefer this line of questioning because this is actually A, getting answers, and B, it's not grandstanding. It's getting to the actual root of, because the big names will do their grandstanding. They'll go for their soundbite. They'll go for this bullshit. But the congressmen that have been there fucking decades know what questions to ask. Take the fucking job seriously and don't just use it as an opportunity to get some likes and retweets.
To beef up the security.
That was a bit of a
You knew
trap
about the
question,
threat,
though.
And you didn't.
Yeah,
And that's as telling.
Does
any
it-
good
yeah.
like any lawyer will like most of these guys are fucking lawyers. Any lawyer will tell you don't ask a witness a question you don't already know the answer to.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
you aren't pretty damn sure of what they're going to say.
Yeah, it's like we all know that that former presidents don't have the same detail as sitting presidents. That's
but he wanted her to admit that.
And she
But
was
yes,
basically trying to.
yeah.
Is it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site.
That to me is fucking astounding.
Yeah.
Like I kind of understand what look, this lady's got fucking both feet out the door already. She literally resigns the next day.
Yeah.
The entire reason she kept her job was so that she could attend this hearing and get absolutely fucking pummeled for 8 hours and then resign. So, because she was never going to be fired because they wanted to keep a pension.
It's even more astounding than the border czar not visiting the border.
Yeah.
She's not the border czar.
But the border czar never also has no.
There is no such thing as a border czar. There's never been a border czar. What are you talking about?
The border czar has also never been to Europe. So what's your point?
Well, that's true.
Yes, I remember that one. There's so many of those.
That's literally the answer. That's literally the answer she gave to Lester Holt.
I forgot.
Like,
I forgot
I've never been to Europe either. It's like,
I
dude, what are
forgot
you
that
talking
America
about?
had a border with Europe.
They do. It's an ocean border.
You should have been there that night. Did you talk to that evening? Did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is
protection
no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke
You
with.
called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline.
That
but I
approximate
spoke with
location
them.
of the gunman is wrong.
I think it was 72 hours
Yeah.
after you waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
He wants to,
Okay.
to say water tower.
Yes.
Most dangerous
wants to
site.
say-
What was the closest structure to the president? other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter?
Which one?
The shooter has
one?
visited the site
Which
2
one?
more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical.
Yes.
So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812, you can go to 112.
Anyway, here's the thing with the slopes.
Which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses. And they make.
I love that he must have looked that up.
Who is this guy again? What's his name?
It's this. Viva posted this one. God damn, why can't
James
I remove from full screen? What the hell?
Escape.
God damn it. Pat Fallon.
Fallon, I don't know.
Texas 4th.
Patrick Edward Fallon.
Make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung.
No,
all the law enforcement I've spoken with
I thought
over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life.
Captain in the Air Force. Went to
Tom
Notre
Bolo
Dame.
says getting into the slope discussion is a slippery slope.
Oh no, he was raised in a rural area. Maybe he did a little bit of construction.
He's probably built a barn or two.
Yeah, maybe that's about it. But he's
I own an AR-15,
military and
and
stuff.
last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago.
International
That is
relations.
until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparatore life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was the nut job on top of the roof.
That's some half-decent grouping.
I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership.
I don't get where he says the president, the shooter was a better shot than he was.
It's pretty clear. This was the scoped, and this is the red dot.
Yeah, yeah. Because the dot on the red dot would have covered up half of Trump's body.
Right there, you can read it.
Non-magnified red dot. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Preacher, we need President Camacho. We really do.
Immediately, and go back to
Terry
Garden
Crews for
Doritos.
president.
Chairman, I'll yield back.
Go back to Garden Doritos.
The world needs President Camacho.
Again.
Obviously, I'm not American.
A disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful, and you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Yeah, the problem with your argument, Pat, is that she was Secret Service for 25
Chair
years.
now recognizes.
I get that.
She left the Secret Service to go into the private sector, and then came back.
She was
to
there
the
for like
Secret Service
3
to be the
years
director,
during the
yeah.
pandemic, and then she came back to the Secret Service.
Yeah, what was she doing in the Secret Service before?
She was an agent. She was on Biden's VP detail, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a serving.
So that's the thing. She knows this
She
shit.
should know what. Yeah. Yeah.
Like she's not an idiot. She's stone. She's going out. Her entire purpose to attend this fucking hearing was to get fucking ruffle stomped, take all the fucking heat, and then resign.
Pretty much.
She was there to be the scalp. I guarantee you, day after she was ready to resign.
Day after. Yeah, Mayorkas would have been on her.
And it was
right
like,
away.
no, I can't. I'm not going to accept your resignation.
Excuse me.
There's going to be a hearing. You will go and testify at that hearing, and then I will accept your resignation.
To what end, though?
Because it takes the heat off. The administration. because they've got a scalp. If she was fired before, then she's got no if she was fired, which she should have been, then there's absolutely there's nothing to stop her from just saying no, this was an absolute fuck up. This is what really happened. I was yes, the campaign asked for more protection. We didn't have the manpower. We didn't have the resources. Basically, to making it the administration's fault for not fucking providing enough resources to protect President Trump. Instead, she gets to keep her pension at the new high level of director, and gets to resign instead of being fired. And the payment for the cost for doing that is going on national television and getting lambasted by 40 congressmen.
Yeah.
So
okay,
that's quite a spit roast.
Ooh. Actually, no. This one would be okay. Nancy Mace. Let's.
My first question: both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter? Yes or no?
No, thank you.
I don't like the yes or no thing because it's just I know it's too obvious. I see what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time,
Was
these are
this a
pretty yes or no
colossal
questions.
failure?
Yeah,
she's not trapping her with these.
Yes or no? Was it
Pretty
a
fucking
colossal
clear questions.
Well, she's trying to get her to say it was a colossal failure, and it's like okay,
which
yes,
she gets her to. She does get her to
Yeah.
admit that though.
Yeah.
failure is the question? Yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
Yes.
Have you
There you go.
provided a list to the oversight committee?
For sure.
Yes or no?
I will have to get back
Sexy,
to you on
yet her
that.
chin
That
is
a
more
no.
chiseled than
Have you
mine.
provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest. Mr. My first question. Both
And
sides.
then someone raises a point of order about decorum.
Point of order, yeah, but decorum.
Blah, 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 blah,
I
blah.
hit the full screen button. It's not doing anything anymore to take it out.
They must be updating Twitter.
So Trump can get his ear fixed like this. It's
If
fine.
your ear gets ripped off, you can actually take some cartilage from your rib cage. Then a doctor will carve it into the shape of an ear and place it into a pocket of skin on your forearm. Inside your arm, it develops and forms new blood vessels and skin. Once it is fully developed, the new ear is removed from your arm. The new blood vessels are attached to your ear hole, and the skin is carefully stitched to your head, giving you a new ear. If you're
big if true, but
big if true. Yes, CBS Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigns. So yes, she fell on her sword exactly one day after. So she basically went home, went okay. So can I resign now?
Do I get my
and
pension?
They said yes.
Did I do a good job?
So new video. The video shows Secret Service perch at Trump Butler rally had full view of the roof where the shooter carried out the assassination attempt. This is a mischaracterization. They had a full view if they opened the window and leaned out. So notice that window. Here's the edge of the roof. So this is the southern side. This is the southern side. So Trump would have been around here. Here's the edge of the roof here. Look down the other end of the roof there. So you can see where both sniper teams were. One was on this roof facing this way. The other team was on the other roof facing the other way. But yes, they were inside this building because it was hot. But this is very interesting footage. So this is body cam footage from later in the day, after the shooter's been taken down. The body's still there. You can see the water tower in the background.
With the people on it?
Behind this officer here, you can see a trail of blood where the suspect has bled out. So this is on the opposite end of the roof. About 20 or so slats down. I counted them before to do my math.
So we don't know. So this is the guy
Guy with the red tie, Secret Service.
Yes, Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him. Okay. Rifle's right there.
There's a better view. There's the shooter's legs. You could see how far away from the edge of the roof it is. It's not super far. This will be important when we look at the overhead.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike? We don't know. We don't know. So I don't know.
So they're discussing how whether he did actually arrive on a bike, because there was discussion at the time as to whether he rode a bike there. He didn't. He drove. The bike belongs to someone else, apparently. This is an hour after. Like this is day of 7 p.m.
Michelle's Greg in there. All right, so if you go to that window that's open.
So that window that's open, this second window here. Fuck, where's he point to it that I can actually see it?
Right inside this building, Michelle's Greg in there. All right, so if you go to that window that's open.
So that window that is open is the second window down.
Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the team that was inside the building covering Trump. You know, the other sniper team, the ones who came in from the roof because it's too hot, and decided to sit in the air conditioning instead. Now the rest of it's not really important. This is the important part. So I put this together. I have it in. So these are the fields of fire, or fields of view that each of the shooters had. So 1 second. Let me share my no, not that one. Stop screen. Present. Share screen, because I have Windows, Google Earth. Here we go. Let me take you on a trip into my layout. So here we go. We have Trump here, indicated by the lovely dollar sign, and then we have Sniper Team A, who were facing towards the shooter, and Sniper Team B, who are facing in the opposite direction of the shooter. Then, of course, we have the state police sniper team, who I've put in this window because I thought it was that window. They were actually in this window, which is even fucking worse. But even if they're in this window, let me move the field of view. Properties. Where is it? Oh, damn it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, if they were in this window, they still can't see crooks on the roof. I adjusted all this for elevations too.
Because the corner of the wall is in the way and they can't see out.
Yeah, because they're in the fucking room. Because I'm in a room and I can see through the window, but I can't see beyond the frame of the window.
You could look outside the window, but they won't show in your scope.
If someone's off to the left, it's not. I'm not going to be able to see them unless I stick my head out the fucking window.
Yeah. And you're not going to do that with your scope. So yeah.
And also, as we were discussing on the day, this fucking tree's in the way. So Sniper Team A didn't take a shot because they had no shot. They couldn't see where the fucking fire was coming from. The reason it took 8 seconds for someone to nail this prick is because Sniper Team B is the one that took the shot.
Yeah.
They heard the shots. They heard the call. They turned around, found the guy, and then put a round on him, and he was done. That's what happened. No need for a fucking shooter on the tower. Which is retarded. If there was a shooter on the tower, Trump would be dead.
Yeah.
So no need for some grand conspiracy. This is incompetence. Plain and simple.
Well, that kind of gets back to the testimony where I think it was Luna who brought up Yeah, there were eyewitness reports of someone on the tower, and you did nothing. Like, that's,
Yeah. Well,
we all know there was no shooter.
There was no one on the fucking tower.
But the director also is incompetent because she can't dispute. She couldn't up front, dismiss those reports. Like, she had no answer for it. We all know there was none, but the director has no clue.
They were quote unquote covered by Sniper Team A. They just didn't have full coverage because of the trees.
Yeah,
and that's where they failed.
Well, they couldn't. From his position, which is about this far along, based on the video of where the body lay, he would have been obscured by this tree.
Yeah, he's in the blind spot. If they were just on the roof,
he is in the solitary blind spot of Sniper Team A.
So
Realistically,
the
you know where Sniper Team A should have been.
The tower.
Ironically, you know where Sniper Team A should have been. Fucking here. They should have been on the water tower.
Proper overview.
But they gave
if they were up on the water tower, they would have had a height to clear the trees. They would have had full coverage, and you put Sniper Team B probably in the same spot, and maybe have a spotter like covering more of the a better angle. But
what they should have done was
that's a nice pool.
Put
a nice house.
Sniper Team on the tower as well as Sniper Team A and B. But
and look, all this is solved by these pricks being on the fucking roof.
Yeah,
having a fucking man. Yeah, having someone having a camera set up. If it's hot, put a fucking camera there. Like, it takes 10 minutes.
No one's got
like
time
these
for
weren't
that.
these weren't local police. These were fucking state police.
Well, they could have had two of them. Could have had one pointing up towards
either way,
and
they were
one
not
backwards.
there.
And realistically, there should have been no way for him to get on. Like, he climbed up some fucking air conditioning equipment.
I thought he took a ladder.
Nah, that was the original story. Josh Hawley's fucking done great work on this. Apparently, he used like AC equipment here.
Yeah, just climb up on the.
See this AC equipment?
Yeah, you just scale that. Meanwhile, there were already people standing out around there because everyone saw him climb up.
Yeah. Or it was the like there's AC equipment all over that he can get up on the fucking building. Like, this building's a fucking nightmare, and should have been covered. Should have been covered by Secret Service. Realistically, you could have just put a fucking. If you want some stadies, then put them on Sniper Team A.
Yeah,
and tell them not to get
too fucking hot. You had two fucking sniper teams, 4 guys on this fucking roof for hours, dressed in black. Give me a fucking break.
How hot was it? What
Grow
was
the
the
fuck up.
Give him an umbrella.
It was arguably
it's
hot
warm.
and humid, but still, fucking grow up.
And therein lies the problem with all this: is that the director still had no fucking clue about any of it. She had no ability to dispel any conspiracy theories. When she was questioned, she had no idea of the timeline. She knew nothing about this shit. As soon as Trump got shot, she knew that she was on the way out. She just didn't give a fuck. She knew it was over.
Fuck. I closed my fucking window. Damn it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oof.
Restore.
Rip.
Yeah, hang on. History.
Yeah. Ultimately, Cheadle's just a figurehead.
Using?
Edge.
Doesn't Edge have a restore window function?
Recently closed. There it is. Bam. Fixed.
Back in business.
No, I clicked the fucking close button for fucking Google Earth, and it's spazzed out and closed the browser. Never mind, sorted. So yes, not conspiracy, no conspiracy required. The only conspiracy was a conspiracy of incompetence.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if a nation state wanted Trump dead, he'd be dead. Secret Service not gonna be able wouldn't have stopped it on that day. So Trump got incredibly lucky.
He turned his head.
Yeah, just incredibly lucky.
If he saved him that day, turned his head.
And more than that, he turned his head at that particular moment. If he was a quarter of a second off, he would have had his cerebellum just blown out.
Oh yeah,
Boom! Right at the base of the skull. Bang! Gone.
Yep. Yeah. Look,
and the world would have.
That's
cheered.
the thing. Trump got incredibly lucky, and the shooter got incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
It's just
if the shooter had a proper
Trump's
scope,
luck
Trump
played rock paper scissors with the shooter's luck.
Yeah.
Scissors beats paper.
Thames
out.
Thames out.
Yes, preacher.
Andrew Torba says approximately 30 minutes ago, Gab learned that Thomas. I'm gonna mute you, Tam. Sorry. Gab learned that Thomas Crooks, the deranged Joe Biden supporter who attempted to assassinate President Donald Trump, may have had an account on our platform. We're unable to confirm that the account in question actually belonged to him. The account was last active on the site in 2021, as far as we're aware. The account did not use the site to send any direct messages. He posted on the site 9 times total. While the account made very few posts on the site, the majority of them were in support of President Biden. A number of posts in particular expressed support for President Biden's COVID lockdowns, border policies, and executive orders. We have saved the account data pending receipt of a search warrant. Okay. At Cather, didn't you also think Biden would lose in a landslide? Yeah, I would not be very confident in your election predictions. February 3rd, 2021. First of all, Biden's executive orders don't incentivize human trafficking, as human traffickers aren't interested in citizenships. Likewise, the majority of illegal immigrants are not criminals, and in fact, some studies, such as the one linked below, show lower rates of crime committed by these individuals. It's also unclear if the extensive path to citizenship is in fact effective at routing out potential bad actors, hence why there's a review of that system. I think he actually links to the... He blocks out the name and then...
At that time?
Blocks out the name and then links to the fucking name.
Nice.
But you have to log in, so I'm not logging into Gab ever. Because Andrew Torb is a fuckwit.
Just a tad.
I wonder if anybody's certain. They probably have already. If he used the same, people use the same usernames in multiple places. Like obviously,
yeah.
His name on Gab was Epic Microwave.
Okay. Well, you could do better.
Epic Microwave.
Wait,
That's an interesting.
There's a subreddit called Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Pooks, I think that Gab just took a preventative measure, just saying, all right, we're probably going to get looked into because they'll come after everybody, all media companies. Let's just make sure.
It's probably not real. It's Andrew Torba. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw a rock.
They probably just said, hey, let's just get everything that says Thomas Crooks and give the cops what they want, get them off their back. Get them off their backs, whatever.
Just as soon as you submit it, we'll give it to you.
So someone who didn't stonewall and actually seemed to know what the fuck he was talking about was, surprisingly, Christopher Wray. He testified the following day, and he was quite helpful.
The shooting. Did they touch that photo?
He was helpful?
He was helpful, yes.
Was he? Because all I saw was him redirecting back to the Secret Service investigation. Yeah.
The FBI is running the Secret Service investigation, but yeah.
Yeah, but then Cheadle says, I got to defer you to the FBI. Then the FBI says, I got to direct you to the Secret Service. So...
Well, he seems to answer the questions in this, so...
Fair enough.
You act like you wanted to fill us in on that. Fill us in.
So we have recovered a drone that the shooter appears to have used. It's being exploited and analyzed by the FBI lab. The drone was recovered in his vehicle. So at the time of the shooting, the drone was in his vehicle with the controller. In addition, our investigation has uncovered...
Do you know what time of day he flew it, and if he flew it on the day of the shot?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So in addition, it appears that around 3:50 p.m., 4 o'clock in that window...
Costi says, Ray is so dodge. Ray is like the movie version of a spook. If you type, give me a photo of an FBI director into like a generative AI, it spits out a photo of Christopher Wray.
Yeah, Pooks, we know the shooter was flying a drone around the place beforehand.
Yeah. He flew a So earlier in the day, while they were setting up, a drone was flown over the area. Because Cheetah was asked, because the director of Secret Service was asked about it, and it was phrased as over the whole thing, and she's like, well, not the whole thing. Like, she was super fucking evasive. Like, the contrast between her answering questions, super evasive, knows she's fucking quitting tomorrow, stonewall, say nothing, versus Christopher Wray actually fucking answering questions and volunteering extra information is night and day.
Well, it makes sense. His job's not on the line. So
yeah, exactly. He's doing his job. So like, his job is to do this.
Fair point.
On the day of the shooting, that the shooter was flying the drone around the area
2 hours.
for about 11 minutes. I want to be clear, but when I say the area, not over the stage and that part of the area itself, but I would say about 200 yards, give or take, away from that. We think, but we do not know. So again, this is one of these things that's qualified because of our ongoing review, that he was live streaming, viewing the footage from that, again, about 11 minutes in around the 3:50, 4 o'clock p.m. range.
2 hours before he's flying a drone in the vicinity of the route.
About 200 yards away, yes.
Okay, that's important information. What about the bombs that we heard about in the shooter's car?
So again, the FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices. We've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle and 1 back in his residence.
Are these what you would call, your experts would call, sophisticated operations, or this I don't know. That's what I've been told by people who have some understanding of this area.
Yeah,
Also, quick point out: this is a different committee. This is judiciary. The last one was
this is not Congress.
Oversight. Yeah.
I think it's we've seen more sophisticated and less. I would say these are relatively, again.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Costi. I think he meant like investigating or exploring, not actually exploiting. Or exploding. Maybe that's what they're exploring, exploding.
And keyword relatively crude devices themselves, but they did have the ability to be detonated remotely. And so to that point, in addition to the 2 devices that we recovered out.
So explosive devices that could be radio detonated. And the director of the FBI is like, oh, they're not really, like, not super sophisticated. I want to know what these guys are fucking seeing that looks sophisticated. Holy shit.
Well, radio bombs. Haven't radio bombs been around for decades, though?
That doesn't seem too difficult to rig up.
Bulldoze's like, what do you mean? I do this all the time.
Yeah. No comment.
Receivers
probably
for
for
those
the best.
2
He just works in
devices
demolition,
with
that's
the
all right.
devices, and then on the shooter himself, when he was killed by law enforcement, he had a transmitter with him. Now, I do want to add one important point here, is at the moment, it looks to us, again, ongoing review, and I can't say that too many times. At a moment, it looks like, because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous.
And I'm sure we're going to get into all these subjects a little bit later as well. Tell us what you can about the encrypted platforms we've heard about.
So one of the things that we're drilling into hard with the shooter in an effort to try to learn more about his state of mind, his motive, his ideology, his context, everything else, is to look at all of his devices, any social media accounts he had, et cetera. And one of the things we've learned in finally getting into his phone, which was also a significant technical challenge from an encryption perspective, but in addition, once we got on the phone, it turned out he was using some encrypted messaging application.
And again, the same question relative to the bombs. Was this pretty sophisticated, or is this is the kind of the norm you see with folks like, similar situation? How would you describe
on this subject, I would say this has unfortunately now become very commonplace, and it's a real challenge.
Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
For not just the FBI, but state and local law enforcement all over the
Tell me exactly the scope of, does the scope of your investigation include what I call that critical 5 minutes from when the 6:09, when this is based, I think, on information you've given to Congress, 6:09 when the shooter's identified on the roof, and 6:14 when President Trump is ultimately escorted off, and all that happens, the shots that take place in between there. Do you have access to the communications that were going on at the time in that critical 5 minutes?
So our investigation, when you say scope, our investigation includes that time frame, although focused again on the shooter himself.
I understand.
And his
Now, shooter's involved in that. He's obviously involved in that time frame.
Correct. And as part of that, as part of our focus, our investigation of the shooter and the attack, of course, we are interviewing law enforcement from the scene because those are some of the most significant witnesses, and we're obviously getting access to their materials and that kind of thing. And the Secret Service has been fully cooperative.
You have access to the communications that exist there.
That exact question, I don't, as I sit here at the moment, I don't know the exact answer to that question, but I know that Secret Service has been cooperative with us.
The Congress would like access to those communications as well. I mean, not just that 5 minutes, although I think that's the critical time frame. There's lots of communications we'd love to have access as well.
And here's Director Wray's answer to a question from Congressman Adam Schiff that includes...
This is Ward Carroll. He's fucking great. Lieutenant Colonel, or former retired Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force, in the Navy, actually. Naval aviator. Flew Tomcats. Fucking legend. Great sub.
Includes an interesting
I'm subbed on my other account, like my actual account.
Google search that Crooks did a few days before the shooting.
What we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not yielded anything notable in terms of motive or like ideology. Having said that, it does appear fairly clear that he was interested in public figures, kind of more broadly, and I think this is important, that starting somewhere around July 6th or so, he became very focused on former President Trump and this rally. And so one of the things that I can share here today that has not been shared yet is that we've just in the last couple of days found that from our review, to your point about devices, analysis of a laptop that the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
Fucking, that's pretty fucking chilling.
What do you mean? I've searched that before.
All the time. Like, maybe he was just researching a YouTube video.
Isn't it like 300 yards? I don't know.
Well, now I have to fucking search.
Go for it. Yeah, fell for it. There you go.
Italian rifle.
I think it was very close to the same distance.
Yeah.
265.3 feet.
70 yards.
Which kind of makes more sense because that was a bolt action rifle, which could
that makes
easily
sense.
go those distances.
Yeah.
Isn't Shorten doing a rally in
that's 88 yards. That's nothing.
Yeah, that's half the distance.
Half the distance. And a bolt action rifle, what
caliber was the rifle? I mean,
Concano, the Italian one.
Yeah, but
Caracano.
Yep.
Okay, so that's good to 800 meters. Just off the top of my head, I think.
Yeah, something like that. 6.5. It's a much bigger.
Wikipedia has a dark mode. Yay!
It's much bigger caliber than 5.56. So.
Correct. That's why the 5.56 are called intermediary cartridges, because they're between the pistol and the rifle rounds.
No, it is a rifle, but it's
rifle now.
5.56 has always been rifle.
Let me spoil it. Let me spoil it for you, Tim. The 5.7 mm, 5.7 mm, is a pistol round, which is bigger than 5.56.
Yeah, but
5.56 mm is a pistol round, which is bigger than 5.56. 5.56 mm is a pistol round, which is bigger than 5.56. 5.7 millimeter is a pistol round, which is bigger than 5.56.
as in FN's
5.7 as in Fabric National's.
I know what it's 5.7 by
FN.
20. I know what that is.
So the
Send by
5.7,
coverage.
literally 5-7, is a pistol that fires 5.7 millimeter rounds. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
5.7 is the diameter of the bullet. That's not.
No, but I'm saying that's a pistol.
Yeah, I know.
That's a pistol
What
that
do you think,
fires.
9
That
millimeter
fires.
is pistol round?
That fires
For fuck's
around.
sake. I know what 5.7 is. It's a French round. It's the famous armor-piercing round. Yes, it's used in pistols and PDWs. It's not a rifle round. 5.56 millimeter,
they're saying it's
however,
pistol
is a
round.
rifle round.
No, but I'm saying it's the same caliber as a pistol round.
Because it is a pistol round. 5.7 by 28 is a pistol round. Yes, it's developed for the FN57. That's the point. That's the whole. That's the name
and
of
the
it.
FN P90 and the FN
Yeah. The P90
P200.
uses that same ammo, but the P90 is a submachine gun. It's not a rifle. It's a submachine gun, which by definition fires pistol rounds. That's the difference between a submachine gun and a rifle. Is SMGs fire pistol rounds, not rifle rounds. MP5s shoot 9 millimeter bullets.
Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Yes, because I'm right.
Yeah, exactly. I'm right. It's just like, I don't get what we're arguing
No,
about.
RC's right.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a rifle round. It's an in between.
It's an in between round.
What's not a rifle?
The 5.56.
5.56. It's not a rifle round. It's an in between round.
It's literally
rifle rounds are 7.62
That's not true.
or 308.
Yeah. Oh, 0.22. Sorry, 0.223.
No, not 0.223. That's
all right.
Intermediate
Sorry, that's a
cartridge.
5.56.
The same as 5.56.
Fucking fuck himself.
Intermediate cartridge is a rifle/carbine cartridge that has significantly greater power than a pistol cartridge, but has reduced module energy compared to fully powered cartridges. It is still a rifle cartridge, always fucking has been, unless you want to say
RC's
that an
right.
AR-15 is not a fucking rifle. Rifle/carbine. What is a carbine?
Yeah, because the
creature?
R stands for rifle. That's right.
Yeah, carbine's just a shorter rifle.
A carbine is a long gun.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
A carbine is a long gun that has a barrel shortened from its original length. I didn't finish my sentence.
Okay.
Anyway, let's. So Thomas Massey posted his questions for Director Ray.
And now I want to talk about another possible assassination attempt. And I'll start by showing a video of President Biden. And this is from recently. This is in the last month. If we can play that.
Gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
Okay, and he's referring to January 6th. Were there gallows erected to hang Mike Pence, as the president says here?
I'm not aware of any physical gallows. I can't remember whether from a demonstration perspective, there may not have been some kind of replica or
Yeah.
symbol of something like that.
That's my impression. Can we show, can you raise that up so you can see it? It looks like there was some kind of prop that was built. The construction doesn't look like it lends itself to actually.
That's a photo of the fucking January 6th committee.
Hanging somebody is more of a prop, I think, as you
Love the
suggested, that was erected on January 6th. But if the president were correct that these gallows were erected to hang Mike Pence, that would be a very serious allegation, wouldn't it?
I would take it very seriously, yes.
Has anybody been arrested, or do you have any leads in conjunction with the erection of this gallows? We had a picture here on the screen, if you can show it again. It was just up there. There's an individual here. He was seen near these gallows. Has he been arrested? Have you identified this person?
No, that's
You know, I
Jimmy's
don't
local
know that
bomb.
I can speak to this specific person or the gallows that are pictured on the image. You know, we have had, I think, 850 people who have pled guilty to federal crimes related to January 6th, and I think, you know, another 180, I think it is, convicted at trials. So I can't be sure.
And some of them merely for going into the Capitol, but here the president suggests that individual intended to hang Vice President Pence, which seems like kind of a wild claim myself, given the construction of those gallows. But
like they're so, like that was clearly not built by a fucking carpenter or anybody with a ruler.
If we are to take him seriously, or even if we aren't, let me just finish by saying this. If you have no leads or you're not sure if anybody who erected those gallows was arrested or is being investigated, were there any confidential human sources involved from the FBI or any other agency in the erection of that prop, those gallows?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Also, whoever built it has no sense of scale. I mean, unless I've seen Mike Pence standing next to Trump, and I'm pretty sure he's taller than 4 feet.
I think that was built to Destiny size.
Ooh,
that's a Destiny-sized gallows. Yeah,
yeah,
or Tim Pool size. I mean,
to be fair, the French were short.
Yeah.
They didn't use gallows.
They used
they used the guillotine. FBI director questions whether Trump was struck by bullet as ex-president's team decries conspiracy bullshit. Oh, God damn it.
To former President Trump, I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear.
There's not actually any question.
Although, as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us.
Yeah, no one's saying he was actually hit in the head with a bullet. Like, he was grazed, as in it came close enough to cause an injury, but not enough to blow a fucking hole in him. Like, this is like here. FBI says Trump was indeed struck by a bullet during assassination attempt. So he's either struck, like they've said, he was either struck by a bullet or a bullet fragment, like the bullet fractured and
part
and
of the
hit
bullet hit him. Yeah,
yeah. I'm pretty sure the bullet hit him. And if you look here, you can see his ear has been grazed. He's bleeding like an absolute motherfucker. And we have photos. We have the first photos of Trump without the ear bandage.
And it's healed. Magically healed.
Let's have a look, fucking, because of course fucking Brian Krasenstein's like, oh, healed pretty well, right? Obviously implying that it. No, well, you could see it. There's a divot here.
It's 2 weeks later.
It's missing a chunk.
There's a little divot here.
I can see it. I'm with you. Yeah.
He's like zooming into the middle of the fucking ear like some retard.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a divot there from where he's.
Biggest mistake. Like, why Elon let this fucking idiot back? Like, it wasn't like he was banned for speech. He and his dickhead brother were banned for fucking platform manipulation.
That's right.
But yeah, you could see. Yes, there's an injury there. He has a
little bit of a divot.
A divot in his ear that wasn't there before. So yes.
Should have used a real round, like 50 caliber.
I've been told that apparently Nick Ricardo went on
with Chrissy.
Went on a stream with Chrissy about 12 hours ago. I wonder if Chrissy will strike that. Yeah.
Go to the gym.
Right, so
wait, did Chrissy actually strike someone?
I don't know. I don't think she's done that before.
But I think that was their fear. And they wanted to talk to us individually. The problem is they asked each of the other two.
Hang on, I thought he was going to be standing.
No, April's
clearly sitting.
April's under the desk, of course.
She always was. And they both said we want our lawyer.
It's not a secret anymore.
And so they stopped asking the questions. Kudos to them. But as far as for me, like they, I gave a statement willingly because I wanted to call the cop a pussy a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm kind of an asshole.
You did call the cop a pussy?
Yeah.
You would have called him a lot more than that. Yeah.
18 minutes. Apparently,
sounds half drunk and high already.
Yeah.
Review the discovery documents I have, talk to my attorney about what we're going to do and stuff like that.
And the part you mentioned about Barnes talking about hair follicle testing, that's because they tested your kids for drugs and something came up on one of their hair or something like that. And I didn't understand, how does that even get into somebody's hair?
That's a really, really good question. And the hard part is the internet goes with this weird theory that like someone was dosing my child with a drug.
No, that's a mischaracterization. Do
I'm
I
pretty
believe
sure
that some insane people have thought that? Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
My theory that I floated at the time was unintentional ingestion. It happens.
Kids saw a white powder and like, ooh. And this is
Like
one of the younger kids.
Parents were coked out of their head and spilled it on their food. Like shit, it could have happened a number of different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
blame me, of course.
I don't
Looks
think
a lot like dry shampoo.
intentionally
That's
gave
what I
them
figured.
gave a kid like one of the kids
Dry
drugs.
shampoo all the
fucking
time.
negligence.
Instead of
like
wax.
I agree. Nick's pretty well gone, or was pretty well gone. Yeah. I don't. It remains to be seen. Across the accidental whiz fizz.
Yeah.
My
He's still
daughter-in-law fucking loves whiz fizz. Like whiz fizz. She loves
I loved
it.
it
It's fucking
too.
great,
I love
and
it.
I think
I'll
it's
do it again.
fantastic. I used to make it.
Bring that shit
You make
back.
it with powdered sugar, absorbic acid, and citric acid.
Oh.
You make your own. I did
Nick
that as a
trying
kid.
to claim that
He's trying to claim that all the tests are
contaminated
bullshit and that he's got everything under control. Like this is all such bullshit. The cops are out to get him. It's a government conspiracy.
because from my understanding,
It's a deep state.
The compound that was found in the hair was not a contact.
It was a
No, it's
metabolite.
not. It's not a concept.
a
That's
metabolite.
exactly right. It's the metabolite of cocaine. So
But he
So if he's still
produces
trying to
it.
claim that it was like a
I
contaminated,
don't think he's
sample-
trying to claim that. I think he's trying to claim that he doesn't know. Like he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drugs and something came up on one of their hair or something like that. And I didn't understand, like, how does that even get into somebody's hair?
That's a really, really good question.
Gets in your hair by-
and
by
the hard
ingesting
part is the
cocaine.
internet goes with
Processing.
this weird theory that like someone was dosing my child with a drug. They blame me, of course.
It looks a lot like dry
you're the
shampoo.
father, so of course you
That's
can.
what I figured.
Yeah,
I use dry shampoo all the time instead of washing my hair.
Look, I have no idea about that. What I don't know is how that test result came to be. And there's a lot of ways that a test result can come to be that have nothing to do with taking
You
drugs.
acknowledge
And
that
this
the
is
test says
again,
what it says, Nick.
Look, I think that might be a cope, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
I thought he said the test was bullshit, but now he's acknowledging the test says what it says.
No, I
He
think
has
what
to.
he's saying.
No,
is
what
the
he's
test-
saying-
But
they
he
need
will,
to
he will
redo the
dispute it
test.
in court. I understand that, but
No, I think he's saying that there's a number of ways it can happen that way.
he's saying
and
I don't know.
that's-
But he also
So
said
one of the
I don't know.
ways is
but
they
he's-
fuck
but
up
he-
the test.
But he also said I don't know how the test results showed that. So he's
Yeah.
acknowledging the test does show that. So whether it's false positive or not, he's acknowledging there is a test that's out there. It says
Like, do I believe that Nick's kid had cocaine?
Yep.
Possibly, yes.
I
Do
don't believe he
that the-
intentionally did it. I think it's just negligence, not malice.
Do I believe that the government has to prove it? Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah, they
100%.
have to.
Yeah.
They have to prove it. Yeah.
I mean, I do fun racial jokes. I make observations.
we do a little bit of fun racism around here.
It's fun racism.
Hey, that's hilarious. So do we.
Yeah. What we used to like about you, Nick.
It's never not fun.
Look,
What do you
racist humor
think,
actually
Nick, are
is some of the
biggest,
best humor it always
like if you
fucking
could
has been.
dispel like the top two rumors in your situation, or the top couple of mistruths, what would they be?
Well, there's one in the chat. Donovan says Nick is a child neglector at minimum. We're not charged with child neglect. We're not accused of child neglect at all. Actually, that's not a concern of the state.
That's right. It's child endangerment.
That's all right. No, you're
That's
right.
that is a distinction.
It is. Yes. No, you're right.
because by the state says by your action of having drugs in the house and being under the influence, you have endangered your children because you might not be able to respond quick enough, but you didn't neglect them. There's no allegation of neglect.
No. There were reports of neglect which prompted the investigation, but we're not charging you with it.
The neglect accusation was that they were wearing the same clothes and they were getting fed.
Exactly. That was just probable cause. They're not being charged with it. No, I remember now.
Regards to us at all. Which again, this all comes from there's this big gap of information that occurs because the state has what it initially has, and then the state has its case that it builds over the course of things. And we're not accused of that. In fact, the state is pretty clear. It's pretty obvious from their observations and their interviews with us, with the children, with our family members, that isn't a concern of theirs at all. That the children love the hell out of us. We love the hell out of them. They have a full home of activity and a great environment to live in, that we're very involved with them. And people have built a narrative based on these initial reports that came in, but those reports were ignored.
Let's see.
It's not built on the initial reports. It's based on the ones that led up to your arrest, Nick. It's not the reports that were originally dismissed because there was no evidence. It's the fact that they found nearly 30 grams of cocaine in your house.
Allegedly.
But, you can't do anything. It's amazing.
How fun. Just your thoughts. You're alone with just your thoughts.
Just your thoughts and your sweet tea.
Have you seen your kids since all this went down?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like you to take.
We see our kids. Right now, we see them 5 times a week, and they'll be back in our house really soon. So,
oh wow! Okay.
Again, it's another misconception. People think again, they've created this fiction in their head that the state thinks that we abused our children or that we did anything other than the state's position is that there's this statute that says this happened. And again, without making any admissions or denials on stream publicly, that's the state's position, is that we're charged with this under this statute. All of the other stuff that people have created about child endangerment, child neglect, child maltreatment,
child endangerment is literally one of your charges.
They don't believe that that's happened. And guys, they talk to the kids. They talk to fucking everybody you know. And what they find in our case is pretty simple. The community knows that we're very involved in our kids' lives. Our kids love the hell out of us. Our kids are all in very good health. No one saw any signs or symptoms of any of the stuff that the internet has created. So, we're on track to get our kids back relatively quickly for this county, which is, in my opinion, way too long. But that being said, they'll be back really soon. Sorry to dispel that one, guys, but we're not charged with the things that people on the internet have decided that we have, and we're not even accused of them. Not just that we're not charged, it's that they don't have any information leading to the conclusion
very clearly charged with child endangerment.
Mistreated. So we've seen them through.
Well, he's saying there's no evidence. I guess we're gonna fucking
cocaine in the presence of guns leads to an endangerment charge, I believe.
Yeah, but it's a default charge. It's like, okay, well, we came here. You have kids. You have guns. Here's an automatic.
Yes. No, it's drugs in the presence of guns, not the guns specifically.
Yeah.
They're all registered, licensed.
Lila, we love Lila.
Drugs are what
Lila has famously said on Simcast, "You fucked up." Oh, no.
But,
how have things been with? How have your relationships been? How are you guys? How are things?
Well, my marriage is over.
It sounds strange to be like, "Ooh, how are things with your wife?"
I'm banging the living nanny now. She's under the desk.
Good. It's this is really stressful. It's really hard.
It's really stressful.
There's no peace when you're in the criminal justice
Has Nick
system.
spent more time on other people's podcasts
until you're out of it and out of it.
No
Like,
justice, no
there's
peace.
the out of it, like, oh, you're past your charges or whatever.
Is he pulling a
and then there's
Drex?
the out of it as in any sort of probation or whatever that you have to do is done. So
The other things with April and
it's
Kayla. Well, as we
constant
pointed out,
stress,
Preacher, April is under the desk, and Kayla
are in
is
this community
basically
and
out
there's
of
stigma
luck. Or is going to be
attached
on the
you
way out
because
like-
of the charges, and that's just something you have to deal with. But other than that, I mean, it's good. She doesn't really like being like on the internet. Like, she doesn't really want to deal with that shit. So
Like being
people
talked about, or just like the mug shot.
no, like she doesn't like, people have asked why they haven't seen her, like why I haven't pulled her onto a live stream. It's like, well, she doesn't really want to be on a live stream. She doesn't want to be in a video.
She was never a live stream person, right? I mean, she'd come
No,
to
she-
like anime,
briefly
she'd come
tried
to a
it.
couple events, but
Yeah, and she'd been on a couple like she'd come on the stream a couple times throughout the years, but not often. But you know, like right now it's mostly just she'd prefer her privacy as much as possible. But you know, other
Privacy
than
means
that,
not having
like,
you.
you just go through every day and it's like, well,
Cope, Sneed, Seed,
Drop the Pooks. I think
Dilate.
Nick's done a couple other interviews.
Yeah, he's been on a
or
couple of
podcasts,
live streams.
not
Yeah.
just the kill stream. But
It's the
honestly, I
same
can't
old
remember.
coke. I never had coke in my house. My kid never had cocaine in her system.
Yeah, but it's not like he can admit that with a pending charge. That'd be
That's
retarded
right.
of him to do
That's
so.
right. He thinks
Yeah,
he's
that's true.
got it all under control. It's just like, no.
you know, like that's fine. It's not in. I'm not inclined to talk about it, and people get to have their own perceptions, I guess. But
Then why'd
know,
you put
they're-
yourself in a position?
They're always just going to
to
be their perception.
Potentially talk about it.
this one is about the tattoo from Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Also, Nick, I saw the pics of you getting tattoos with your
Jesus
mistress. Again, they were not matching tattoos. It sucks that you spend time with April while Kayla is. No, I think you were all there. You said you were all there at the.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, we were all at the tattoo convention
They were
together.
all
It's
there.
great. See, the people again.
Wait,
this
what?
is this
Hang
is
on, did he just
misconception
dismiss that?
thing. Like,
Yeah, we're all there. Oh no, we're all there.
Yeah,
that's
no.
right.
And Chrissy
Sounds
didn't
like
read
you
the
just
second
went-
half of it. Yeah. Chrissy didn't read the second half of that either. Where they
No,
mentioned
she read the
part
whole
where
thing.
Kayla-
What are you
where,
talking
no,
about?
where Kayla is doped up.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
we read. Yeah.
No, she did.
From Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Also, Nick, I saw the pics of you getting tattoos with your mistress. Again, they were not matching tattoos. It sucks that you spend time with April while Kayla is. No, I think you were all there. You said you were all there at the.
yeah,
Well, Kayla's doped
yeah,
up.
we were all at the tattoo
She
convention
didn't
together.
say
It's
doped
great.
up, but
She
See,
laughed, yeah.
people again.
Basically
This is,
the end
this is
or
misconception thing. Like, people believe that there's some sort of mistress thing going on, and it's like we're
Well, yeah, of course. Like, but
It
it's
literally
not
is.
because a mistress is someone you're having sex with that your wife doesn't know about.
Well, hang on now. I don't think that's accurate.
No, that's not true.
No, that's accurate.
Nah, that's not true.
No, I think.
He's just got it's a sister wife.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, maybe.
all friends. Like Kayla
Just
and
a
I
woman
are
other
married,
than his
and
wife
April
and a
is our
married man
friend.
has a
And
continuing sexual
Kayla and
relationship.
I are married, and April is our friend. With
Kayla
benefit.
is his mistress. Kayla, you can know about mistresses.
No,
Absolutely.
Kayla's his wife. April's the
And
mistress.
April, that's what I mean. That's what. That's what I mean. April is the mistress. Like, it
But
doesn't
if she
matter if the
sleeps with-
wife doesn't matter if the wife knows or not. It just
If she
means
sleeps
that,
with both of them, she's not a mistress.
well, she's the mistress to both of them, really.
Well, not really.
Oh no, because women can't have mistresses.
She's part of the throuple.
Well, no, women
But-
can have mistresses.
Because mistress is men and women according to the dictionary. So,
Okay.
Our
she,
friend.
she's
like,
certainly Nick's mistress. At the
April
minimum.
and Kayla have their own friendship. It's
So there's no more like hooking up happening.
people are like, well, people think that like there's. That's a loaded question. Like, because that
not
presumes something was going on prior. That again, like I'm
Well,
not inclined to talk about any of this
was.
stuff.
Both
in that
April and
way
Kayla
because it's
fucking
just-
admitted
it's
it.
not out there for people. But what people need to know is that there's
No,
like
Nick, we all know what the
are
fuck was
spotted
happening.
out in public together because we are all like friends.
Yeah.
Like
You were all living
It's,
together, having coke orgies.
It's
Nick.
like
We
these
all
labels
know
that
this,
people
but
try to
legally
use
you
or
can't admit to it on stream.
I guess concepts that get loaded into those labels are often what
No,
drive like their opinions
no, don't
about
lawyer
things.
your way
but-
out of it. We know what was happening. Because one of the fourth member of your quintuplet or whatever the fuck has spilled all the beans. We know what the fuck was happening.
Yeah, but to be fair,
I
does
don't
he
know
really
how
seem like the kind of
reliable-
guy
I don't know
was
how
like-
reliable it is, but
Yeah,
again,
I don't trust him.
anything that Aaron has said on stream can just be used against him in court because he said he's willing to testify. So if Aaron has lied about things, we will. Pardon?
I don't trust Aaron on anything.
I don't trust him
No, I
either.
don't trust
But
him either.
again, he has said he's willing to testify. So if he contradicts himself in court,
Oh,
says so-
exclusive. BYB podcast says, "Did you and Aaron do gay stuff together with Baldo? Baldo, what aren't you telling us?"
I do not have a passport.
I feel like you probably can't answer that.
I can't talk about him. Sorry.
John,
Wait, he
Chris,
can't
just-
talk about.
just here for the lol
Aaron.
cow that Nick has become.
Can't talk about Aaron.
Would you consider yourself a lol cow?
I don't think a lolcow can properly consider themselves a lolcow. So in the interest of remaining a lolcow, I'll say no.
but by definition, you have a threat on the
Sam
farm.
loves boobs.
So,
Sounds
you're a
sus.
local.
Thank you, Sam. Anime sucks. Copen Sneeds. Can Nick please give his opinion on Kiwi Farms user MN Public Records who always cucks his streams?
Very interesting Kiwi Farms account. They post documents and seem to have access to those documents before anybody knows they're around. Some of them are public and some of them aren't. I have no idea. Like speculating on it is really weird. So
Okay. John Kristen, did Nick please himself on
judge.
stream? Or
That's
was
who
he
it
getting
is,
a
it's the
hawk
judge.
tua?
God, I wish both of those were true. That's the
All right, so this is his explanation for the passing out.
fun part of the internet, because I could tell you what I was actually doing, but it might ruin the mystery.
What were you doing?
I was falling
Heroin.
asleep and
Okay.
passing out, and I had a wound on my leg, and I was literally pressing on it to get the pain response to try and stay awake.
So he's
I wish I was
Oh,
jerking off. I
okay.
really wish I was jerking off, but I had drank so much at that point, I don't know it would have made a difference.
Yeah, we can hear it in his voice. He's full of shit.
Do you feel like
So, well, that's a excuse.
That's an excuse.
I had a wound on my leg. Okay.
I might need someone to
Show us-
would you be
show us
willing to
proof
show
of
us the
the
wound?
Oh,
What
it's
kind of
healed.
wound was it?
It's healed by now. It's fine. It's healed.
What kind of wound was it? Was it a burn mark? Did you cut yourself? Was it an injection site?
It was
Hey,
chemical
there
burns from
Worski in front of
cocaine.
him? I don't know anything
That
about
too?
that.
Yeah, Worski has said a lot that isn't true.
In your face, Garfield. No lasagna for you. From Lexi, can your wife go after Aaron for revenge corn?
It's more about can the state do that? That's up to the state.
Okay.
Notice he didn't say that revenge porn didn't exist.
What's
Good
what?
point.
Yeah.
The poster
so
said
what happened
porn, it
was,
just- yeah.
What happened was, Aaron Imholt had pictures of
Aaron is the name he goes by after he transitions.
Yeah.
Yes, Aaron Imholt has pictures, quote unquote, has pictures, according to him, of Kayla naked, and he sent them to what's her face, one of the orbiters around Chrissy May that does OnlyFans. Sent them
Is
to
it Lila?
Keanu?
Lila or Keanu? Yeah.
Could be, yeah, I think Keanu and her husband Gino or whatever.
Yeah, Keanu.
And that could, if he was,
That's pretty sketch.
if he did send them, then the state could go after him. However,
That's
Nick didn't
distribution
deny
of
that.
revenge pornography. Yeah.
However, Nick didn't deny that the porn didn't exist. He said, "No, that's for the state."
Well,
to
that
do."
implies that the implication.
So he
is that-
knows
that she
that
does have
yes.
images.
Yeah, he knows those pictures exist. Yeah.
Well.
Yep. Uh-oh.
That's all we had for that one. Let's move on.
I just think it's interesting that he didn't deny it. I don't know how could he have revenge porned her if he didn't have the pictures.
Well, yeah.
So that goes to show that
That's the thing. That stuff
that he
has
does
a
have
has a disturbing tendency of getting out and getting shared. Just look at what Ralph tried to do to Elb, or threatened to do to Elb.
What he threatened?
Did you didn't see this?
I don't follow Ralph. I don't follow any of this shit for the most part.
It was on Maddie. So,
Okay.
So Josh was in Ralph's chat, and Ralph decided that Josh needed to come on his show.
God damn it!
With his 5 viewers.
Yep.
Over on Cozy.
Does
And
that mean
I
we're
can
beating
look. I can
Ralph?
look down on Ralph because there's 15 people watching us at least.
Nice. Congratulations, boys.
And that doesn't count Rumble.
We're famous. Oh, sorry, famous.
We're doing better than.
But Ralph was having a massive pill stream. Because it's a day that ends in Y. But he tried to blackmail Josh to come on the show by saying that he'd drop Elb's docs, a list of clips, I've got your nudes, but it's threatening to commit the crime that he was previously fucking convicted of by releasing her nudes and just fucking scumbag shit, man.
We all know that Elb has nudes. She admitted to doing that when she was younger, didn't she?
Hang on.
I don't know. I've never seen them.
I've never seen them, but I know she.
Yeah.
She acknowledged that she did some silly shit.
Him even threatening to do that is against the law.
Is a crime. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
so
blackmail.
Has it been a year or however long?
Actually,
that
sorry, it's
his,
not blackmail because he's not. It's extortion.
He's not
He's literally trying to extort, extort
a behavioral
Josh
action.
into going on his show.
Yeah,
And
by threatening to release
Josh is
nudes. That's revenge porn. That
How does that
alone
affect
is
Josh?
Josh
If it
just
doesn't
straight
matter,
up said he's like,
threatened
I don't have a relationship with Elb. What? I don't control her. I don't deal with her. He's emailed with her a few times, but that's it. He's like, so that's not gonna.
Josh,
That's not gonna force him to do anything. He said, people, Josh said, people have threatened to do worse to people I actually love. And he's not going to capitulate. Josh is not going to fucking fold.
Yeah.
By threatening a person he knows of, but it just shows how big a fucking scumbag. As if we didn't already know that Ralph is. He's fucking absolute scum. And look, if the Mexican authorities were to accidentally shoot him, I don't think anybody would cry. Or if he were to be,
just wait for
if
the
he were to
Sinaloa
cross
to
the
take care of him.
fucking Sinaloas and end up swinging from a bridge, as long as they brought extra rope, everything would be fine. Speaking of rope, Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast has been messaging a male minor starting when the minor was around 13 and
What a
Tyson
segue.
was 20. The two constantly joked inappropriately with each other about hentai addiction, shock horror, sending
called
suggestive
hentai.
pics, etc.
It's odd.
They confirmed they met up together when the minor was 16. So there's been a few videos floating around this week about this particular case.
About this particular nonce.
Yes, about this particular nonce. They're always a fucking nonce. How incredibly often, I sent this video to my wife. If people haven't watched it, you should. It's good. It's from Dogpack 404. It is a guy who worked for Mr. Beast this year. It has nothing to do with the Ava Chris Tyson bullshit. No, he mentions it at the start. He's like, I'll probably do a follow-up video about that because that's a whole other video.
Mr. Beast himself.
This is all about Mr. Beast
Can you
and
drop a link to that in the
rigging his fucking competitions and running illegal lotteries.
Yeah, lotteries are a big thing in the U.S. It's not like the lottery
Wait,
we
that's
have here.
illegal.
So it's a long. It's about an hour long almost. It's a good video. He does a very good job of of going through it and bringing receipts. You may not be able to find it if you search for it. I tried to search for it and it would not come up.
Yeah,
Like I searched for I work for Mr. Beast, he's a fraud, and I got everything except this video. I had to literally look for like this guy's like I searched for his username, went to his channel and found the video. Because usually if you search for the username, you'll get the user and then you'll get recent videos from the user. I got the username and no recent videos from this guy.
He's getting suppressed.
I just searched for Mr. Beast fraud, and this video shows right at the top. So
there you go. When I searched originally, it did it.
And it's his only upload.
Granted, this has 1 million views.
Yeah, and this is
so
his only upload.
I think there is a point where honestly, I think the way the algorithm works, I think there's a point where if you get enough engagement and enough
organic
views,
growth.
like organically, it overrides any suppressive agents. But I mean, look at the engagement. The engagement's 8%. Well, like on this video, that's incredibly low.
Okay.
for a video with 1 million views, like. And look, there's no like, and I understand why they would be very fucking keen. Yeah, 25th, 3 days ago.
Was it Mr. Beast who had a scandal years? Oh no, I'm thinking of that someone else.
No, Mr. Beast has done a very good job of cultivating his image as the clean guy on YouTube. Just I just make now spend millions of dollars and make videos. I just want to make the most entertaining videos possible. And his argument for lying in these videos and rigging stuff is, well, I'm trying to make the best video possible. So, but anyway, I would highly recommend you go and watch that video. Not right now, after the show.
So all this stuff is fake.
A lot of the stuff is fake. There's fake stuff in it, but they're like, oh, we don't. If we did do this fake, it'd be easier. So like all so watch the video. You have a better understanding of Mr. Beast. There's going to be more coming out about Mr. Beast today. Like some Discord DMs from Mr. Beast himself dropped today, because that's what Sean was talking about earlier in the show. I quickly dug them up. But yeah, we'll go through it in a timeline the way I originally intended. But yes, Mr. Beast's trans co-star Ava Chris Tyson is now accused of racism. So in addition to being a groomer, he's a racist. So yes, for those of you who may not be familiar, this is Chris Tyson, aka Ava Tyson. We covered it at the time earlier in the year when was it earlier this year or was it late last year that they came out as trans and yeah, because Sunny V2 did a video that's like, here's why Chris Tyson will be a nightmare for Mr. Beast, and fucking prophetic as like he fucking nailed it. He renamed the video because Mr. Beast got all butthurt about it. But yeah,
naturally.
But yeah, he's like people. I mean, if you do this shit, if you're a public figure, your shit's gonna get trolled, man. Like people are gonna dig through this stuff. Like, clean your closet. If you're gonna do this, if you're gonna go and work for Mr. Beast, clean your closet first, bro. Like, goddamn. Chris Tyson, look at all the black people who have never had a steak that's more than $10. In reply to it, he's quoting a tweet from a guy called Blu-ray that says, "Look at all the white people above talking about it's cooked to perfection." I'm sure there's some interesting context about this.
White people like their steak well done.
Okay.
Typical. It's the same shit as white people can't season their food. It's just black people making fun of whites. It's very innocuous, casual, racist jokes.
Yeah. So no worse than we do. Chris Tyson steps away permanently from Mr. Beast and apologizes for hurting and offending people. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments. If it hurt or offended anyone, it was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health.
Our marriage is ended through irreconcilable differences.
Well, the family you abandoned and the mental health that you just fucking embraced. Like, Ridiculous. This is the guy who released the video.
Hold on, let me turn off the music.
Just perfect fucking video, perfect fucking music to be doing that too. Just listen to the lyrics.
Yep. Hold on, let me turn off the music.
Yeah. That's a recent song. The timing of that song is just so fucking
Here's a
pathetic.
cornfield. I'll explain that tomorrow. I've just been driving by looking to see, is there an FBI raid going on? What's happening? My name's Dawson. I worked at Mr. Beast from February to May of this year, 2024. Chris is the tip of the iceberg. And when Jake the Viking says, Mr. Beast knew, yeah, Mr. Beast knew. I heard many times that Ava, Chris Tyson, is a major liability, but they can't get rid of her because she's already threatened legal action and she knows too much. And when all this information comes out about everything that she knew, everything other people know, I promise you on everything Mr. Beast has done. Amazon, if you can get your money back, get your money back.
Oh yeah, because Amazon's cut like a multi-million-dollar deal with Mr. Beast, of course, to produce like the game shows that he does on his channel. Tug says Chris Tyson, who got struck uploading his baby pooping in a tub, has a fart and poop fetish and seems to like the kids. Holy pedo, wood chipper Mr. Beast. Police say what now? There's a Reddit thread.
They not like us. They not like us. Indeed. This is...
For a while now, I've been obsessed with the above. Often when I see women I find attractive, I imagine what her pooping would look like and how her farts smell. Surely this isn't normal. No, it's not normal.
No, it's not. That's weird.
And here's Tyson Boy 34, which is his Reddit account, saying, "I thank thee for my new fetish."
And read the title.
This was 9 years ago.
Obsessed with women.
Obsessed with women pooping and farting.
Come on.
Wood chipper.
Get some help.
And the problem is when you have people like this around you, it tends to splash all over you, and that started to happen with Mr. Beast.
Well, Thermo, we're not talking about the women doing it on top of him.
That's a different thing.
I was trying to figure out what to say. Yeah.
Video resurfaces of Mr. Beast making sexual comments about then 14-year-old Barbie days after co-host Ava Chris Tyson is accused of being a child predator.
Bad baby.
A resurfaced clip from a podcast in 2017 shows Mr. Beast, real name James Donaldson, saying, "Let's be real, you want to put your dick in her," when discussing a 14-year-old social media star. For those who may not remember, this is what's it, Danielle Brigoli, aka Barbie.
It's Cash Me Outside.
Yes. Cash Me Outside. Cash Me Outside. How about that?
Yeah.
Vicky says, "Women don't fart. That's a myth." Yes, my wife informs me that they do not like my wife. She fucking hates the word fart. So around her, and my kids, when around her, refer to it as a bottom burp. It's a bottom burp.
Your kids are how old now, and you still?
My kids are in their 20s.
My God,
you call it a bottom burp?
Yes, my wife doesn't. She doesn't like the word. She doesn't like the word fart.
Fair enough. The things you do for
and look, I understand there's some words like moist that people don't like.
I don't understand that.
moist.
It's just
moist.
It's the way
moist.
Yeah, it's just like okay. It's just like I've found out recently that Americans have a visceral and guttural reaction to the word cunt. Like it just irks.
God,
them.
why you got to be such a cunt?
Yeah, it's just
because it carries a different because we use it so fucking often. It has no meaning. Some of the F word. Like for a while there, I swear like a sailor.
Really?
I know, fucking. I know, like unbelievable. Like you wouldn't believe it if I fucking told you.
Italian man swears like a fucking
N-words
sailor.
every second. So.
It's in my bones. I
You
have
think
the
it's- You
door.
think it's because of the show? No, of course not.
What show? No, like probably the N word is the only word I kind of don't drop all the time. Like I would
'Cause they don't live around you.
never call someone the N word. I have used the N word like when the context requires. I don't believe that words should have like this like fucking power.
Yeah, pooks.
It's
Exactly.
a magical, powerful word. No, fuck that. It's just a word. It's in books. Like the nigger is a word. Like calling someone that. Holy
Mark
shit.
Twain.
Holy shit. That is beyond the pale.
And thank you, N-word, Jim.
Just like I can use the word kike, but I would never like you should never call anybody that.
Oh, boy.
Jewish. You're Jewish though. You can say it.
That's right. I have some Jewish. I'm 2.7% Jewish.
Yeah, but I'm not Jewish and I can say it.
But that's what I mean about intent. Like you can say the word.
Yeah, like
Words
it's
are,
like what
words
happened with
words are
Papa
just
John.
wind. It's the intent behind them that matters.
It's like what happened with Papa John, and he got ousted from a CEO because he's like, "You don't use the word nigger." Like, oh my god, you use the word. Oh, yes, to tell you what word not to fucking use. And then he got ousted. It's like,
I
wait,
just saw this. Fallen Preacher says it will come out that Chris has done horrible things to his own son in the next few years. I wish I was wrong, but the signs are all there. I hope you are wrong.
I hope you're
really
wrong,
do.
but
I
I
really
that
hope
says
you're
you're right.
wrong.
Pattern recognition is real.
I have to think that's not true. I have to think it's.
I hope it's not true.
It's not true. Like I have
Pattern
to.
recognition. Stop noticing.
You can only N word on a that ends in Y. Yes. That's right. That's the only rule.
But yeah, cunt in North America, cunt is explicitly just an insult. So while you don't hear it very often in shows and TV, but when they use it, it's just an explicit insult.
Well, here it's like,
It's like
you stupid cunt. Like,
Yeah,
stop
but they
being
don't-
a silly cunt.
Over
That
there,
cunt-
it's-
but even here, if you call a woman a cunt,
oh, that's different.
that's a pretty fucking that's an insult. But again, that's calling some like the intent behind it is what matters.
But that's the intent that gets used in North America, explicitly insulting a woman. Yeah, that's why it's has more weight over there.
Yeah,
They
like in
only
America,
use
it's
it
like
as an-
this cunt. Like when Americans say the C, like say cunt, it is dripping with venom.
Yes.
yeah.
Cunt. Like when we say cunt, it's different. It's very different.
Yeah.
Well, it can drip with venom. When
And
we say
again, it's like the Australian N word. Like that is our word. You don't get to use it.
Yeah.
Anyway, the resurface clip comes hours after Mr. Beast fired his co. I buried the lead. No. Damn it! I buried the lead. Over the last few days, Mr. Beast says, over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further action based on their findings. That's an AI wrote that. Like, fucking Christ.
Oh, I'm surprised the quarter didn't give him a high five or a firm handshake.
Firm handshakes. Ah, damn! If it wasn't 3 days later, I would reply with firm handshakes. How are you mad at this? We said firm handshake in response to Dr. Disrespect, saying he messaged the minor inappropriately. So,
Got him.
dude, his post has 255 replies, and I literally probable spam is most of them.
Yeah, that probable
Christ.
spam thing is really annoying. And I see a lot
You
of
only say that because you're on the other side of it. It's like Tim's replies are here.
No. It's same
Stop posting
situation.
like a
People
bot.
don't reply to me most of the time. What are you talking about? Like,
I
even
saw
when yeah.
I saw one of your replies and I looked at it and it literally had one view and I thought, damn, that one view is me.
Probably.
Like, I'm the only person who saw this reply.
Oh,
that's
Well,
that's so sad.
Well, I don't
Kim,
have a
pay for Twitter Blue.
I used to.
No.
I used to. That's what happens when you turn your check tape. That's what happens when you stop paying.
Yeah.
It's a massive drop.
But yeah, of course, this all started with like the Shadman poster.
What's Shadman?
Shadman.
Is Shadman?
Shadman is a lolicon producer.
Oh, kill him. Cool.
So,
Goodbye.
yes, he's a producer of lolicon. He and Keemstar have had run-ins in the past. Shadman did like a sexually explicit drawing of Keemstar's daughter. I can't describe it because I've never seen it, but I only know from like that it's pretty fucked up. So yeah, he's pedo. He's a pedo. It's pedo art. So yeah. But yes, people associated with the Shadman, Dolan Dark, Sky Williams, Sive, Wani NG, Psychic Pebbles, Ricky Berwick.
Oh, Ricky, no.
Rusty Cage, Shoe on Head, Amazing Atheist, Jessica Nigri, and Belle Delphine is there as well.
Makes sense.
So,
Too mad.
Too mad.
Mad's dead. He's dead. Mick Lauer, Pimpmaster Broder, no.
Fulham Bridger says, Shadman, who is Shadman? Might as well ask what goatee is, 2 Girls, 1 Cup, or what Tub Girl is. Yeah.
Well, see, I know all the rest of them. I just don't know who Shadman is.
Vicky T says, if Eva tatted pedo on his face with Mr. Beast, let him back on it. Worked for Boogie. Yes, Boogie's was a lie, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, his daughter was only 8 at the time. Like, yeah, piece of shit. Like scumbag shit. Drama Alert says, Mr. Beast in Chris Tyson's Discord leaks. Mr. Beast allegedly complimented Chris Tyson's dick size in Chris's Discord server with minors. And that's why rule number, what did I set it as? Rule number 6 of my Discord is everyone must be 18 plus. 6, yes. Rule 6, be over 18. Oh, for those who are interested, the other rules are no spamming, no gay ups, no fed ups, no simp exceptions allowed, and try to keep stuff inside the quarantine camps, or at least make an effort.
There's rules?
Yeah, there's rules. Let's see these fucking DMs. Oh, these Discord leaks. These aren't comprehensive, unfortunately. Well, Jimmy just chilling in electric music. He's chilling in voice chat now. Does it all the time. That's why I moved him to private. He's chilling in general voice chat now.
Yes, Preacher. There's a Discord. Thermo doesn't spend all week on Twitter looking for articles.
There is a Discord, Preacher, yes. So if you sign up on what's it called, on one of the like buy me a coffee tiers, it's like $5 a month. You get access to the Discord, and you can join us there as we pull together all these fucking links for the show. You must have, look, I don't know.
And Thermo goes and culls all of Ray's.
Since the internet is exposing Mr. Beast and the trans member Ava Chris Tyson, here's more weird stuff about him. One of the Mr. Beast X Discord mods told us they used to add minor girls to the Discord to flirt with, and Jimmy knew about this. Chris posted a TikTok of his son bathing naked and taking a poop, and it got taken out. And he tweeted about this. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just like an FBI honeypot. It's an Air Force honeypot. Mr. Beast sitting next to a child porn artwork purchased by Chris Tyson. Yes, that's the... this is the Shadman poster. And there's Jimmy right there in the background. Glancing at it. So... It's got the creepy music. But the whole mod team was underage. One of the admins, Max, I caught speaking with minors inappropriately. I tried to tell blank about it, and they did nothing. Part of what you get for having a bunch of teens running an online community server. I mean, not underage, but 21 and under, most adults. Blank was 17. Blank was 17. What concerned me was like blank and blank, who were younger women they added and flirted with. I don't associate with anyone from that old mod team anymore except for Lava. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, had to adjust my chair. So Max was in a VC once with Blank and some younger kids and started bragging about his porn collection to them. And before Blank was 18, Max said the sound of her voice excites him. That's fucking creepy. True God. They were called True Gods. God! It's so fucking cringe.
Okay, someone drag her. Someone drag her. Someone drag her. Someone drag her.
Get an iPhone emulator real quick. Fab, one of the True Gods has to do it. Bryce is too lazy, and you have to do it.
Oh look, she's I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna be called a simp. I will do anything.
Whoever does it is a simp, so one of you fuckers do it.
All right, here. I'll give Trail Mix permission to do it.
No!
I'll force him to do it.
No!
And then I'll force him.
No! No!
Move her into your band. Move her into your band.
Yeah, that's right.
Do it!
That's
Do it!
right.
You've got 5 seconds. 5, 4.
Oh, this creepy audio. Like, it must be serious. Like, I don't know how seriously to take all this stuff. Like,
I don't even know what's going on.
Were they in a voice?
They were in Chris's Discord. I don't think Mr. Beast had a Discord.
Chris Dyson from Mr. Beast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old. I was actually friends with Lava GS at the time, who is the main victim of Chris that everyone has been talking about these last few days, who claims he isn't a victim, but we all know he is, and we all know he probably got paid off. Not only that, but he's also under an NDA from when he worked for Mr. Beast Gaming for 2 years, and he tried to get me to join Mr. Beast Gaming himself, Lava. He's the one who actually sent me the contract and tried to get me to sign the NDA, at which point I ended our friendship because I knew they were just trying to silence me. Me and him were both initially involved in running Chris's Discord server, helping him set up his Twitch streams and moderating them.
Nate's calling me. Hey, what's up? You're on stream.
As well as other technical back-end things that he needed help with. This Discord server that we were a part of had about 10 people in it, most of whom were minors. I'm not sure how they got in there, other than me and Lava. He won a giveaway and Chris invited him after that, and Chris invited me after I saw one of his tweets asking for help setting up a Garry's Mod server for the 10 million subscriber Mr. Beast video. This turned into us having lots of private conversations with Chris and playing video games with him for hours on end. Not only did we do a lot of unpaid work for him that he promised he would pay us for, he would also frequently bring up sexual topics that was definitely not appropriate to bring up around 15, 16-year-olds, especially with him being like, I don't know, 20, 21 years old. He would even go as far as
Fucking textbook grooming.
Yep.
linking me several different corn and hentai videos throughout the time of me talking with him. Not only that, but he had an NSFW bot in his Discord server before he made it public. So when it was just a private server, his little circle of minors. And he would use this NSFW bot to spam different corn images, alongside all these 15-year-olds. He would also frequently call me dad and daddy, as well as the others, which I guess we all kind of just took as a joke at the time. You have to think this is someone who we looked up to at the time, we idolized, we thought was the coolest person in the world, so they couldn't really do any wrong in our eyes. But looking back, I was definitely uncomfortable at being called...
That's pretty fucking creepy. Like, no lie.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, anyway, let's move on. I'm sure there'll be more about that next week. Dear Delta employee, your uniform is not meant for you to express your identity or your political views. It's your uniform, wear your American flag pin, and shut up crying.
Starting today, Delta is banning all flag pins except for the United States flag.
Last week, 2 of our coworkers faced racist harassment online. Not only did Delta's official corporate account exacerbate the harassment, but they also implemented a new policy punishing all the flight attendants, saying that now we can only wear pins with a U.S. flag only. For decades, flight attendants industry-wide have wore flag pins as a symbol of our role connecting the world and connecting different cultures. This policy removes our right to express ourselves and does nothing to face the real problem, harassment. It gives bad actors an excuse to continue targeting us.
By silencing workers and restricting expressions of our identity, Delta is betraying their own values and setting the stage for even more harassment and discrimination.
I would like to thank the producers of this video for making sure it will get a fucking copyright claim.
All Delta flight attendants. Nobody's going to stick together for us, but us. Join thousands of us at deltaafa.org/sign now. We're getting Delta.
How does it prevent them from doing their job?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
The racist harassment was, hey, you're wearing a Palestinian flag. I'm a Jew. I don't feel comfortable with you on this fucking airline. And honestly, if you have any understanding of history, wearing, like, as a flight attendant, wearing a fucking Palestinian flag on your lapel while being a flight attendant has got to be the most fucking retarded self-own possible. The number of planes that were hijacked under that flag is fucking staggering. Like the People's Liberation Army for the people for the liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, like hijacked a whole bunch of fucking airlines. The Delta Force movie, yeah, they're the hijackers.
Mm.
So that's the raid on Entebbe was because of that. So fucking Christ. Hunter Biden asked for criminal cases to be thrown out, citing Trump case dismissal.
Oh, I forgot Hunter Biden was the president.
Biden says precedent established in Trump's classified documents case should prevail in his own tax and gun case. President Joe Biden's son Hunter has asked a federal judge on Thursday to dismiss tax and gun cases against him, citing a ruling in Florida this week that threw out a separate prosecution of Donald Trump. The problem is, so it's based on the special counsel, the special counsel appointment, but it doesn't matter because the person prosecuting him is a U.S. attorney. So
yeah,
tough
they don't want it to go to court.
They don't want him to get sentenced. Like
no,
same
they
as
don't
Trump.
want it to go to court because if it
his has already gone to court. It's already gone to court.
I mean, he wants it thrown out because if it keeps going up the chain of appeal, it's going to get to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to say, and have the whole drug on the form question, and that's a question that people don't want answered.
Yeah, well,
so that's why
it would be funny if SCOTUS is like, you know what? Yeah, okay, that question shouldn't be on the form, and Democrats are like, no, not like that. Hunter Biden responsible for greatest increase in gun
fortification
rights.
of gun rights.
Oh yeah.
Italy praised for embracing common sense on solar farms. Sky News host Rita Panahi has praised Italy for embracing common sense after the government banned installation of solar farms on agricultural land. Yeah, I mean, why I don't know. Like, you would have to be fucking dead set retarded to destroy good farming land that is being used that can be used to grow food or graze animals to install a fucking solar farm.
No, but we need renewables.
Like, surely you can find areas of land that aren't fucking agriculturally important to build your solar farm on, or I don't know, build it up, build your solar farm elevated, so that you can still use it like on top of a greenhouse or something. Build greenhouses so you can grow food inside the greenhouses.
Now, what do you need to grow food for? Just eat the bugs.
Just eat the bugs, yeah. Yeah, just eat the bugs.
There is other technology called shit.
Wind? Wind,
Nuclear?
is that what it's called? Wind.
Oh, you
That
still
kind of
gotta-
works really well.
You still got to tear up
You know?
land to build the wind farms anyway.
Yeah, go nuclear.
Yeah, right.
Fourth
Can't do
gen.
that. Nuclear. Never heard of it.
Yeah, fourth gen. What's it called? Whatever the fourth gen reactors are, they don't melt down. It's okay. Just do
Yeah,
that.
but they're conceptual.
The
Like,
only
they
people
actually
building
exist,
fourth gen reactors are the Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well they're
actually,
gonna
yeah.
suck.
In
may
case you
actually
wonder,
melt
in case you wonder how bad the tensions are in the new French Parliament, in accordance with tradition, the first session is chaired by the oldest MP, with the youngest MP being his secretary. 22-year-old Flavian Termet from Le Pen's National Rally is supposed to shake hands with MPs after they vote. The MPs from the far left alliance all refuse to shake his hand. One of them, the former Communist Party member and Algerian migrant from Marseille, Sebastien Delogue, stares threateningly at Termet as he extends his hand. I don't think he's an Algerian migrant. I think that's what this says. He was born in France to an Italian Armenian father and an Algerian Spanish mother. So he's not a migrant. But either way.
So that's how that gay porno starts.
That's right. They totally want to fuck.
Yeah.
Stripper reveals the scary truth about cheating men at bachelor parties. This is going to be a fucking ad for a.
I didn't
an
post it. This looks
OnlyFans.
like a
It's
real
always
article.
an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
It's Haley
Thanks, Ryu.
Davies. Guaranteed that's an OnlyFans haul.
I
It's an
can tell.
Australian. It's always an Australian. God.
I can tell just straight up. No, I'm
Anyway, let's on that note, let's do Aussie news. Could they still vote for someone if someone stole the cookie jar? No, they all go home if that happens. That's my understanding. The republic ends. The fifth republic is gone if the cookie jar disappears. Australian trans inclusive footballer with 5 male players dominates women's league after being accused of injuring female players.
Look at their logo. It's the,
The
rainbow
flying
plus the
bats
weird
with the
fucking
rainbow fucking
brown. Like, Jesus Christ.
the rainbow socks. An Australian football club for self-identified women and non-binary people has been dominating women's competitions just weeks after concerns were raised about the safety risk to actual female players. I might wait, like when my knee heals, I might sign up for one of these non-binary soccer teams. I used to play soccer in my youth. I reckon I'd dominate these ladies. Break some fucking bones. As previously revealed by Redux, one of the 5 men on the football team is a trans activist, Riley Dennis. Was previously accused of severely injuring women while participating on another women's team in the region, but the flying bats attracted even more controversy this year after audio recorded during a March 20 meeting of the North Sydney Football Association was leaked.
Isn't Riley
during
Dennis
the-
American?
Yeah, it wasn't Riley Dennis. Yes.
Riley Dennis is American, yes.
He moved here several years ago, but wasn't Dennis the one that started the whole if you don't date a trans
Yes,
woman,
you're
a
a bigot. Yeah.
Oh, that's
you're
right.
a transphobe?
Yeah, you're a transphobe, yeah. During the meeting, Frank Parsi, president of St. Patrick's Football Club, described another incident in which a female player was so severely injured by a trans-identified male flying bats player that she was no longer able to participate in the sport. Quote, a couple of years ago, one of the flying bats players broke one of our players' legs in a game. It was a clumsy tackle from behind. Our player had her leg broken in 2 places, and she's no longer playing football. It was a direct result of a real bad, tall player He didn't get a red card. Accidents happen, but this could have been avoided. Sorry, that's what I assume Frank Parsi sounds like. Parsi was heard in audio saying that in audio that was released by Redux on X. Oh, we can listen to it.
Frank Parisi, president of St. Pat's.
That was close.
A couple of years ago, one of the Flying Bats players broke one of our players' leads in a game, and it was in the lower division. So we're not talking about the leads, so they were really tall, clumsy tackle. They got tackled from behind. Our player had their leg broken in 2 places.
Yeah, I've seen that shit happen.
Okay, and it was a direct result of a real bad, tall player in a real clumsy tackle. Didn't get a red card, didn't get a red card. Right. Accidents happen, I know, we spoke about that. But this could have been avoided because my 5'6" player, who didn't even weigh 60 kilos, against a 6'2" player who was maybe 90 kilos, in a real bad clumsy tackle broke the leg. And one of our players rushed over to our player to try and help us. She was screaming in so much pain. And at that time made a derogatory remark to the Bats player, which we apologised for. They got suspended and so forth. Fine. The Bats player, nothing happened to them. As a result, I've lost those 2 players to the game. Now, I've also lost my 2 women's team. We're in a very small club that I'm trying to build. We've been there since 2000. And I've lost 2 women's team as a direct result of them not wanting to play against Bats players. I'd like to get your comments about that because as a small club, I've lost 24 players. Okay? And that's as a direct result, and they've all said to me, Frank, we do not want to play against the Bats players. What?
Damn.
I can see what's going to happen is all the non-trans teams, all the bio women are going to start their own league.
You preach it.
Whole bunch of bigots.
30 kilos is like 67 pounds. So it's
Yeah,
massive.
that's right. Yeah, 60 pounds. Yeah. That's a bag of concrete.
Yeah, it's almost double the weight of the woman, just in absolute numbers, right?
Yeah.
So,
because he says, I have no doubt that there are guys out there that can't make it on the men's team, so they decide to compete against women. Yeah.
Oh, totally.
And if it's non-binary, it requires nothing. I identify as non-binary. Okay. You don't have to do anything. And look, shit, even if you identify as a woman, you don't have to do anything. That's ridiculous.
Self-identification.
Look, I'm always mindful of how this podcast, this show comes across, and how an outside observer would look at this and go, what does this thermo person think? And I worry that we seem like we just do culture war stuff, but this is not just culture war bullshit. This actually affects people. Real fucking people. And this is a fucking problem. Either we fucking come to terms with this now, or fucking find a solution now, or it's going to get a hell of a lot worse. And I don't know. Yeah, the bigot stream. Yes, I'm gonna.
Unfortunately,
for episode 100, I'm going to come up with a new name, and it's just going to be the bigot stream.
Unfortunately, I think it has to get worse before people realise that it affects them.
Well, Drex used to make that point. Drex used to make the point that he was an accelerationist. He wanted stuff. He was like, no, embrace this stuff because it's the only way it gets fixed. If you barrel headlong into it and go, okay, let's do this shit. Do you really want to jump? Okay, let's jump. That kind of
false
thinking.
Flat if it doesn't go back.
But the problem is, okay, you'll both hit the ground. Then what?
Eventually,
the world
progresses will keep progressing.
The number of people who have just embraced this shit is insane. The number, they're doing it. The kids are getting transitioned every fucking week, going on hormone altering drugs. That I don't care what people say. Doctors have admitted that it's not necessarily reversible.
Yeah,
it's not a switch you can just turn on and off.
It's not a switch, and what that actually is though is it's the abuse of gay children, because most of those kids.
I've got a story about that too. I'll do that after after Aussie news, but it's fucking spot on.
Yeah, we know that we know that these kids will just turn out to be gay if you leave them alone. So what you're doing is you are abusing gay children.
And not even necessarily
progressive should be
that. Most of these people desist.
That's what I mean.
Like if they're left alone, like whether they're gay or not, it's irrelevant.
That's right.
Like,
But predominantly, most of these kids are gay. So like, you are abusing gay children in addition to abusing straight children. But every progressive should be up in arms about this. Like, yeah, transitioning children, it disproportionately affects gay children to the order of like 4 to 1. It's crazy. But they embrace it.
I feel very sorry for this Frank Parsi guy. Like he's trying to get women into the sport.
They don't want to compete. And I wonder why.
Because like he's trying to do this thing where he's trying to be inclusive and get women into playing sport and enjoying soccer as a sport, football or association football or whatever you want to fucking call it. And he's getting stymied because other progressives are going even further and going, well, we should let trans women play. It's like, well, hold the fuck on. Like, it's just I feel like sport needs to just have weight classes now instead. All sports.
Well, even in weight classes,
Celine,
they're still segregated. Whatever. Oh, sorry.
Celine against the machine and her 5 head has this video.
I love Celine, but that's true.
Flying Bats Soccer Club. Your abandonment of women to pander to trans-identifying men is an embarrassing disgrace. To include no less than 5 men on a lesbian team that competes in a women's league is not only absurd, but unsafe, unfair, and deeply ungrateful. Because brave and visionary women who came before you fought hard to establish women's sports, to expand and enrich the lives of women and girls. A watershed in female liberation that you have inherited and directly benefit from. And yet, instead of preserving and defending this legacy for future generations of women and girls, you have handed it on a silver platter to entitled, interloping men. Because your proud policy of inclusion is in reality a zero-sum game. 5 men in means 5 women miss out. And while you play make-believe and deny the many salient differences between male and female bodies, the scoreline tells the truth. With a team that's half men, you've become unbeatable, while your female opponents must choose between a humiliating defeat or a demoralising default. So while you bask in the glory of your Pyrrhic victory, consider the legacy that you are leaving. Because including men in women's sports is not the moral flex you think it is, but an act of base treachery and flat-out cheating.
I agree with that man 100%.
Yes.
Could not have said that better myself. Couldn't have said that better myself. I'll drop that lady's Twitter handle in the description. Please go chuck her a follow. She's an absolute firecracker. But she's right. The scoreline doesn't lie. Their last win was 12-0.
Jesus Christ.
Which brings their for and against to a whopping 59-3.
Fucking hell. That's absurd.
That's their record. Yes, 59-3.
That's insane.
It's
As in
insane.
they've scored 59 goals and
As in the
had
season,
3
they've
goals
scored
taken to them.
59 goals and had 3 scored against them, yes.
Jesus Christ.
That's
Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, so they're dominating because sorry, I keep thinking that the team is just women. My bad.
Bucks also have a brilliant article that was dropped very, very recently, so I definitely suggest that you go and read
Redux
that.
does God's
And
work.
for anyone that does the whole these women should just refuse to play.
Like Redux and the Publica, they really did really cover this stuff well. But Redux does a great job.
And what's his
And interestingly, the what's it called, Slats, whatever the fucking name is, works for both. Like she does articles.
Yeah,
for
she
the
works in
Publica as
quartering.
well. Yeah.
The CEO of this organisation said that any team that forfeit would result in disciplinary action. Please go read this article. I'll pop it in the description as well. Flying bats, hey? More like flying bats and balls. You absolute disgrace.
Yeah, so if you get physically beaten up by men or be disciplined.
Yeah,
take the pick.
Yeah, or be thrown out of the league.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to come down to. Is just if everyone, the only way to do it would be for everyone, every team to be like, no, we're not playing against them, and no one's playing against them.
But you can't politic your way out of this problem. Nothing will change until the teams and the women take a stand for themselves.
That's what I mean. Then I can see a time when women just go, no, we're starting our own league, and they're not joining.
Yep. And then they're going to get sued for discrimination, and the shit is just going to hit the fan. And
Dr. Pooks, I'm pretty sure they do. Like I'm pretty sure I've seen them post articles on the Publica. I may be wrong. I could be wrong. I might be confusing them with someone else. Anyway, journalists from the other newspapers the newspapers in Australia that aren't owned by Rupert Murdoch walked off the job for 5 days, starting 2 days ago.
Journalists at The Age, the Sydney Morning Herald, and other 9 papers, including the team they've sent over to Paris to cover the games, will walk off the job for 5 days as of 11 o'clock Melbourne Sydney time today. They do plan protests outside their Melbourne and Sydney offices at some time.
That's embarrassing. Imagine sending a team to cover the Olympics and they go on strike.
And nothing
while they're over there
was lost.
Oh yeah, for those of you who may not be aware, the Olympics is on. I don't care. You shouldn't either.
It's in
today. Now this comes after
Middle Eastern country of Paris.
Cringe.
Yes, it's in the wonderful Middle Eastern country of Paris. I do have a couple of stories about what's going on there, but
So a pay increase completely broke down. The company has made up to 90 redundancies in recent months in its
The job isn't
publishing
worth it.
division. So journalists say in their print and digital team say they've been forced essentially to choose between a pay rise or job losses. And journalists at The Age, the Sydney Morning.
That's funny. Let's.
What was that? There was 90 in the past, however long. I predict there's going to be
Funny.
plenty
I'm
more.
still seeing articles.
What? Tony Burke just became immigration minister? Fuck off.
Oh yeah.
How many of opinion pieces?
Well, that's
Whatever.
news.
And recent
more
updates.
people,
How
more
many-
boats,
how many
more boats
were
are coming,
written by-
boys.
How many of these were fucking ready to go from before?
No, how many
Oh,
were written
whole
by
bunch of them.
ChatGPT?
All of them.
Regularly, yeah, like that,
Even-
that's what
even
AI
before.
can do. Yeah, like AI is replacing the need for journalism.
Zero alcohol beverages appeal to teens and could encourage alcohol use.
Got to ban it.
Fucking
As if they
retarded.
weren't already drinking.
What fucking 15-year-olds are drinking zero? Like, who the fuck
did.
drinks
I
beer
did.
for the taste?
Not out.
It's beer, but it doesn't have alcohol in it.
There's
Is
vodka
that
and
a
stuff. I
Woolworths
did. I
tag
did.
or is that a
I did.
BWS tag?
I think there's
So,
a BWS tag.
The scenario, Thermo,
But you can
is
buy
a
them at
person
Coles.
that no longer can drink, but still wants to appear like they're participating.
You know, I understand
in
the
a shindig.
purpose. I understand the purpose for like it existing.
But in terms of
But
the
why the
fucking
fuck
kids,
Look, if it's
no idea.
15 to 17-year-olds want to drink beer, they'll drink beer. It's not exactly
buy it.
difficult to fucking get.
No, like there are kids who don't want to consume alcohol. Like I was one of them, and yeah, I would have a non-alcoholic drink.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
and
it's called
suddenly
fentanyl.
everything falls into place.
It all makes
It all makes sense now.
Oh, I didn't.
This is a revelation to me, Timothy.
I hated when my dad tried to offer me beer because like I didn't like drinking. Like,
I had-
How many?
I had wine in my. I had wine
Like
put
40?
in my bottle so that I would sleep better.
Yeah, no,
So-
obviously I drink a little bit now.
I've
as
also
an
been
adult,
dosed
but as a
with the wine.
teenager, fuck no, I hated drinking. I hated being one of those crazy party kids. I didn't want to be one of them. So yeah, it all makes sense. But yeah, there's absolutely kids out there who want the taste of the alcohol or the taste of the drink, but they don't want the alcohol. So
Yeah, but there's other things they can drink that are
I
better.
know,
And they're just
But the
retarded.
stupid part though now is that the federal government is going to try and regulate this shit.
What? Okay,
Because it's
so-
going to be a gateway to alcoholism because they know that, or they believe, that there are that teens love these things now.
So are they
And
saying
as-
that
as-
alcohol
it's-
brands?
it's the next bullet point. Leon Booth from the George Institute, who led the research, says the products could further normalize alcohol consumption among teens. So they think that these things are a gateway to alcoholism.
Yeah,
And
but
they're going to start
how?
trying to. because you've had the non-alcoholic version. Now, when you turn 18, you're going to go crazy on the alcoholic version. That's what they're afraid of. They're full of shit, obviously. But it's the government just trying to find the next boogeyman in our society, and we want to regulate it, try and restrict access, try and demonize it. Same shit they did with vaping. They're going to come after your non-alcoholic drinks first. They're going to come after the healthier alternative, which is fucking retarded. And what's next? What's next? The Cancer Council and the Alcohol and Drug Foundation are calling on the federal government to regulate how zero alcohol products are marketed and sold. They're doing the same shit they did with vaping. They're looking for a boogeyman. Because heaven forbid people in their late teens start experimenting.
There are calls for better regulation of zero alcohol beverages following new research suggesting they condition teenagers into harmful drinking culture.
Correct. Yeah. So when they turn 18, they'll just get the alcoholic version because they drink these things so much they'll just drink the alcohol.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Where are these so they're saying, these things that aren't alcoholic. So okay, so a company that produces alcoholic beverages can't produce non-alcoholic beverages without us having a problem.
Apparently,
which that's what they're saying. You already like the taste of the non-alcoholic version, but now when you turn 18, you can just drink the alcoholic version and become an alcoholic. It's just fucking retards trying to regulate everything.
What the hell is the Cancer Council doing? Commissioning studies.
Alcohol causes cancer, liver cancer, and all that. So.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are calls for better regulation of zero alcohol beverages.
Yeah, there's always calls for better regulation.
Of course, there's always. It's Australia. Everything's going to be.
Anyway.
Yeah, they're a gateway.
Sorry, I took the opportunity to run upstairs and use the bathroom.
That's cool. Is there anything while you're on mute? Will you mute?
I appreciate that.
That's all right. But they're a gateway to alcoholism, apparently.
What a crock of shit.
Yeah, what the fuck ever. Yeah, sure.
Electrical trade union members walk out on Anthony Albanese's speech at New South Wales Labor Conference.
Trouble in paradise.
Yeah, trouble in paradise. Anthony Albanese addressed the conference on Saturday, while Premier Chris Minns will speak today. A number of Gaza protesters, of course.
Naturally.
The party's stance on Gaza, bail laws, and public sector wages are likely topics for discussion over the weekend. So members of the ETU walked out on Albanese's speech. That earlier refused to give Albanese a standing ovation as he received a hero's welcome by delegates. Some ETU members heckled when party staff officials spoke of their decision to exclude the CFMEU construction division from the conference, yelling shame. Okay, so it's because of the CFMEU shit.
Yeah.
So they're showing solidarity.
Good for them.
Anyway, this is the story I was talking about. Washington, D.C. family lose custody of their autistic son, 16, after refusing to let him transition to a girl.
DC's fallen.
Well, yeah. A military family who lost custody of their autistic son after they refused to transition his gender are suing a major DC hospital. The family said their boy had never shown any desire to become a girl until, at 16, he was hospitalised for self-harm after a bitter breakup with his girlfriend in 2021. Staff at the Children's National Hospital informed the family that he wanted to be a female and should be referred to using she/her pronouns going forward, the suit claims. They've accused the hospital of starting a full-on campaign to transgender this child and accused the staff of mental reprogramming, saying their son had been forced to write letters to friends disavowing his previous male identity. According to the lawsuit, the hospital used its emergency policies to keep the boy in its units and reported the parents to Child Protective Services. The boy was then moved into foster care and hasn't been back to the family home since. What followed has been a 2-year legal battle for custody of the teen, who's now 19 and remains in foster care. The parents, who are in their 40s and African American, say their son was at risk because his condition means he's vulnerable to social manipulation. Tim, you're not vulnerable to social manipulation, are you?
No, not at all. Trans pride and all that shit, right?
They've spoken exclusively to dailymail.com, but want to remain anonymous to protect their estranged son's privacy. The boy's father revealed how they had to sell their thriving business and 4-bedroom home to cover legal costs. Father said it's been devastating. It drained so much money, there's no money left. It changed their entire way of life with the loss of our child and then the loss of our income. Carl von Batten, a committee member for the DC Republican Party, who's... What? There's a Republican Party in DC?
What?
Who's supporting the parents, says the case was personal to him because he also has an autistic son. Mr. Von Batten said to me, this is personal. My son is autistic, and if you tell him you're a penguin, he will tell me he's a penguin. I'm very upset by what they have done in this case. There seems to be no safeguarding. I don't want this to happen to my boy or any other child with autism. Family is seeking $100 million in damages and cover for their legal costs. Pictured above is Chaplain Lavender Kelly, who is believed to be currently caring for the child. The individual says online that they do not have a gender. Is fat a gender?
Yes.
They certainly have an agenda. They may not have a gender, but they don't have an agenda. Yes, it is a black family. In one post on Facebook from 2022, Kelly said they supported transitioning children without their parents' consent, saying they were drained from arguing with families. The suit adds that since being removed from the care of parents, the youngster has appeared in provocative and sexually suggestive poses on Instagram. It's not difficult. They just want to fuck kids.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's unclear whether the 19-year-old has received any sex change treatments like feminizing hormones or gender reassignment surgery.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
I read this story before the show. The kid was put in a foster family, and the foster mother died unexpectedly. And then the boy was put in the custody of this individual, the chaplain of the hospital.
Yeah. Gross.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, this shit is happening right now. Has been happening. Parents have had their kids is having their kids taken away and transed. So the European Union wants to build a comprehensive database on the assets of all citizens.
I wonder why.
Wait, what?
They want to build a comprehensive database of the assets of all citizens.
As in what all the shit people own?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So that they can take it away. That way you own nothing.
Your houses, your
And you'll be
shares,
happy.
your boats, your cars, everything.
The EU justifies the introduction of the asset register mainly with the... Oh, my God. Sorry, that was a huge yawn.
I was just guessing, but the comment says it, yeah.
Yeah. With the need to combat money laundering and terrorist financing, the tracking of assets of Russian oligarchs is also cited as a reason. Critics, however, fear the register could be misused in a time of crisis to use citizens' assets to pay off debts. That would never happen. The government would never seize your money to pay off their debts.
Yeah, they wouldn't ever force
real
you to
estate,
forfeit your assets.
real estate, bank accounts, securities, vehicles, and possibly works of art or precious metals.
Ooh, so all the
liquid assets that they could take and sell real fucking easy.
So all the grifters who are trying to tell people to buy silver and gold as an
Buy noble gold.
Yeah, all that shit. Well,
Oh,
if you're in Europe,
Megyn Kelly has an ad
on
her show, and it drives me fucking spare every
it's
time.
all the right-leaning people that have.
Yeah. I don't remember if it's Noble Gold or one of the other ones because there's like 4 or 5 organizations.
Or precious metals. Or
I think it might have been Birch Gold.
Yeah, Birch. Yeah,
But
Shapiro uses
it's
Birch Gold.
it's the same script, and it's the US the US dollar is no longer being used by Saudi Arabia to buy oil. That the agreement is expired, and it's like, dude, it hasn't. You know why? Because it never existed. There was no fucking agreement for the Saudis to fucking buy oil in fucking dollars. There was an agreement back in the 70s that the US would provide military equipment to the Saudis if they invested in US treasuries at the time, but that was it. And that was never a long-term thing. That deal expired in 78. Like, I fucking... at the very least, don't lie at the start of your fucking ad. And I know why they do it, because it's like, oh, because the people who buy gold like that, they're the ooga booga booga, BRICS is coming, BRICS is going to scare you. They're the, no offense, Tam, they're the U's of the world. Is he still asleep?
Goddamn.
Tam, are you there?
Oh, he heard us.
No, I just unmuted him. Damn.
Goddamn.
Are you awake? No, if he was going to wake up, we would have woken him up long ago. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, they're the people who buy the BRICS nonsense, and people who don't have a good understanding of how economics works or how global finance works. Which, granted, that's a lot of fucking people. But they're also the people who are prone to believing bullshit.
What's the BRICS nonsense? Sorry.
That BRICS is the BRICS is going to take over the world, Russia, and they're going to supplant the US dollar as the most powerful currency.
China,
completely ignoring that if China wasn't a member of BRICS, it wouldn't even rate on a fucking list. It's that fucking small.
I know.
Tom Mullen says, "Hey, I spread the BRICS nonsense."
Yeah. Sweden is not that powerful.
And that's why I love you, Tom Bolo. BRICS may take over if they put effort into it. No, they won't, because which of those letters, two of those letters will never get along. I and C, and they're the two biggest economies in BRICS.
India and China. Okay.
India and China fucking cannot stand each other, and they will not agree to use each other's currency.
They're already feuding against a piece of land.
What? Who is BRICS?
BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. They've got like associate members like Iran. Saudi Arabia is like an associate member. It's just meetings they go to every so often. Like it's an effort for China. Yeah, India and China. Yeah, China wants all of theirs, and India wants all of theirs. So that's they want to rewrite their borders. Make no mistake. If anything kicks off and China's involved, India's going to be on our side.
Yeah.
So there ain't no way China, because that's the power of a trade union like that, like the EU, like the US, is a single currency that you can trade with. All BRICS has is a pre-existing currency exchange agreements. So I'll buy your stuff in RMB, and you'll buy my stuff in Brazilian reals. Is it reals? I'm
Some of that, but they only have about 27% of the world's GDP.
Including China.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, China is not wealthy.
And China's not on the rise anymore. You're talking about 27%, that sounds low.
That's just Wikipedia. It says all 5 initial member states, so the BRICS.
Initial member states. Because I think Indonesia's joined as well.
Yeah, no,
it's a lot of people. That's the thing. It's a lot of people.
Not part of it. No.
It's a lot of people who've joined. That's it.
Yes, a lot of people, and not a lot of money.
It's not going to supplant
country.
It's not going to supplant the US dollar. They said the same thing about the EU. It's not going to happen. So if the US dollar is replaced, it'll be replaced by the Amero, or some sort of digital US dollar in 40 years' time.
Euro, yeah.
The Amero was a proposed currency for the North American Union.
Right.
So Canada,
which thanks to Mexico being Mexico would never join anymore, thanks to NAFTA and
US,
Trump's
Mexico,
revised NAFTA. Mexico gets too good a deal by being able to control their own currency.
Yeah.
So.
Really?
So BRICS is not a BRICS. Yeah, because of NAFTA. Yeah, because it makes it easier for them to ship jobs to Mexico because of rules around NAFTA.
Oh, okay.
It's globalism. Trump renegotiated NAFTA and got some protections like tariffs put in for domestic manufacturing. NAFTA was a very good deal for everybody except the US. It was good for the US consumer because it meant cheap products flooding into the US. It was bad for the US worker because it meant well-paying jobs flowing out of the USS, out of the US.
What did they replace it with?
NAFTA. They just renegotiated.
Oh,
I think
thought
Trump called it
was
NAFTA 2. NAFTA 2.0. I think they just reopened the agreement and just recertified some changes. And that's exactly right. The Chinese manipulate their currency, which means like the renminbi is not a floating currency. It's centrally controlled. Third countries are not going to ever use a currency that isn't floating, like the renminbi. Like if you can't trade it directly, like I can't go and buy RMB futures on the open exchange. Like if I want to invest in Chinese currency, I need to buy a shipping container. So, and that's the only way you can do it. At least at scale. Like, anyway, moving on. Lives TikTok says manhunt underway in Hancock, Michigan, after a suspect ran over an 80-year-old man who was putting a Trump sign in his yard. Police believe this individual is involved in a string of politically motivated attacks. Impossible. I've been told that only Republicans engage in political violence and that political violence has no place in America. And I'm sure if this had actually happened, Biden would have said something about it. The individual was driving an ATV and pulled the sign out of the yard. When the victim tried to pull it back, the suspect ran him over. The victim has been taken to hospital and is in a critical condition.
Hancock City Police say they need your help to find someone who could have caused a string of incidents over the weekend.
The cases range from vandalism to a hit and run involving an ATV. TV6's Vinny Lavia joins us in the studio to break down what we know. Vinny.
Grace, Cody, the Hancock Police Department is asking the community to help identify a suspect in a string of incidents in the city yesterday. The incidents are 2 vehicle vandalizations and a hit and run.
I bought a box of Cheery Cheers on Prime Day. So
3 are suspected to be politically motivated. In all 3, the suspect was driving an ATV four-wheeler. The hit and run was at a residence on Anthony Street at roughly 5:45 in the afternoon. An 80-year-old resident was setting up a Donald Trump support signs in his yard. According to the police, the driver had pulled out the signs, and when the resident tried to put them back, the driver came back into the yard and ran the resident over. The resident is now at Portage Health in critical condition.
We're not sure what could happen. Could he die from these injuries? Possible.
That's Tammy Sleeman is the police chief.
Anybody out there that
She's
has
hiding
any
a golden
information
A's.
on the person driving this four-wheeler, please call the Hancock Police Department.
You can call the department at 906-482-3.
There's a telephone box on the side of that building. How small is this fucking town?
Oh, it's got to be small.
Police believe the suspect on the what? Dude, police believe the suspect on the ATV shot himself in his home.
What?
In cooperation with Hancock City Police, deputies responded to an address on Sampson Street in Quincy, TWP. The Hancock City Police Department had received a message from an individual at the address who stated that they wanted to confess to a crime involving ATV driving within the last 24 hours and to send someone to pick me up. Officers arrived, discovered a 22-year-old male suspect on the scene. The male individual was found deceased with a single self-inflicted gunshot wound. Deputies obtained a search warrant for the residence and recovered several electronic devices which will be searched. Damn! I encourage all criminals to do the same thing that this guy did to self-select himself out of the gene pool.
Mm. Yeah, Hancock's about 5,000 people.
Yeah. I figured it'd be a small town, yeah. That's all right. Well, all's well that ends well. Tombolo for $5 says, nice Arvo for a cold one. Thank you, man. Always appreciate it. Yellowstone biscuit basin explodes. Let's watch this video. Wait, this feels like it's unrelated.
That looks like
Wienermobile involved. Oh no! Thank God. I thought it was gonna be Fox News doing their regular thing.
Isn't that the new motorcade?
That's the new Beast.
Hell yeah!
That's gonna be Kamala's. That's gonna be Kamala's new car.
Showing an explosion at Yellowstone volcanic eruption. Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
That would be close to park time.
Oh my.
Yeah, that'd do a little bit more than close the fucking park. It'd close the fucking
North
east
America.
coast of the, close the west coast of the United States permanently. All right, let's talk about Paris. So the Olympics are on there. Let's check in with how it's going. Australian tourists reportedly gang raped in Paris by 5 African type individuals. I almost said African American.
They're French. What are you talking about?
Yeah, French.
They look like French people to me.
Yeah, they're clearly Algerian or
they're basketball
Congolese.
French.
Sorry, Congolese
Just
is what I'm
basketball
looking for.
Frenchies.
Yeah.
A young Australian tourist visit to Paris turned into a nightmare after she was gang raped by 5 men yesterday. Police have described her assailants as being African-type individuals. Around 5 a.m. on Sunday, the 21st, this was last weekend, police were called to a kebab shop in the historic 18th arrondissement. With staff reporting that a severely traumatized woman has sought refuge in the small restaurant. The woman, who Le Journal du Dimanche reports to be 25 years old, told the staff she had been attacked by 5 men. When attended to, the woman's dress was reportedly turned inside out and she appeared to be under the influence of a substance, although it's unclear at this time if it was alcohol or perhaps a drug used to facilitate her assault. Source told French press that firefighters were emergency responders on the scene, because of course they were. Why would police get there first? And took the woman to Bichat-Claude Hospital, according to local reports. The tourist was interviewed by police while in hospital. As she had a ticket to fly back home back to Australia today, the local prosecutor initiated a special process for foreign visitors to expedite a complaint to be filed on her behalf. At the time of running, the police have opened an investigation into the gang rape, as the complete circumstances of the attack have not yet been revealed. No suspects have been identified. However, because the area where the rape is suspected to have occurred is littered with video surveillance cameras, the police are expected to trawl through the footage as part of their investigation. French users on social media were not shocked to hear the news, with many noting that Paris has experienced a spike in rapes coinciding with mass migration from Africa and the Middle East. This is how you know this is the public, not a regular fucking news article, because they would not. This part would not be in there at all. Mm-hmm. This is a norm in France when we get rid of common sense. Why use a day? Again and always the same. No integration no longer works. Added another. Last year, 93 rapes in public places were recorded by the Paris police, which includes squares, streets, and parks. In 2023, there are approximately 94,900 sexual offences recorded by police across France, a significant increase when compared to the previous year, when around 84,500 sexual offences were reported by the authorities. Recent statistics have revealed that 77% of rapes which occurred in the nation's capital were committed by men with a foreign background. Concerns around the migration issue, blah, 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 blah. National rally, blah, blah, blah. Riots in France, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, some cultural enrichment going on. Day one, French Olympic Games. Australian cycling team robbed. Match abandoned due to violence. And a trans woman delivered Olympic flame.
So our van got broken into last night. Luckily my bikes weren't in there, although my bike bags were in there with some things in it. Crazy start to the trip.
Europe, am I right? Apparently this happened in Brussels. Not in Paris, but yeah. So
speak French over there.
Same.
Well, he
Same,
said the
but
French
different.
Olympic Games. It is the Australian cycling team, and they were robbed at the Olympics. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and here's the Olympic flame being delivered to a man dressed as a woman. But of course, it's just 2024 things. Yes, Fallen Preacher says it's part and parcel to living in a big city, in a large city. Yes. And that applies to both the robbery and the gang rape.
Yeah.
Moving on. Bibi gave a speech to Congress yesterday, I think it was. So he claimed that pro-Palestinian protesters are idiots who stand with rapists. 6 people were arrested. Of
No,
course,
he's not
because
wrong.
protesters can't control himself. His speech was very powerful. I heard some excerpts for it. Of course, there were people doing the whole, he's got blood on his hands, yada, yada, yada. American flags were, of course, burned.
Of course.
You guys, men, stop acting like women.
You guys are men. Don't act like a woman. You guys are men.
Inshallah, brother.
Don't take orders from another man or woman. Say, no, I'm my own man. I make my own decisions. Nobody tells me to do my own thing. I do.
I don't know. That's probably a deep burn coming from him.
But yes, anti-Israel rioters burn U.S. flag, attempt to breach Capitol lines. Uh-oh. As Netanyahu addresses Congress. God, I really wish there was an insurrection by these people.
Oh, I was just about to say
that would have
it's
been fucking gold. Can you imagine if we didn't have enough security and they got into the Capitol building? Just be so fucking the irony would be so fucking sweet. But instead, they had proper security.
Of course.
It doesn't matter. Like it's only an insurrection if the right wingers do it.
That's because they learned from January 6th.
Yeah, they learned all the right lessons.
Bunch of Xeno-sounding motherfuckers.
You got a piece of it. Try to take the American flag that was burning.
Yeah, what a monster.
Yeah, recovering the American flag. How dare he?
So they did the squirrely part is these are federal government property.
Yeah.
These like the American flags were taken down from the flag poles and burned.
Yep.
So
Destruction of
that's a
federal
crime.
property.
That's a crime. It's in DC, so nothing's going to happen.
Naturally.
You can burn the flag, just not as long as
Yeah,
it's your
you can
property.
burn your flag.
Yep.
You're allowed to burn your flag. You're not allowed to burn my flag. Or the federal government's flag.
Jewish groups as well. So it's been incredibly diverse here, and this is pretty much the most intense we've seen. And it's unclear. Oh, and right now there's stun grenades being
that's
put
why
out,
it was
or
fine.
some sort of sound bombs, and they're raising the Palestinian flag at that flagpole, and you're hearing.
Sorry, yes, I buried the lead. Sorry. They took down the American flags and burned them, and then raised the Palestinian flags.
What appear to be stun.
To signify their victory and conquest of the United States.
Grenades
Tell me again
or
how this
firecrackers
isn't
going off,
insurrection?
Just on the other side.
Because
is it just because they didn't get into the building?
Yeah.
Because
they're not trying to overthrow the government.
Because they're not wearing red hats.
Yeah, that too.
There are a number of Palestinian flags being raised over there, and the crowd you can hear is cheering very loudly right now. Looks like police are still trying to gain control of this area. Jewish groups as well. So it's been incredibly diverse.
It's been like the week for riots. There were riots in the UK too.
Hello,
That's all right. All the lefties
What?
are like, find out this guy. Like, Candace Owens was like, we've got all this technology. How are you not able to find this guy?
A lot of white people around there.
Yeah, lefties in DC.
It's like he's not wearing a mask. How are we not able to identify him? And people in her replies with like posting photos of the guy's nose, going, "Oh, clearly he's a member of the tribe." Like, just
Oy vey.
fucking oy vey. Like, I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I am waiting for Candace Owens to put in a special appearance on fucking like America First TV, or maybe when she's like kicked off all the mainstream platforms, she'll end up on Cozy. Like, it's just fucking full on, like, just ridiculous. God. Like, God.
Well, she's Christian.
Based Ajit Pai.
Sir, I see you putting the American flag there. Just
Yeah.
wondering why you're doing that.
So I'm an American citizen. I'm proud of my country, and I don't like the fact that the flags are taken down.
Can I get your first name, where you're from?
Sorry, who are you with?
I'm Breitbart News.
Oh, yeah. My name is Ajit, A-J-I-T. Last name Pai, P-A-I.
And where you from?
Originally from Kansas, but I live in Virginia now.
Okay, so we're just happen to be visiting DC.
You don't look
today,
like you
or-
from
No, I live in
Virginia.
the D.C. area. I was
Okay.
in the government for a long time, and
You look like one of them Asians.
Like, this is the former head of the FCC.
Yeah.
Maybe
like
the
Ajit
kid.
Pai, as in the former head of the FCC. Yeah,
I know who he is.
just
like
he was riding his bike and had a flag on him and was like, all right, fuck it. It's not like there was cameras there. It's not like there was like press there to cover it. He was just doing it.
Yeah.
It's like, who are you
Like
with?
Breitbart just happened to be there.
Oh, you're not a crazy leftist, and you want to
Yeah,
know my
that's
name?
right. You're not a
Okay.
crazy fucking leftist.
Just making sure he's not with CNN.
Oh,
or
Breitbart.
something.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's all
okay.
good.
Whew. I thought you were someone who was going to hurt me.
I thought you were MSNBC.
Got to be wary of those MSNBC people. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm with CNN. Well, you go fuck
served
yourself.
for many years, including the prior administration and the FCC. And I love this country and everything it stands for.
Yeah, I mean, the protests that happened here a couple hours ago,
Be
they
careful,
leave a
Ajit,
lot
that
of
makes you a crazy
destruction
right-winger.
here. A lot of things were spray painted and whatnot. A lot of graffiti. Could you give us your opinion on your reaction to seeing all this graffiti?
Oh, Ajit's a Republican.
Right in the
Okay.
nation's
Oh, of course,
capital,
yeah. He worked for the
at
Trump
Union
administration.
Station.
I'm as strong a believer in the First Amendment as
well,
you
he
will
was
find,
Trump's
but I also
FCC
do not
commissioner.
like
He
the
was-
fact
but he was
that
also
our
Obama's
nation's
FCC
capital
Yeah.
has been defaced and defiled in certain ways. And in
Sorry, my
particular, the flag
racism got
being taken
got ahead
down.
of me. I thought because he's
So,
Indian,
the
he's
least I could
automatically
do is
Democrat.
take the one flag that I could move from my house and bring it here to make sure that the Star-Spangled Banner still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, so you
Based.
True
You
patriot.
actually you saw what was going on and you decided to take that flag from your house and put it up here.
I did, yeah. I mean, I saw it on social today, occasionally when I was checking during the work hours, and I'd like to bike around the city, and just thought, you know what, I want to bike by and show my
Yeah,
support
preach it,
for
exactly.
the United States, country I
Yeah.
love.
He was Obama's
and,
FCC
make
commissioner
sure
as
the
well.
flag is still waving, so people know that there are
As he said,
still some
yeah,
citizens in this country who
whatever.
really believe in it and the ideal of America.
It's just weird seeing someone in DC actually doing anything like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, later that evening, several House Republicans, including Speaker Mike Johnson, replaced the 3 American flags that were torn down and burned by pro-Palestinian protesters.
Nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's a cult. It's a cult of nationalism.
It's a cult of nationalism, yeah.
Wait, the
God
flags
forbid.
are that small?
Reciting the pledge.
That's all they had to find something that's what they could find. Like,
Don't have spares just sitting in the closet somewhere?
no.
Generally,
They take them down every night. Strictly speaking, this is against the flag code.
The
Flag
flag
code,
code.
flag
code's
code
not legally-
requires it to
it's
be
not
taken down before sundown.
Yeah,
at
but it's
at
not
last
legal.
light.
But it's not legally binding.
I know it's not a it's not
it's
not a criminal offence, but still,
so many people though they come out of the woodwork when
they violated the flag code.
Yes, the stars are supposed to point towards the danger because America always runs towards danger.
Point towards the stars are supposed
Funny.
to like.
I don't
how
think
the
I got that
stars
right.
point
But you know what I
towards the
mean? They
left.
always point out. Is it it's there's specifically something with the way the flag's worn on military uniforms?
Yes,
your
if it's on the
arm?
right arm, it has to be back to front because it's
Yes.
as if the flag
Yeah, so
they're holding
whenever
the flag and you'll
whenever
see it.
there's a picture of someone with a flag shown the normal way on the right arm, and it's like, oh no, flag code.
It's as if they were flying the flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you
Exactly.
have
It's
to
meant
see
to
it.
look like that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Never mind
it's
that
not
if
like, but it's not like if you do that, a vexologist comes along and arrests you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not actually law.
Sorry, chat. A vexologist is someone who who's obsessed with flags.
I had to Google that shit. Yeah. God.
Uh.
Unburnt by the past of the night dog. Fuck you, Tom.
Yes.
Love you.
Anti-Israel protesters release maggots and crickets in U.S. hotel for Benjamin Netanyahu visit. Because, of course, they do. It was the Watergate Hotel, because everybody stays at the Watergate.
Nice.
Senator Chris Murphy was outraged by Netanyahu's suggestion that the protesters were Hamas sympathizers. The speech was more a commentary on U.S. politics rather than a path forward for Israeli and U.S. security. The suggestion that any American who objects to the humiliating humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is a Hamas sympathizer was way out of bounds.
Well, no.
Few hours later, I've seen some disturbing images coming out of today's protests at the Capitol. I'll always support Americans exercising their First Amendment rights, but pro-Hamas cheers and messages of hate and anti-Semitism have no place in our country. Oh, but I thought that was an out-of-bound characterization.
It's totally fine to say fuck both of them. Like, that's where I stand. I don't care about either of them.
Vexologist, that sounds cromulent.
It's
a perfectly cromulent word.
Yes, and embiggened and all that.
This has been doing the rounds. This is from like ages ago.
Is it? Weak. No! Couldn't even... This is... How will the Jews ever recover from their enemies smashing their own flat screens?
Speaking of unhinged lunatics, was the jailing of Just Stop Oil protesters fair?
Yes.
Yes.
Like always. This is the one article that goes against the if you ask a question, the answer is no.
Why Just Stop Oil's long jail sentences could embolden some activists.
It looks like every boomer Gen X
Well,
activist ever.
Interestingly enough, this is the guy who founded Extinction Rebellion.
I know.
And
Roger Hallam.
He's Roger Hallam. He was too extreme for Extinction Rebellion, so they kicked him out.
He looks like he smells like manure and patchoulis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like
he then went and founded
boomer
Just Stop
owner.
Oil.
Yep.
So he's the leader of Just Stop Oil, but he got sentenced to 5 years prison this week.
Oh no! What did he do?
Not long enough.
He engaged in a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
He was convicted of like conspiracy to conspiracy for it's a public nuisance conspiracy. I've got the actual decision. We'll go through it because it's actually quite interesting how the judge came to his conclusion. But yeah, he got 5 years, and his co-defendants got 4 years. They were on a Zoom meeting, organizing with other activists what they were going to do, because the plan was to shut down the M25 ring road. But it's like a road that loops the entire city of London. It would have shut down the entire city.
Sorry to bust your bubble, preacher, but he is Gen X.
Is he? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
I thought he was Joe. I thought he was a boomer, but he's just 65, 66. Just Gen X.
Yes, though thankfully a journalist from the Sun newspaper attended the meeting and recorded it, and then gave it to the cops. So the cops were able to thwart them, but they still managed to climb up a couple of overpasses and stop traffic.
How'd they stop traffic?
Well, they were on the gantries over the road, and while they're on the gantry, you can't be up there. Like, you can't be driving because it's a risk to traffic and the people up there.
So the cops shut them down.
The cops, they had to get them down. And while getting them down, they had to stop traffic. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So how they're going to do it is just by just standing up there and being a nuisance, getting other people shut it down.
Yeah. So here's the decision. So Rex Hallam, Rex is king, is the republic of the because it's a king, it's Rex. Back when it was the queen, it would have been Regina. That's just a Latin term for king or queen. Rex v. Hallam and Orr's sentencing remarks. 1, I've sentenced all 5 of you for the offence of conspiracy intentionally to cause a public nuisance, of which you were each convicted by the jury following a trial which concluded a week ago. The conspiracy in question involved a sophisticated plan to disrupt traffic on the M25 motorway by means of protesters climbing up the gantries over the motorway. And the conspiracy bore fruit. There was a disruption on the M25 on 4 successive days, from the 7th to the 10th of November 2022. Over 45 protesters climbed or attempted to climb up gantries at various points on the M25. Every sector of this orbital motorway was affected. This disruptive protest action was under the auspices of an organisation now well known called Just Stop Oil, of which you are all committed activists. These protests caused massive disruption. The police and National Highways Limited, the public body which owns and is responsible for the running of the UK's motorway network, had no choice but to close large sections of the motorway each day, causing long tailbacks. At the trial, jury heard evidence quantifying the huge disruption caused. The total road impact over the 4 days was 121 hours and 45 minutes. The total extent of the delay to road users is calculated at 50,856 hours, and the number of affected vehicles at 708,523. The total economic cost of the 4 days of disruption is put at £769,966. Costs incurred by the Metropolitan Police alone, 5 other forces were involved given the geography of the M25, was over £1 million. And the jury heard evidence of the impact of the protests of ordinary members of the public who were travelling on the M25 on the days in question and became caught up in the disruption. That includes evidence about A, people who missed flights, B, people who missed funerals, C, students who missed delays for their mock exams, students delayed for their mock exams, D, a child with special needs on his way to school who missed part of the school day and his medication, which placed the taxi driver driving him there at risk, as the child could become volatile without his medication. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Other school students with special needs being delayed on their way to school. Somebody, this is the fucking one that I think did it. Somebody suffering an aggressive form of cancer who missed an appointment at a cancer clinic and had to wait 2 months for a further appointment.
Thanks, NHS.
Yeah, thanks, NHS. Good work. Thanks, migrants who've destroyed the NHS.
Yep.
People who were late to work and had to work extra hours without pay to make up the time. An HGV, it's a heavy goods vehicle. Driver unable to deliver £5,000 worth of food to a hospital. Perhaps ironically, given the causes you espouse, an individual invited to answer questions at the House of Lords before the all-parliamentary group for water, who was unable to attend the meeting and incurred wasted expenses. Thankfully, no major road traffic accidents occurred. A police motorcyclist who was on duty dealing with the disruption on one of the protest days was knocked off his motorbike. His injuries were thankfully not the most serious, although he did have to take several days off work, but the bike was written off. It was worth £13,000. The crucial evidence presented to the jury trial came in the form of an audio and video recording of a Zoom meeting on the 2nd of November 2022, a few days before the protest began. All 5 of you spoke in that meeting. The audience was activists from Just Stop Oil and other groups who who were to take part in the disruption or were considering doing so. The recording revealed how intricately planned the disruption was and the level of sophistication involved. The Zoom call had been preceded by several others, and it revealed the existence of detailed arrangements for the training of those taking part in the disruption, including an 8-hour climbing training session, resilience training, and even the provision of legal advice. The Zoom call recording also revealed how deeply involved in the conspiracy each of you was. You five were the people who spoke on the Zoom call because each of you was a key organizer of what was to come. Blah, blah, blah. The Zoom call came to light. It was clear in trial. It doesn't matter that you don't like the sun. Basically, if it had been revealed, it would have been greater. So, yeah, essentially, and here it is. So, actually, this is actually a good breakdown. In summary, your individual contributions to the Zoom call were as follows. Roger Hallam, you gave what might be described as quite a lengthy pep talk to those on the call, explaining why participation in the planned protests was necessary and justified. But what you said revealed firstly that you were at the very heart of the planning, and secondly how far the disruption was intended to go. I will come back to that. Daniel Shaw, you chaired the meeting, and what you said showed that you were intimately involved in organising the recruitment and training of protesters. Louise Lancaster, Lucia Whitaker, Diabro, and Cressida Gethin. Your role was to inspire would-be climbers of the gantries by describing your own previous experiences of similar direct action protests, and in what each of you said also revealed your familiarity with the detail of what was planned and your enthusiasm for it. In your case, Roger Hallam and Daniel Shaw, the prosecution were able to prove your involvement in the conspiracy simply by reference to the Zoom call. In your case, Louisa Lancaster, Lucia Whitaker, and Cressida Gethin, the prosecution was able to prove acts done in furtherance of the conspiracy. Louise Lancaster, you rented accommodation at one of two safe houses in southeast London for those who were to climb the gantries. In addition, you purchased a considerable amount of specialist equipment for the use of the climbers. Lucia Whitaker and Cressida Gethin, you were each arrested on separate days in the vicinity of the M25 on the 8th and 10th of November respectively, in circumstances demonstrating that you intended to climb onto a gantry and remain there for as long as you possibly could. You were dressed accordingly and in possession of climbing equipment. The offending of all five of you is very serious indeed, and as I previously made clear to you, lengthy custodial sentences must follow. The individual culpability of each of you is very high. There's no defined sentence guidelines, yada yada. There's a recent decision about other people who've done it. Sentences of your position is far more serious than those. Where's the actual sentence? God, he does go on. Jesus fuck. Wow, he really does go on.
Yeah, he goes over literally every fact found in the case, and
yeah.
Well, there's 4 defendants, so I understand.
Yeah, I turned out to ancillary matters.
4? I thought it was 5.
Oh, these are the
4 or 5, whatever.
Yeah.
Group sentencing.
I've listened to for everything you say,
and brings up their previous history and shit too.
This is how does describe yourself? Anyway, your 3 previous convictions for obstruction. God, where is it? Fucking hell.
Return now to ancillary matters. There we go.
There it is. Okay. There are other. So I make no order. So where is? Okay. So I make order in. Where is it? I turn out ancillary matters.
Yep.
Pursuant to paragraph blah blah blah. The suspended sentence order imposed on you, Roger Hallam, at Isleworth Crown Court on the 5th of April 2024. The suspended. So all of their suspended sentences, which they have been cancelled. So He cancelled the community requirements on all the suspended sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Revoked the community order. So I do not resentence you for the original offence.
And make orders into blah, blah, blah.
For qualifying curfews subject to section. Okay, so they've been given a curfew once they're out of jail.
Mhm.
Each of you will serve up to half the sentence I'm about to impose in custody and will be on license and liable to recall for the balance of the sentence. That's how it works in the UK. You, if you get 10 years, you will serve 5 years in custody, 5 years on parole. If you get a life sentence,
Mhm.
it's 20 years. You serve 10 years in prison and 10 years on parole.
So
If
life
you get a whole of life sentence, you stay in prison until you die.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
That's why they do multiple life sentences, and you'll get 70 years of charges, and then you spend 35 years in prison.
Yeah.
Make no order as to costs. A longer sentence is called for, in your case, Roger Hallam, reflecting my conclusion that you are at the very top of the tree as far as the conspiracy is concerned. In your case, Roger Hallam, the sentence is 5 years imprisonment. In your case, it's Daniel Shaw, Lucia Whitaker, Lucia Lancaster, and Cressida Gethin. Your sentence is 4 years imprisonment. So yes, very, very detailed sentence. And someone else was found guilty from Just Stop Oil this week, the other day actually. Anna Holland and Phoebe Plummer, these two retards.
Oh, I remember them.
We cannot afford new oil and gas. It is going to take everything we know and love.
Everything?
We will want
Everything.
That's right.
Yes.
It'll take everything. But what's hilarious is they've got the same judge for sentencing.
Ooh, goddamn.
So I don't know. I think that judge is pretty fair.
Yeah.
With this case, there was no damage to the painting because they put perspex in front of it to stop these retards. But the frame is
damaged.
The frame is from the 17th century. Like the frame's as old as the painting, and it's been damaged.
Oh, it has.
Well,
so it needs to be reframed, and that frame is all cleaned or whatever.
I find it weird that Hallam only got one more year than the others.
Yeah, I understand. Like
Either way,
at
at least he got more. That's
yeah.
Anyway,
sharks in the water off Brazil have tested positive for cocaine. Marine biologists said in a new study marking the first time the drug has been found in predators. In the predators.
Uh-oh. Empowering sharks.
If you see a shark and you're swimming off the coast of Brazil, get the fuck out of the water. Don't try and outrun them. They're coked up.
Yep.
Can't even outrun.
Coked up sharks are coming for you.
If you bleed in the Australian waters, the sharks in the US are going to smell it now. And they're going to be coming over.
The Brazilian one, the sure as shit will.
They're Brazil, sorry. Yeah. Well, South America. But, their senses are just heightened.
Funny name for Ricardo's kids, the sharks in the water.
Funny.
Plane crash in Nepal with 18 dead. Pilot sole survivor.
Oh, he did it on purpose.
Yes, so I think that's a bombardier. So twin engine bombardier on it, fucking, just at a 90-degree angle. It's fine.
Perfect camera.
Oh my god, yeah.
How the fuck did the pilot survive? Did he bail out? Like, what the fuck?
Must have just got lucky.
Maybe he tried to pull a, what's it called? I forgot his name. God damn it. Sky King. He tried to pull a Sky King, just failed. So, Nepalese Sky King. Gina Carano's case will proceed.
Moving forward.
The motion to dismiss was rejected.
Yeah,
so that's good.
And what was that case again?
Her defamation case against Disney. I think it was a defamation case.
Defamation,
uphill
unfair
battle.
dismissal, or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, it's in California, so there's some weird fucking laws that she's using.
But yeah, Disney tried to
Someone
dismiss
mentioned
it.
she's using, I can't remember who mentioned it, but someone mentioned that she's using laws. Actually, it might have been Sean. I think Sean mentioned that it was laws designed to help commies, like protect commies, and it's being used to fuck them, which is hilarious.
Love it.
It is.
So I hope she gets $1 million and then some. So my wishing you get $1 million isn't a curse like Ricardo's.
Oh wait,
yes,
that means
discovery may
proceed.
proceed. Yes.
That's gonna be spicy.
Yeah, well, that's what Elon wanted. Elon wanted discovery. So let's go back to the UK. So apparently there was some kerfuffle at Manchester Airport. Let's watch.
Fucking record! Don't fucking do that shit, alright? Fucking jokes! Don't you dare do that! Get down! It's got nothing to do with me! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, I think that's what it might be, Dr. Brooks. I think it's their viewpoint. Their viewpoint is because political, like DC, political views are a protected characteristic.
Yeah.
Was that a frozen turkey? I don't think so. I think it was like one of those weirdly shaped bags. Tombola says, "Is this the full video or Lying Media's shortened version?" No, this is the full video that the people being arrested, or the people who know the people being arrested have taken. They've released the CCTV footage, which changes the context quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, you alright? Auntie, come here.
So, Auntie, come here.
You're not being arrested. Get out of the road. They will hurt you.
So the Muslims are crying because they got arrested. I'm not going to spoil the rest, but that's the story, isn't it?
Auntie, don't get involved.
So your woman's allowed to push another woman and not be a problem.
Oh, that cop has a gun on her thigh.
At the airport, I'd imagine, yeah.
And that guy's got his face. Oh no, he had his face in a
Like,
bottle of
it's a
blood.
fucking airport.
But they're British cops.
They don't, no, it doesn't matter. They don't fuck around at airports.
Yeah,
Like, in the UK, they don't fuck around with it at airports.
That's fair.
Because you might have to shoot a suicide bomber.
Yeah, that's fair.
There was the
This is
idiot
foreign
this
Irish
last
sauce.
week. There's the
But we
idiot
repeat
last week
ourselves.
in I think he was in Leeds. Like, who had armed police like around him and were like, move over there.
Yeah.
Like, he had an explosive device too.
Yeah.
It's just you know, it's just the part and parcel of living.
Thank you, Sadiq.
Shut the fuck up.
The machete British.
Machete British.
Who's this?
See, over here, the machete Australians are something totally different.
Yeah, the Sudanese.
The Somalis.
Yeah, them too.
Somalis and Sudanese. The machete
I don't
Australians.
know, bro. I'll be honest with you. Hey! You've got him on the floor. Stop being aggressive. You've got him on the floor. What are you doing? You're not a racist officer. Yeah, you heard it. Racism at its finest. Police brutality.
Police brutality.
There we go.
Police brutality. Fallen says, Thermoco, I have no idea what the context is other than Irish Welsh arresting Arabs. Also, someone really needs to use the vending machine during cop arrest. Yeah, someone really needed to pay for their parking. It's a parking machine. They've got to pay for their parking.
He's white. He doesn't care what's happening.
I think this is their lawyer. Such police brutality has not been seen before. I don't know why I made him South African.
I'm here outside Rochdale police station about the incident that took place at Manchester Airport 2 days ago now. It was something that hasn't been seen before, such police brutality. And I could tell you guys now that...
He does sound South African, though.
Has this guy not seen the Rodney King, like the... Like...
By British standards.
I guess.
Do we have the
who were assaulted by the police are members of a police officer's family who is currently serving in the Greater Manchester Police Force.
I'm being good. I'm trying.
Using my flair for the dramatic.
Man is now afraid to go to work. He went in today and spoke to his supervisor, and the only reason he is not going to work.
I feel like this guy's Dutch.
He is fearing for his
He
own
sounds,
safety. And
Dutch.
he thinks
Sounds
like
Afrikaans, but I think it's Dutch.
His family members were the victims. He could be a victim. In relation to the
Because he's dropping his
the
W's and becoming
IOPC
V's.
are
Yeah, that's a lot.
involved, and
Okay.
I've just
Verk.
finished with a meeting from them. The family are okay, but they are traumatized. Mohammed Fahir, his medical condition has worsened since last night. A CT scan has revealed there is a cyst on his brain. So please pray for his well-being. Right now, the main concern for us, for me, is that the family receive justice and this no longer happens again.
So why is there a cyst on his brain?
Ahmed Yaqub is the lawyer's name. Why is there a cyst on his brain? Probably because there was a cyst on his brain beforehand.
Or might have
mob
something to do with
gathering
the
in front of
cop
police
putting a
station
boot
in
in his
Rochdale,
face.
demanding the immediate release of the men who attacked police officers at Manchester Airport and broke the nose of a female officer. They call for riots and chant Allahu Akbar.
Takbir!
There's no point smashing this fucking shithole up. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Tika, but tomorrow I tell you boys, if we don't get justice, yeah, these motherfuckers are gonna get it. Tika, all these boys, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Takbir! Takbir!
There we go.
There's no point smashing this fucking shit up.
Let's have a look at the full footage, shall we? Let's have a look at the wider angle. And before they started filming. Over to arrest this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you need to come with us, sir. Oh, this guy punches on.
Oh, get off him! Get off him! Boom! 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 Bust up. Punch it.
Blue shirt.
Yeah, knocks one of them down. Us. Yeah.
Fucking taser. Ah, down like a sack of potatoes.
Now.
These.
I think the auntie took a hit as well.
These were armed police.
Yes, and that's the problem.
These guys are lucky they are not fucking being buried today.
Yeah.
Like you pull that shit and like
every one of them.
It's because it's I guarantee it's because it's a chick.
Yeah.
That she didn't.
She didn't pull. Yeah, she tasered him instead of fucking shot him.
No, she pulled. She pulled the wrong one. She pulled.
She meant to shoot him. She pulled a reverse Karen Reed.
But that head kick at the end is what I think that's
the kick for those who may have missed it. It's
it's right at the end. Yeah.
Right at the end.
Yeah, I think the kicker got suspended.
Yeah, he did.
Because that would be lethal force. You'd be justified. Well, sorry, if you're going to kick him, you may as well have shot him.
Yeah, so he kicks him in the head, which is not really justified.
It would make
sense
sense
on the ground.
Yeah, he's already tased. So what's the point? Yeah, there's no reason for that.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, just put the taser to his nuts.
You should have kicked him beforehand, right?
Probably is.
Yeah, that's the bad angle. That's the one that gets you fired.
Yeah, and then he stomps him again. Jesus Christ! Boom. Boom. Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. Kick and stomp.
Like that
It's just in one movement too.
Yeah.
He's missing the third one, which is a bullet to the brain.
Boom, and then boom. Yeah.
I don't know why this video is so fucking choppy.
Yeah, BBC sucks.
It's BBC.
1, 2.
Yeah, what else is that?
He kicks
Yeah,
him
they're
in
in quick
very
succession.
quickly.
That guy should probably look. The cop should get fired, but they shouldn't get a settlement. Like, you don't get to fucking resist arrest, and you don't get to fuck around like that.
You don't get to
he deserves a
king hit
medal.
It's not just resisting. The guy king hit the kicker. But
Yeah.
he's the guy that he punched that cop in the head from behind.
Yeah, they should go down for assault. Straight up.
Yeah.
Cops should get fired, and they should go down for assault. Assault police,
You're,
resisting arrest.
Totally.
Your Pat is not going to jail.
Yeah, if that. Everybody's favorite wife of Kanye, Bianca Cesori, exposes her bare breasts again in shocking sheer top at the cinema with Kanye West. At this point, she's enjoying it more than the people watching.
Honey, you're looking at the camera. You know you can't be looking at the camera.
Yeah, stage presence. Come on.
Like, and it's like not even like because that was last week. Like this was basically she's just basically out in public, naked at this point. Like, and then this one at Chateau Marmont. Like, so. Anyway, I figured I'd
Is
do
this
that
the
for
ploy
Ray.
to kind of get away from Kanye West? Like he can do his own thing while they're staring at his girl.
Yeah, nobody pays attention to what Kanye's done. Nobody knows where's Kanye? I can't find him. Can anyone see Kanye? All I can see are a pair of breasts.
Oh, that's the decoy, so Kanye can slip out the side.
Yeah, that's right. They're all distracted.
They assume it's Kanye.
That's you figured it out, huh? See, you figured out his cunning plan.
I figured out the code.
Well, show you
in an absolute travesty, boneless chicken wings can have bones, according to Ohio's top court, as it rejects choking diner's suit. So yes, in a 4-3 decision, which I really hope goes to SCOTUS, this would be the most amazing case. Boneless chicken wings can have bones, so you have an expectation. Consumers of boneless wings should expect there to be don't have a reasonable expectation that their boneless wings don't contain bones.
What justification?
How big's the bones?
Well, this was like a 2-inch bone. I don't know how. Like based on his I watched Sean's coverage of this.
So a regular chicken wing got mixed in.
I
with
sent Sean
boneless.
this story and I said, "Your state is a joke. The state is a disgrace." But yeah, it was like a 2-inch bone, and the guy says he cut the chicken wing, like the boneless chicken wings, into small pieces, like 1-inch pieces. And if I don't understand how you can cut something into a 1-inch piece and it can have a 2-inch bone in it. So
Unless you cut
weird.
the bone, but weird.
So I hope it goes to SCOTUS. I really want to see an appellate attorney pick this up and run it all the way to SCOTUS. I very much want to see the Supreme Court decide this once and for all. It is the clearest case of a controversy that SCOTUS should decide to resolve. Anyway, California Governor Gavin Newsom issues executive order for removal of homeless encampments. So finally, he's getting rid of the homeless encampments. It must be election year. Not for him, though. I think he's being recalled again. There's like a recall campaign again.
Yeah, they're just going to keep
I really
recalling
think
him.
it'll be hilarious if the man gets recalled twice. Like, he's that unpopular that he gets recalled twice and then
But
wins
then voted
again.
back in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's so many candidates that they all split the vote so that he still wins.
Yeah.
Female passengers can now decline to sit next to a man on India-based Indigo airline. Will land someone in court. Women will soon be able to avoid sitting next to male strangers on a plane in a first-ever initiative launched by the popular airline. I wonder why the Indian Indian. He says, Thermo, go back to the article. There's a clarification. Bone shrinkage. Okay. Where?
Keep going.
Long thin chicken bone. I don't
Don't
have
really-
boneless wings on a menu. Would no more believe that the restaurant was warranting the absence of warranting the absence of bones in the menu in the item than believe that the terms were made from chicken wings. I know they said it was like, oh, Gavin Newsom. I know they said it was some sort of cooking, like it was a style of cooking. And it's like, what? Oh, yes, you're right. It does say important clarification. That the order does not mean that California is doing some mass encampment clearing. He's directing state agencies and departments to come up with plans to clear encampments from state properties and asking local governments to do the same. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
so he's doing nothing at all.
He's trying
It's
to
like,
get people to
get
keep
them on
people out of
private
the
property.
Make a plan.
Yeah, but basically, yeah.
And we'll shelve it.
Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Thank you, Fawn. Yeah, so I can't imagine why women wouldn't want to sit next to Indian men on an airline. And apparently Boeing's Starliner is broken, and as a result, there are 2 astronauts just stuck on the International Space Station who can't come back because their ship's broken because they took a Boeing up to the space station. Like, yeah, Boeing just really can't catch a fucking break.
So
maybe
they're on the
stop killing.
They're on the ISS.
They're on the ISS, yes.
Oh, cool. So they can
is their ship.
But they can get food, and they're not going to die.
Well, no, they're not going to starve. There's other people on the International Space
Yeah,
Station, and the
just
space is
clarifying,
getting
yeah,
resupplied.
it's
Just that their ship is having problem with it. Is
Yeah,
having problems with their thrusters,
Yeah.
and until it's fixed,
They're stuck. Yeah.
they're stuck.
I thought you
Aren't
meant
they
like
engineers?
I thought they were just floating adrift in space.
Well, they're
or something.
astronauts. Not all astronauts are engineers. Some are just
No,
pilots.
go back up. Aren't they engineers? I thought it said 2 Boeing engineers.
No,
top,
it says
no.
the life of
Starliner.
2 Boeing Starliner astronauts stuck indefinitely in space.
Maybe they had an engineering background. I don't know.
I think most of them
I
have
don't know.
engineering
And-
backgrounds, but they also
Yeah.
like usually they're pilots
Yeah.
and stuff.
Doesn't mean they can fix thrusters. I thought they were engineers. It's like, just pop out and go to Walmart and grab the parts you need.
So,
Yeah.
Fix it up with tinfoil.
Go
like
to the
Apollo,
Rush-
Apollo 13.
Sorry,
There you go.
go to the China International Space Station.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure they
right,
got
Tom.
spare
It's been
parts.
broken for weeks. It got up there and like putted into the fucking space station and was like, "You guys got any fuel?" Like, it's just such a fucking joke.
Can I buy my Jerry off you?
Does AAA respond up here? Like, can I get NRMA to come up and sort this shit out?
Yeah, my cell's not working. It's out of coverage.
So anyway, that's it. That's all she wrote for this week. I don't think there's anything else. We'll be back with next week with episode 99.9. No, I'm kidding. It'll be episode 100. I don't anticipate there being anything special. I mean, it's just it's just like age. It's just a number.
But it is
unless,
wild
unless,
that it's
unless
now-
you're under the age of 18, in which case then it's a felony.
Yeah, but it is wild that it's now 3 digits.
Yes,
instead of just
three.
2.
I'm going to have to shrink the number on the screen. So, Pooja says this was a great episode, guys. Thank you.
Thank
man.
you.
I'm glad you appreciate it.
Glad to
At least
entertain.
there's one person who appreciates it. So yes, if you want to support the show, head over to support.thepretream.com and chuck us a couple bucks or sign up for the monthly thing and join us on the Discord. Join the fun of helping make the show. And I'll fuck you, Costy. It was okay. It was all right. Yeah, 5 out of 10. And of course, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Though, I'm fucking talking to all 17 of the subscribers here anyway. So yeah, have a great week, everyone. No outro. I can't be bothered going and find the video and playing it. So, thank you. Wait, since you don't back Nick anymore, can it really be the pre-stream anymore? Well, it was never about backing Nick. It was about being pre to Flashcast. And now we run longer than Flashcast. So we actually run into Flashcast and in some cases past
Longer
Flashcast.
than Flashcast.
And Flashcast is,
and
crap.
Flashcast is gay.
It's gotten even worse since his bullshit with EBS. So
Well, he invited like Lofty back on, and it was just turned out a whole thing.
Coward.
Allows his guests to yell at other guests.
Yeah, and-
Can't control the stage.
Kicks
Can't
off
control-
people like Sean. That's just not on.
wait, he kicked Sean off?
So yeah,
Yeah.
because Sean and Anna, we're on the same.
Yeah,
show.
Sean and Anna had a fight,
alluding
and
to.
Sean chose boobs over bros.
Yep. Good
Which
man.
look, I understand. Boobs are great.
You mean Flash chose boobs?
Flash chose Anna over Sean.
Yeah, sorry, you said Sean.
Yeah,
chose boobs.
sorry, Sean. Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't mean to. Yeah.
Okay.
Besmirch your.
No, I
character.
wasn't saying Sean has big boobs. I mean, he does, but
No, I thought you meant Sean chose. Yeah, anyway.
No.
It's all good.
Flash
So-
kicked Sean off, and
Trashcast is fun, even though you guys don't like it. No, I've never said it.
No,
I
I've
don't like it. I like EVS.
Hang on. Okay, are you talking about Flashcast or EVS's Trashcast?
Flashcast.
I'm talking about Flashcast.
Sean
talking about-
was on. Sean
Sean
was
was
on
on
Flashcast.
Flashcast.
Tom Bolo
No,
might
no.
be talking about
With
Trash.
Anna
Hang on,
and
I'm talking.
Flash.
Tom Bolo. Is Tom Bolo talking about EVS's
Tom Bolo is
Trashcast?
talking about EVS's Trashcast.
Oh, well,
Calling
yeah.
Flashcast Trashcast.
Yeah.
Either way,
He
I don't
wasn't
watch
calling
either of them.
Flashcast Trashcast. He was literally saying Trashcast.
EVS is Trashcast. Yeah.
So I have better clips than Flash.
I
So,
love refrigerators.
I have a lot of refrigerators, but I have great ones that I've made myself. Like where is it? Fuck. Oh, I had it before. God damn it.
Oh
Don't be a
man, that's
fucking hole.
fucking embarrassing. Man, that is embarrassing.
Where is it? God, I had it before. I keep losing it. It's so fucking.
Oh no,
Small.
Annika, Preacher, Anna Kasparian. No, she's not having the meltdown. Chank's having the meltdown, and there's a civil war over there. Like, for the Turks.
And
God
this
damn.
one.
No, fuck you, sir. Fuck you.
One day he'll go on. One day he'll go on that show.
Oh God!
If I could swing it, I'm like, you got to get him on. You got to talk to him, Megan.
He'll make moves on Megan Kelly, and holy shit.
Yes, well.
I'm
So
trying to
anyway, we will be
indoctrinate
back.
Aaron to his harem.
We'll be back next week. So thank you everyone for watching. Have a great week, and yeah, bye.
Bye.
Bye.